Chapter 6 of The Pirate by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. No longer she wept. Her tears were all spent. Despair it was come, and she thought it content. She thought it content, but her cheek it grew pale, and she drooped like a lily broke down by the hail. Continuation of Old Robin Gray. The condition of Minna much resembled that of the village heroine in Lady Anne Lindsay's beautiful ballad. Her natural firmness of mind prevented her from sinking under the pressure of the horrible secret which haunted her while awake, and was yet more tormenting during her broken and hurried slumbers. There is no grief so dreadful as that which we dare not communicate, and in which we can neither ask nor desire sympathy. And when to this is added the burden of a guilty mystery to an innocent bosom, there is little wonder that Minna's health should have sunk under the burden. To the friends around, her habits and manners, nay, her temper, seemed altered to such an extraordinary degree that it is no wonder that some should have ascribed the change to witchcraft, and some to incipient madness. She became unable to bear the solitude in which she formerly delighted to spend her time, yet when she hurried into society, it was without either joining in or attending to what passed. Generally, she appeared wrapped in sad and even sullen abstraction, until her attention was suddenly roused by some casual mention of the name of Cleveland or of Mordaunt Mertown, at which she started with the horror of one who sees the lighted match applied to a charged mine, and expects to be instantly involved in the effects of the explosion. And when she observed that the discovery was not yet made, it was so far from being a consolation that she almost wished the worst were known, rather than endure the continued agonies of suspense. Her conduct towards her sister was so variable, yet uniformly so painful to the kind-hearted Brenda, that it seemed to all around one of the strongest features of her malady. Sometimes Minna was impelled to seek her sister's company, as if by the consciousness that they were common sufferers by a misfortune of which she herself alone could grasp the extent. And then suddenly the feeling of the injury which Brenda had received through the supposed agency of Cleveland made her unable to bear her presence, and still less to endure the consolation which her sister, mistaking the nature of her malady, vainly endeavored to administer. Frequently also did it happen that while Brenda was imploring her sister to take comfort, she incautiously touched upon some subject which thrilled to the very centre of her soul, so that, unable to conceal her agony, Minna would rush hastily from the apartment. All these different moods, though they too much resembled, to one who knew not their real source, the caprices of unkind estrangement, Brenda endured with such prevailing and unruffled gentleness of disposition, that Minna was frequently moved to shed floods of tears upon her neck, and perhaps the moments in which she did so, though embittered by the recollection that her fatal secret concerned the destruction of Brenda's happiness as well as her own, were still softened as they were by sisterly affection, the most endurable moments of this most miserable period of her life. The effects of the alternations of moping melancholy, fearful agitation, and bursts of nervous feeling were soon visible on the poor young woman's face and person. She became pale and emaciated. Her eye lost the steady, quiet look of happiness and innocence, and was alternately dim and wild, as she was acted upon by a general feeling of her own distressful condition, or by some quicker and more poignant sense of agony. Her very features seemed to change and become sharp and eager, and her voice, which in its ordinary tones was low and placid, now sometimes sunk in indistinct mutterings, and sometimes was raised beyond the natural key in hasty and abrupt exclamations. When in company with others, she was sullenly silent, and when she ventured into solitude, was observed, for it was now thought very proper to watch her on such occasions, to speak much to herself. The pharmacy of the islands was in vain resorted to by Minna's anxious father. Sages of both sexes, who knew the virtues of every herb which drinks the dew, and augmented those virtues by words of might, used while they prepared and applied the medicines, were attended with no benefit, and Magnus, in the utmost anxiety, was at last induced to have recourse to the advice of his kinswoman, Norna of the Fitful Head, although, owing to circumstances noticed in the course of the story, there was at this time some estrangement between them. His first application was in vain. Norna was then at her usual place of residence upon the sea-coast, near the headland from which she usually took her designation. But although Eric Scambuster himself brought the message, she refused positively to see him or to return any answer. Magnus was angry at the slight put upon his messenger and message, but his anxiety on Minna's account, as well as the respect which he had for Norna's real misfortunes and imputed wisdom and power, prevented him from indulging on the present occasion his usual irritability of disposition. On the contrary, he determined to make an application to his kinswoman in his own person. He kept his purpose, however, to himself, and only desired his daughters to be in readiness to attend him upon a visit to a relation whom he had not seen for some time, and directed them, at the same time, to carry some provisions along with them, as the journey was distant, and they might perhaps find their friend unprovided. Unaccustomed to ask explanations of his pleasure, and hoping that exercise and the amusement of such an excursion might be of service to her sister, Brenda, upon whom all household and family charges now devolved, caused the necessary preparations to be made for the expedition, and on the next morning they were engaged in tracing the long and tedious course of beach and of moorland, which only varied by occasional patches of oats and barley, where a little ground had been selected for cultivation, divided Bergwestra from the northwestern extremity of the mainland, as the principal island is called, which terminates in the cape called Fitful Head, as the southwestern point ends in the Cape of Sumburgh. On they went, through wild and over-walled, the yew-dollar bestriding a strong, square-made, well-barrelled palfrey, of Norwegian breed, somewhat taller, and yet as stout as the ordinary ponies of the country, while Minna and Brenda, famed, amongst other accomplishments, for their horsemanship, rode two of those hardy animals, which, bred and reared with more pains than is usually bestowed, showed, both by the neatness of their form and their activity, that the race, so much and so carelessly neglected, is capable of being improved into beauty without losing anything of its spirit or vigor. They were attended by two servants on horseback, and 2 on foot, secure that the last circumstance would be no delay to their journey, because a great part of the way was so rugged or so marshy that the horses could only move at a foot pace, and that whenever they met with any considerable tract of hard and even ground, they had only to borrow from the nearest herd of ponies the use of a couple for the accommodation of these pedestrians. The journey was a melancholy one, and little conversation passed, except when the U-Dollar, pressed by impatience and vexation, urged his pony to a quick pace, and again, recollecting Minna's weak state of health, slackened to a walk, and reiterated enquiries how she felt herself, and whether the fatigue was not too much for her. At noon the party halted and partook of some refreshment, for which they had made ample provision, beside a pleasant spring, the pureness of whose waters, however, did not suit the U-Dollar's palate, until qualified by a liberal addition of right Nance. After he had a second, yea, and a third time filled a large silver travelling cup, embossed with a German Cupid smoking a pipe, and a German Bacchus emptying his flask down the throat of a bear, he began to become more talkative than vexation had permitted him to be during the early part of their journey, and thus addressed his daughters. "Well, children, we are within a league or two of Norna's dwelling, and we shall soon see how the old spell-mutterer will receive us." Minna interrupted her father with a faint exclamation, while Brenda, surprised to a great degree, exclaimed, "Is it then to Norna that we are to make this visit? Heaven forbid!" "And wherefore should heaven forbid?" said the U-Dollar, knitting his brows. "Wherefore, I would gladly know, should heaven forbid me to visit my kinswoman, whose skill may be of use to your sister, if any woman in Shetland, or man either, can be of service to her. You are a fool, Brenda. Your sister has more sense. Cheer up, Minna. Thou wert ever wont to like her songs and stories, and used to hang about her neck when little Brenda cried and ran from her like a Spanish merchantman from a Dutch caper." "I wish she may not frighten me as much to-day, father," replied Brenda, desirous of indulging Minna in her taciturnity, and at the same time to amuse her father by sustaining the conversation. "I have heard so much of her dwelling that I am rather alarmed at the thought of going there uninvited." "Thou art a fool," said Magnus, "to think that a visit from her kinsfolks can ever come amiss to a kind, hearty, Shetland heart like my cousin Norna's. And now I think on it, I will be sworn that is the reason why she would not receive Eric Scambester. It is many a long day since I have seen her chimney smoke, and I have never carried you thither. She hath indeed some right to call me unkind. But I will tell her the truth, and that is, that though such be the fashion, I do not think it is fair or honest to eat up the substance of lone women folks, as we do that of our brother U-Dollars, when we roll about from house to house in the winter season, until we gather like a snowball and eat up all wherever we come." "There is no fear of our putting Norna to any distress just now," replied Brenda, "for I have ample provision of everything that we can possibly need, fish and bacon and salted mutton and dried geese, more than we could eat in a week, besides enough of liquor for you, father." "Right, right, my girl," said the U-Dollar. "A well-found ship makes a merry voyage, so we shall only want the kindness of Norna's roof and a little bedding for you. For as to myself, my sea-cloak and honest dry boards of Norway deal suit me better than your eider-down cushions and mattresses, so that Norna will have the pleasure of seeing us without having a stiver's worth of trouble." "I wish she may think it a pleasure, sir," replied Brenda. "Why, what does the girl mean, in the name of the martyr?" replied Magnus Troil. "Dost thou think my kinswoman is a heathen, who will not rejoice to see her own flesh and blood? I would I were as sure of a good year's fishing. No, no, I only fear we may find her from home at present, for she is often a wanderer, and all with thinking over much on what can never be helped." Minna sighed deeply as her father spoke, and the U-dollar went on. "Dost thou sigh at that, my girl? Why, 'tis the fault of half the world. Let it never be thine own, Minna." Another suppressed sigh intimated that the caution came too late. "I believe you are afraid of my cousin as well as Brenda is," said the U-dollar, gazing on her pale countenance. "If so, speak the word, and we will return back again as if we had the wind on our quarter, and were running 15 knots by the line." "Do, for heaven's sake, sister, let us return," said Brenda imploringly. You remember, you must be well aware that Norna can do naught to help you." "It is but too true," said Minna in a subdued voice, "but I know not. She may answer a question that only the miserable dare ask of the miserable." "Nay, my kinswoman is no miser," answered the U-dollar, who only heard the beginning of the word. "A good income she has, both in Orkney and here, and many a fair lispand of butter is paid to her. But the poor have the best share of it, and shame fall the Zetlander who begrudges them. The rest she spends, I wot not how, in her journeys through the islands. But you will laugh to see her house, and Nick Strumpfer, whom she calls Passelet. Many folks think Nick is the devil, but he is flesh and blood like any of us. His father lived in Grampsey. I shall be glad to see Nick again." While the U-dollar thus ran on, Brenda, who in recompense for a less portion of imagination than her sister, was gifted with sound common sense, was debating with herself the probable effect of this visit on her sister's health. She came finally to the resolution of speaking with her father aside upon the first occasion which their journey should afford. To him she determined to communicate the whole particulars of their nocturnal interview with Norna, to which, among other agitating causes, she attributed the depression of Minna's spirits, and then make himself the judge whether he ought to persist in his visit to a person so singular, and expose his daughter to all the shock which her nerves might possibly receive from the interview. Just as she had arrived at this conclusion, her father, dashing the crumbs from his laced waistcoat with one hand, and receiving with the other a 4th cup of brandy and water, drank devoutly to the success of their voyage, and ordered all to be in readiness to set forward. Whilst they were saddling their ponies, Brenda, with some difficulty, contrived to make her father understand she wished to speak with him in private. No small surprise to the honest U-dollar, who, though secret as the grave in the very few things where he considered secrecy as of importance, was so far from practising mystery in general, that his most important affairs were often discussed by him openly in presence of his whole family, servants included. But far greater was his astonishment when, remaining purposely with his daughter Brenda a little in the wake, as he termed it, of the other riders, he heard the whole account of Norna's visit to Berg Westra, and of the communication with which she had then astounded his daughters. For a long time he could utter nothing but interjections, and ended with 1,000 curses on his kinswoman's folly in telling his daughters such a history of horror. "I have often heard," said the yew-dollar, "that she was quite mad, with all her wisdom and all her knowledge of the seasons, and by the bones of my namesake, the martyr, I begin now to believe it most assuredly. I know no more how to steer than if I had lost my compass. Had I known this before we set out, I think I had remained at home. But now that we have come so far, and that Norna expects us—" "Expects us, father?" said Brenda. "How can that be possible?" "Why, that I know not, but she that can tell how the wind is to blow can tell which way we are designing to ride. She must not be provoked. Perhaps she has done my family this ill for the words I had with her about that lad Mordaunt Mertown, and if so, she can undo it again, and so she shall, or I will know the cause wherefore, but I will try fair words first." Finding it thus settled that they were to go forward, Brenda endeavoured next to learn from her father whether Norna's tale was founded in reality. He shook his head, groaned bitterly, and in a few words acknowledged that the whole, so far as concerned her intrigue with the stranger and her father's death, of which she became the accidental and most innocent cause, was a matter of sad and indisputable truth. For her infant, he said, he could never, by any means, learn what became of it. "Her infant!" exclaimed Brenda. "She spoke not a word of her infant." "Then I wish my tongue had been blistered," said the yew-dollar, "when I told you of it. I see that, young and old, a man has no better chance of keeping a secret from you women than an eel to keep himself in his hold when he is sniggled with a loop of horsehair. Sooner or later the fisher teases him out of his hole when he has once the noose round his neck." "But the infant, my father," said Brenda, still insisting on the particulars of this extraordinary story, "what became of it?" "Carried off, I fancy, by the blackguard Vaughan," answered the yew-dollar, with a gruff accent, which plainly betokened how weary he was of the subject. "By Vaughan?" said Brenda. "The lover of poor Norna, doubtless. What sort of man was he, father?" "Why, much like other men, I fancy," answered the yew-dollar. "I never saw him in my life. He kept company with the Scottish families at Kirkwall, and I with the good old Norse folk. Ah, if Norna had dwelt always amongst her own kin, and not kept company with her Scottish acquaintance, she would have known nothing of Vaughan, and things might have been otherwise. But then I should have known nothing of your blessed mother, Brenda, and that," he said, his large blue eyes shining with a tear, "would have saved me a short joy and a long sorrow. Norna could but ill have supplied my mother's place to you, father, as a companion and a friend. That is judging from all I have heard," said Brenda, with some hesitation. But Magnus, softened by recollections of his beloved wife, answered her with more indulgence than she expected. "I would have been content," he said, "to have wedded Norna at that time. It would have been the soldering of an old quarrel, the healing of an old sore. All our blood relations wished it, and situated as I was, especially not having seen your blessed mother, I had little will to oppose their counsels. You must not judge of Norna or of me by such an appearance as we now present to you. She was young and beautiful, and I gamesome as a Highland buck, and little caring what haven I'm made for, having, as I thought, more than one under my lee. But Norna preferred this man Vaughan, and as I have told you before, it was perhaps the best kindness she could have done to me." "Ah, poor kinswoman," said Brenda, "but believe you, father, in the high powers which she claims, in the mysterious vision of the dwarf, in the—" She was interrupted in these questions by Magnus, to whom they were obviously displeasing. "I believe, Brenda," he said, "according to the belief of my forefathers. I pretend not to be a wiser man than they were in their time, and they all believed that, in cases of great worldly distress, Providence opened the eyes of the mind, and afforded the sufferers a vision of futurity. It was but a trimming of the boat, with reverence." Here he touched his hat reverentially, "and after all the shifting of ballast, poor Norna is as heavily loaded in the bows as ever was an Orkney man's yawl at the dog-fishing. She has more than affliction enough on board to balance whatever gifts she may have had in the midst of her calamity. They are as painful to her, poor soul, as a crown of thorns would be to her brows, though it were the badge of the Empire of Denmark. And do you not, Brenda, seek to be wiser than your fathers. Your sister Minna, before she was so ill, had as much reverence for whatever was produced in Norse as if it had been in the Pope's bull, which is all written in pure Latin." "Poor Norna," repeated Brenda, "and her child, was it never recovered?" "What do I know of her child?" said the U-Dollar, more gruffly than before, "except that she was very ill, both before and after the birth, though we kept her as merry as we could, with pipe and harp, and so forth. The child had come before its time into this bustling world, so it is likely it has been long dead. But you know nothing of all these matters, Brenda, so get along for a foolish girl, and ask no more questions about what it does not become you to enquire into." So saying, the U-Dollar gave his sturdy little palfrey the spur, and cantering forward over rough and smooth, while the pony's accuracy and firmness of step put all difficulties of the path at secure defiance, he placed himself soon by the side of the melancholy Minna, and permitted her sister to have no farther share in his conversation than as it was addressed to them jointly. She could but comfort herself with the hope that as Minna's disease appeared to have its seat in the imagination, the remedies recommended by Norna might have some chance of being effectual, since in all probability they would be addressed to the same faculty. Their way had hitherto held chiefly over moss and moor, varied occasionally by the necessity of making a circuit around the heads of those long lagoons called Vaux, which ran up into and indent the country in such a manner that, though the mainland of Shetland may be 30 miles or more in length, there is, perhaps, no part of it which is more than 3 miles distant from the salt water. But they had now approached the northwestern extremity of the isle, and travelled along the top of an immense ridge of rocks, which had for ages withstood the rage of the northern ocean, and of all the winds by which it was buffeted. "At length," exclaimed Magnus to his daughters, "there is Norna's dwelling. Look up, Minna, my love, for if this does not make you laugh, nothing will. Saw you ever anything but an osprey that would have made such a nest for herself as that is? By my namesake's bones, there is not the like of it that living thing ever dwelt in, having no wings and the use of reason, unless it chance to be the Frawa stack off Papa, where the king's daughter of Norway was shut up to keep her from her lovers, and all to little purpose, if the tale be true, for maidens I would have you to wot that it is hard to keep flax from the low. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of The Pirate by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Thrice from the cavern's darksome womb her groaning voice arose. And come, my daughter, fearless come, and fearless tell thy woes. Meikle. The dwelling of Norna, though none but a native of Shetland, familiar during his whole life with every variety of rock scenery, could have seen anything ludicrous in this situation, was not unaptly compared by Magnus Troil to the eyrie of the osprey or sea-eagle. It was very small, and had been fabricated out of one of those dens which are called burgs, and Picts' houses in Shetland, and duns on the mainland of Scotland and the Hebrides, and which seemed to be the first effort at architecture, the connecting link betwixt a fox's hole in a cairn of loose stones, and an attempt to construct a human habitation out of the same materials, without the use of lime or cement of any kind, without any timber, so far as can be seen from their remains, without any knowledge of the arch or of the stair. Such as they are, however, the numerous remains of these dwellings, for there is one found on every headland, islet, or point of vantage, which could afford the inhabitants additional means of defence, tend to prove that the remote people by whom these burgs were constructed were a numerous race, and that the islands had then a much greater population than from other circumstances we might have been led to anticipate. The burg of which we at present speak had been altered and repaired at a later period, probably by some petty despot or sea-rover, who, tempted by the security of the situation which occupied the whole of a projecting point of rock, and was divided from the mainland by a rent or chasm of some depth, had built some additions to it in the rudest style of Gothic defensive architecture, had plastered the inside with lime and clay, and broken out windows for the admission of light and air, and finally, by roofing it over and dividing it into stories by means of beams of wreck-wood, had converted the whole into a tower resembling a pyramidical dovecot, formed by a double wall, still containing within its thickness that set of circular galleries or concentric rings which is proper to all the forts of this primitive construction, and which seem to have constituted the only shelter which they were originally qualified to afford to their shivering inhabitants. This singular habitation, built out of the loose stones which lay scattered around, and exposed for ages to the vicissitudes of the elements, was as grey, weather-beaten, and wasted as the rock on which it was founded, and from which it could not easily be distinguished, so completely did it resemble in colour, and so little did it differ in regularity of shape from a pinnacle or fragment of the cliff. Minna's habitual indifference to all that of late had passed around her was for a moment suspended by the sight of an abode which at another and happier period of her life would have attracted at once her curiosity and her wonder. Even now she seemed to feel interest as she gazed upon this singular retreat, and recollected it was that of certain misery and probable insanity, connected, as its inhabitant asserted, and Minna's faith admitted, with power over the elements, and the capacity of intercourse with the invisible world. Our kinswoman, she muttered, has chosen her dwelling well, with no more of earth than a sea-fowl might rest upon, and all around sightless tempests and raging waves. Despair and magical power could not have a fitter residence. Brenda, on the other hand, shuddered when she looked on the dwelling to which they were advancing by a difficult, dangerous, and precarious path, which sometimes, to her great terror, approached to the verge of the precipice, so that, Zetlander as she was, and confident as she had reason to be in the steadiness and sagacity of the sure-footed pony, she could scarce suppress an inclination to giddiness, especially at one point when, being foremost of the party, and turning a sharp angle of the rock, her feet, as they projected from the side of the pony, hung for an instant sheer over the ledge of the precipice, so that there was nothing save empty space betwixt the sole of her shoe and the white foam of the vexed ocean, which dashed, howled, and foamed 500 feet below. What would have driven a maiden of another country into delirium, gave her but a momentary uneasiness, which was instantly lost in the hope that the impression which the scene appeared to make on her sister's imagination might be favourable to her cure. She could not help looking back to see how Minna should pass the point of peril, which she herself had just rounded, and could hear the strong voice of the Udler, though to him such rough paths were familiar as the smooth sea-beach, call, in a tone of some anxiety, "Take heed, Jarto," as Minna, with an eager look, dropped her bridle and stretched forward her arms and even her body over the precipice in the attitude of the wild swan when, balancing itself and spreading its broad pinions, it prepares to launch from the cliff upon the bosom of the winds. Brenda felt at that instant a pang of unutterable terror, which left a strong impression on her nerves, even when relieved, as it instantly was, by her sister recovering herself and sitting upright on her saddle, the opportunity and temptation, if she felt it, passing away, as the quiet steady animal which supported her rounded the projecting angle, and turned its patient and firm step from the verge of the precipice. They now attained a more level and open space of ground, being the flat top of an isthmus of projecting rock, narrowing again towards a point where it was terminated by the chasm which separated the small peak or stack occupied by Norna's habitation from the main ridge of cliff and precipice. This natural fosse, which seemed to have been the work of some convulsion of nature, was deep, dark, and irregular, narrower towards the bottom, which could not be distinctly seen, and widest at top, having the appearance as if that part of the cliff occupied by the building had been half rent away from the isthmus which it terminated, an idea favoured by the angle at which it seemed to recede from the land, and lean towards the sea, with the building which crowned it. This angle of projection was so considerable that it required recollection to dispel the idea that the rock, so much removed from the perpendicular, was about to precipitate itself seaward with its old tower, and a timorous person would have been afraid to put foot upon it, lest an addition of weight, so inconsiderable as that of the human body, should hasten a catastrophe which seemed at every instant impending. Without troubling himself about such fantasies, the Udler rode towards the tower, and there, dismounting along with his daughters, gave the ponies in charge to one of their domestics, with directions to disencumber them of their burdens and turn them out for rest and refreshment upon the nearest heath. This done, they approached the gate, which seemed formerly to have been connected with the land by a rude drawbridge, some of the apparatus of which was still visible, but the rest had been long demolished, and was replaced by a stationary footbridge formed of barrel staves covered with turf, very narrow and ledgeless, and supported by a sort of arch constructed out of the jawbones of the whale. Along this brig of dread the U-Dollar stepped with his usual portly majesty of stride, which threatened its demolition, and his own at the same time. His daughters trode more lightly and more safely after him, and the whole party stood before the low and rugged portal of Norna's habitation. "If she should be abroad after all," said Magnus, as he plied the black oaken door with repeated blows, "but if so, we will at least lie by a day for her return, and make Nick Strumpfer pay the demurrage in bland and brandy." As he spoke, the door opened, and displayed, to the alarm of Brenda and the surprise of Minna herself, a square-made dwarf about 4 feet 5 inches high, with a head of most portentous size, and features correspondent, namely, a huge mouth, a tremendous nose, with large black nostrils, which seemed to have been slit upwards, blubber lips of an unconscionable size, and huge wall eyes, with which he leered, sneered, grinned, and goggled on the U-Dollar as an old acquaintance, without uttering a single word. The young women could hardly persuade themselves that they did not see before their eyes the very demon Trold, who made such a distinguished figure in Norna's legend. Their father went on addressing this uncouth apparition in terms of such condescending friendship as the better sort apply to their inferiors when they wish, for any immediate purpose, to conciliate or coax them, a tone, by the by, which generally contains in its very familiarity as much offence as the more direct assumption of distance and superiority. "Ha, Nick, honest Nick," said the U-Dollar, "here you are, lively and lovely as St. Nicholas your namesake, when he is carved with an axe for the headpiece of a Dutch dogger. How dost thou do, Nick, or Passelet, if you like that better? Nicholas, here are my 2 daughters, nearly as handsome as thyself thou seest." Nick grinned and did a clumsy obeisance by way of courtesy, but kept his broad, misshapen person firmly placed in the doorway. "Daughters," continued the U-Dollar, who seemed to have his reasons for speaking this Cerberus fair, at least according to his own notions of propitiation, "this is Nick Strumpfer, maidens, whom his mistress calls Passelet, being a light-limbed dwarf, as you see, like him that wont to fly about like a scourie on his wooden hobby-horse in the old story-book of Valentine and Orson, that you, Minna, used to read whilst you were a child. I assure you he can keep his mistress's counsel, and never told one of her secrets in his life. Ha, ha, ha." The ugly dwarf grinned 10 times wider than before, and showed the meaning of the U-Dollar's jest by opening his immense jaws and throwing back his head, so as to discover that in the immense cavity of his mouth there only remained the small, shriveled remnant of a tongue, capable, perhaps, of assisting him in swallowing his food, but unequal to the formation of articulate sounds. Whether this organ had been curtailed by cruelty or injured by disease, it was impossible to guess, but that the unfortunate being had not been originally dumb was evident from his retaining the sense of hearing. Having made this horrible exhibition, he repaid the $U.'s mirth with a loud, horrid, and discordant laugh, which had something in it the more hideous that his mirth seemed to be excited by his own misery. The sisters looked on each other in silence and fear, and even the $U appeared disconcerted. "And how now," he proceeded, after a minute's pause, "when didst thou wash that throat of thine that is about the width of the Pentland Frith with a cup of brandy? Ha, Nick, I have that with me, which is sound stuff, boy, ha!" The dwarf bent his beetle brows, shook his misshapen head, and made a quick, sharp indication, throwing his right hand up to his shoulder with the thumb pointed backwards. "What, my kinswoman," said the $U, comprehending the signal, "will be angry? Well, shalt have a flask to carouse when she is from home, old acquaintance. Lips and throats may swallow though they cannot speak." Passelet grinned a grim assent. "And now," said the $U, "stand out of the way, Passelet, and let me carry my daughters to see their kinswoman. By the bones of St. Magnus, it shall be a good turn in thy way. Nay, never shake thy head, man, for if thy mistress be at home, see her we will." The dwarf again intimated the impossibility of their being admitted, partly by signs, partly by mumbling some uncouth and most disagreeable sounds, and the $U mood began to arise. "Tittle tattle, man," said he, "trouble not me with thy gibberish, but stand out of the way, and the blame, if there be any, shall rest with me." So saying, Magnus Troil laid his sturdy hand upon the collar of the recusant dwarf's jacket of blue wadmal, and with a strong, but not a violent grasp, removed him from the doorway, pushed him gently aside, and entered, followed by his two daughters, whom a sense of apprehension, arising out of all which they saw and heard, kept very close to him. A crooked and dusky passage, through which Magnus led the way, was dimly enlightened by a shot-hole communicating with the interior of the building, and originally intended, doubtless, to command the entrance by a hagbut or culverin. As they approached nearer, for they walked slowly and with hesitation, the light, imperfect as it was suddenly obscured, and on looking upward to discern the cause, Brenda was startled to observe the pale and obscurely seen countenance of Norna, gazing downward upon them, without speaking a word. There was nothing extraordinary in this, as the mistress of the mansion might be naturally enough looking out to see what guests were thus suddenly and unceremoniously intruding themselves on her presence. Still, however, the natural paleness of her features, exaggerated by the light in which they were at present exhibited, the immovable sternness of her look, which showed neither kindness nor courtesy of civil reception, her dead silence, and the singular appearance of everything about her dwelling, augmented the dismay which Brenda had already conceived. Magnus Troil and Minna had walked slowly forward, without observing the apparition of their singular hostess. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of The Pirate by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The witch then raised her withered arm and waved her wand on high, and while she spoke the muttered charm Dark lightning filled her eye. Mickle. "This should be the stair," said the Udollar, blundering in the dark against some steps of irregular ascent. "This should be the stair, unless my memory greatly fail me. Ay, and there she sits," he added, pausing at a half-open door, "with all her tackle about her as usual, and as busy, doubtless, as the devil in a gale of wind." As he made this irreverent comparison, he entered, followed by his daughters, the darkened apartment in which Norna was seated, amidst a confused collection of books of various languages, parchment scrolls, tablets, and stones inscribed with the straight and angular characters of the runic alphabet, and similar articles which the vulgar might have connected with the exercise of the forbidden arts. There were also lying in the chamber, or hung over the rude and ill-contrived chimney, an old shirt of mail, with the headpiece, battle-axe, and lance, which had once belonged to it. And on a shelf were disposed, in great order, several of those curious stone axes, formed of green granite, which are often found in those islands, where they are called thunderbolts by the common people, who usually preserve them as a charm of security against the effects of lightning. There was, moreover, to be seen amid the strange collection a stone sacrificial knife, used perhaps for immolating human victims, and one or two of the brazen implements called celts, the purpose of which has troubled the repose of so many antiquaries. A variety of other articles, some of which had neither name nor were capable of description, lay in confusion about the apartment, and in one corner, on a quantity of withered seaweed, reposed what seemed at first view to be a large unshapely dog, but when seen more closely proved to be a tame seal, which it had been Norna's amusement to domesticate. This uncouth favourite bristled up in its corner upon the arrival of so many strangers, with an alertness similar to that which a terrestrial dog would have displayed on a similar occasion. But Norna remained motionless, seated behind a table of rough granite, propped up by misshapen feet of the same material, which, besides the old book with which she seemed to be busied, sustained a cake of the coarse unleavened bread, 3 parts oatmeal, and one of the sawdust of fir which is used by the poor peasants of Norway, beside which stood a jar of water. Magnus Troil remained a minute in silence, gazing upon his kinswoman, while the singularity of her mansion inspired Brenda with much fear, and changed, though but for a moment, the melancholy and abstracted mood of Minna into a feeling of interest, not unmixed with awe. The silence was interrupted by the Udollar, who, unwilling on the one hand to give his kinswoman offence, and desirous on the other to show that he was not daunted by a reception so singular, opened the conversation thus: "I give you good even, cousin Norna. My daughters and I have come far to see you." Norna raised her eyes from her volume, looked full at her visitors, then let them quietly sit down on the leaf with which she seemed to be engaged. "Nay, cousin," said Magnus, "take your own time. Our business with you can wait your leisure. See here, Minna, what a fair prospect here is of the Cape, scarce a quarter of a mile off. You may see the billows breaking on it topmast high. Our kinswoman has got a pretty seal too. Here, Silchi, my man, whew, whew." The seal took no further notice of the Udollar's advances to acquaintance than by uttering a low growl. He is not so well trained, continued the U-Dollar, affecting an air of ease and unconcern, as Peter Macraws, the old piper of Stornoway, who had a seal that flapped its tail to the tune of Caberfay, and acknowledged no other whatever. Well, cousin, he concluded, observing that Norna closed her book, are you going to give us a welcome at last, or must we go farther than our blood relation's house to seek one, and that when the evening is wearing late apace? Ye dull and hard-hearted generation, as deaf as the adder to the voice of the charmer, answered Norna, addressing them, why come ye to me? You have slighted every warning I could give of the coming harm, and now that it hath come upon you, ye seek my counsel when it can avail you nothing. Look, you kinswoman, said the U-Dollar, with his usual frankness and boldness of manner and accent, I must needs tell you that your courtesy is something of the coarsest and the coldest. I cannot say that I ever saw an adder, in regard there are none in these parts, but touching my own thoughts of what such a thing may be, it cannot be termed a suitable comparison to me or to my daughters, and that I would have you to know. For old acquaintance and certain other reasons, I do not leave your house upon the instant. But as I came hither in all kindness and civility, so I pray you to receive me with the like. Otherwise we will depart, and leave shame on your inhospitable threshold. How, said Norna, dare you use such bold language in the house of one from whom all men, from whom you yourself, come to solicit counsel and aid? They who speak to the rhyme-canard must lower their voice to her before whom winds and waves hush both blast and billow. Blast and billow may hush themselves if they will, replied the peremptory U-Dollar, but that will not I. I speak in the house of my friend as in my own, and strike sail to none. And hope ye, said Norna, by this rudeness to compel me to answer to your interrogatories? Kinswoman, replied Magnus Troil, I know not so much as you of the old Norse sagas, but this I know, that when Kempis were wont long since to seek the habitations of the Gall-dragons and Spey-women, they came with their axes on their shoulders, and their good swords drawn in their hands, and compelled the power whom they invoked to listen to and to answer them, aye, were it Odin himself. Kinsman, said Norna, arising from her seat and coming forward, thou hast spoken well, and in good time for thyself and thy daughters, for hadst thou turned from my threshold without extorting an answer, morning sun had never again shone upon you. The spirits who serve me are jealous, and will not be employed in aught that may benefit humanity, unless their service is commanded by the undaunted importunity of the brave and the free. And now speak, what wouldst thou have of me? My daughter's health, replied Magnus, which no remedies have been able to restore. Thy daughter's health, answered Norna, and what is the maiden's ailment? The physician, said Troil, must name the disease. All that I can tell thee of it is— Be silent, said Norna, interrupting him. I know all thou canst tell me, and more than thou thyself knowest. Sit down, all of you, and thou, maiden, she said, addressing Minna, sit thou in that chair, pointing to the place she had just left, once the seat of Girvada, at whose voice the stars hid their beams, and the moon herself grew pale. Minna moved with slow and tremulous step towards the rude seat thus indicated to her. It was composed of stone, formed into some semblance of a chair by the rough and unskilful hand of some ancient Gothic artist. Brenda, creeping as close as possible to her father, seated herself along with him upon a bench at some distance from Minna, and kept her eyes, with a mixture of fear, pity, and anxiety, closely fixed upon her. It would be difficult altogether to decipher the emotions by which this amiable and affectionate girl was agitated at the moment. Deficient in her sister's predominating quality of high imagination, and little credulous, of course, to the marvellous, she could not but entertain some vague and indefinite fears on her own account, concerning the nature of the scene which was soon to take place. But these were in a manner swallowed up in her apprehensions on the score of her sister, who, with a frame so much weakened, spirits so much exhausted, and a mind so susceptible of the impressions which all around her was calculated to excite, now sat pensively resigned to the agency of one whose treatment might produce the most baneful effects upon such a subject. Brenda gazed at Minna, who sat in that rude chair of dark stone, her finely formed shape and limbs making the strongest contrast with its ponderous and irregular angles, her cheek and lips as pale as clay, and her eyes turned upward and lighted with the mixture of resignation and excited enthusiasm which belonged to her disease and her character. The younger sister then looked on Norna, who muttered to herself in a low, monotonous manner, as, gliding from one place to another, she collected different articles, which she placed one by one on the table. And lastly, Brenda looked anxiously to her father, to gather, if possible, from his countenance, whether he entertained any part of her own fears for the consequences of the scene which was to ensue, considering the state of Minna's health and spirits. But Magnus Troyle seemed to have no such apprehensions. He viewed with stern composure Norna's preparations, and appeared to wait the event with the composure of one who, confiding in the skill of a medical artist, sees him preparing to enter upon some important and painful operation, in the issue of which he is interested by friendship or by affection. Norna, meanwhile, went onward with her preparations, until she had placed on the stone table a variety of miscellaneous articles, and among the rest a small chafing dish full of charcoal, a crucible, and a piece of thin sheet lead. She then spoke aloud. "It is well that I was aware of your coming hither. I, long before you yourself had resolved it. How should I else have been prepared for that which is now to be done? Maiden," she continued, addressing Minna, "where lies the pain?" The patient answered by pressing her hand to the left side of her bosom. "Even so," replied Norna, "even so, 'tis the sight of weal or woe. And you, her father and her sister, think not this is the idle speech of one who talks by guess. If I can tell thee ill, it may be that I shall be able to render that less severe, which may not, by any aid, be wholly amended. The heart, aye, the heart, touch that, and the eye grows dim, the pulse fails, the wholesome stream of our blood is choked and troubled, our limbs decay like sapless seaweed in a summer sun, our better views of existence are past and gone. What remains is the dream of lost happiness, or the fear of inevitable evil. But the rhyme kenner must to her work. Well it is that I have prepared the means." She threw off her long dark-coloured mantle, and stood before them in her short jacket of light blue wadmal, with its skirt of the same stuff, fancifully embroidered with black velvet, and bound at the waist with a chain or girdle of silver, formed into singular devices. Norna next undid the fillet which bound her grizzled hair, and shaking her head wildly, caused it to fall in dishevelled abundance over her face and around her shoulders, so as almost entirely to hide her features. She then placed a small crucible on the chafing dish already mentioned, dropped a few drops from a vial on the charcoal below, pointed towards it her wrinkled forefinger, which she had previously moistened with liquid from another small bottle, and said with a deep voice, "Fire, do thy duty." And the words were no sooner spoken than, probably by some chemical combination of which the spectators were not aware, the charcoal which was under the crucible became slowly ignited, while Norna, as if impatient of the delay, threw hastily back her disordered tresses, and while her features reflected the sparkles and red light of the fire, and her eyes flashed from amongst her hair like those of a wild animal from its cover, blew fiercely till the whole was in an intense glow. She paused a moment from her toil, and muttering that the elemental spirit must be thanked, recited in her usual monotonous yet wild mode of chanting the following verses: "Thou so needful yet so dread, with cloudy crest and wing of red, thou without whose genial breath the north would sleep the sleep of death, who deign'st to warm the cottage hearth, yet hurl'st proud palaces to earth, brightest, keenest of the powers which form and rule this world of ours, with my rhyme of runic I thank thee for thy agency." She then severed a portion from the small mass of sheet lead which lay upon the table, and placing it in the crucible, subjected it to the action of the lighted charcoal, and as it melted, she sung: "Old Rhymekenner, to thy art Mother Hertha sends her part, she whose gracious bounty gives needful food for all that lives. From the deep mine of the north came the mystical metal forth, doomed amidst disjointed stones, long to sere a champion's bones, disinhumed my charms to aid, Mother Earth, my thanks are paid." She then poured out some water from the jar into a large cup or goblet, and sung once more as she slowly stirred it round with the end of her staff: "Girdle of our islands dear, element of water, hear thou whose power can overwhelm broken mounds and ruined realm on the lowly Belgian strand. All thy fiercest rage can never of our soil a furlong sever from our rock defended land. Play then gently thou thy part to assist old Norna's art." She then, with a pair of pincers, removed the crucible from the chafing dish, and poured the lead, now entirely melted, into the bowl of water, repeating at the same time, "Elements each other greeting, gifts and powers attend your meeting." The melted lead, spattering as it fell into the water, formed, of course, the usual combination of irregular forms which is familiar to all who in childhood have made the experiment, and from which, according to our childish fancy, we may have selected portions bearing some resemblance to domestic articles, the tools of mechanics, or the like. Norna seemed to busy herself in some such researches, for she examined the mass of lead with scrupulous attention, and detached it into different portions, without apparently being able to find a fragment in the form which she desired. At length she again muttered, rather as speaking to herself than to her guests, "He, the viewless, will not be omitted. He will have his tribute even in the work to which he gives nothing. Stern compeller of the clouds, thou also shalt hear the voice of the run-kenner." Thus speaking, Norna once more threw the lead into the crucible, where, hissing and spattering as the wet metal touched the sides of the red-hot vessel, it was soon again reduced into a state of fusion. The Sibyl meantime turned to a corner of the apartment, and opening suddenly a window which looked to the northwest, let in the fitful radiance of the sun, now lying almost level upon a great mass of red clouds, which, boding future tempest, occupied the edge of the horizon, and seemed to brood over the billows of the boundless sea. Turning to this quarter, from which a low, hollow, moaning breeze then blew, Norna addressed the spirit of the winds, in tones which seemed to resemble his own. "Thou, that over billows dark safely sendest the fisher's bark, give him a path and motion through the wilderness of ocean. Thou, that when the billows brave ye, over the shelves canst drive the navy, didst thou chafe as one neglected, while thy brethren were respected. To appease thee, see, I tear this full grasp of grizzled hair. Oft thy breath hath through it sung, softened to my magic tongue. Now 'tis thine to bid it fly through the wide expanse of sky, mid the countless swarms to sail of wild fowl wheeling on thy gale. Take thy portion and rejoice. Spirit, thou hast heard my voice." Norna accompanied these words with the action which they described, tearing a handful of hair with vehemence from her head, and strewing it upon the wind as she continued her recitation. She then shut the casement, and again involved the chamber in the dubious twilight, which best suited her character and occupation. The melted lead was once more emptied into the water, and the various whimsical confirmations which it received from the operation were examined with great care by the Sibyl, who at length seemed to intimate by voice and gesture that her spell had been successful. She selected from the fused metal a piece about the size of a small nut, bearing in shape a close resemblance to that of the human heart, and approaching Minna, again spoke in song. "She who sits by haunted well is subject to the nixie's spell. She who walks on lonely beach to the mermaid's charmed speech. She who walks round ring of green offends the peevish fairy queen. And she who takes rest in the dwarfy's cave a wearied weird of woe shall have. By ring, by spring, by cave, by shore, Minna Troil has braved all this and more, and yet hath the root of her sorrow and ill a source that's more deep and more mystical still." Minna, whose attention had been latterly something disturbed by reflections on her own secret sorrow, now suddenly recalled it, and looked eagerly on Norna as if she expected to learn from her rhymes something of deep interest. The northern Sibyl, meanwhile, proceeded to pierce the piece of lead, which bore the form of a heart, and to fix in it a piece of gold wire, by which it might be attached to a chain or necklace. She then proceeded in her rhyme: "Thou art within a demon's hold, more wise than Hymes, more strong than Trold. No siren sings so sweet as he, no fay springs lighter on the lea. No elfin power hath half the art to soothe, to move, to wring the heart. Life blood from the cheek to drain, drench the eye and dry the vein. Maiden, ere we farther go, dost thou note me, aye or no? Minna replied in the same rhythmical manner, which, in jest and earnest, was frequently used by the ancient Scandinavians. I mark thee, my mother, both word, look, and sign. Speak on, with the riddle, to read it be mine. Now heaven and every saint be praised, said Magnus. They are the first words to the purpose which she hath spoken these many days. And they are the last which she shall speak for many a month, said Norna, incensed at the interruption. If you again break the progress of my spell, turn your faces to the wall, and look not hitherward again, under penalty of my severe displeasure. You, Magnus Troil, from hard-hearted audacity of spirit, and you, Brenda, from wanton and idle disbelief in that which is beyond your bounded comprehension, are unworthy to look on this mystic work, and the glance of your eyes mingles with and weakens the spell, for the powers cannot brook distrust. Unaccustomed to be addressed in a tone so peremptory, Magnus would have made some angry reply, but reflecting that the health of Minna was at stake, and considering that she who spoke was a woman of many sorrows, he suppressed his anger, bowed his head, shrugged his shoulders, assumed the prescribed posture, averting his head from the table, and turning towards the wall. Brenda did the same, on receiving a sign from her father, and both remained profoundly silent. Norna then addressed Minna once more. Mark me, for the word I speak shall bring the colour to thy cheek. This leaden heart, so light of cost, the symbol of a treasure lost, thou shalt wear in hope and in peace, that the cause of your sickness and sorrow may cease, when crimson foot meets crimson hand in the martyr's isle and in Orkney land. Minna coloured deeply at the last couplet, intimating, as she failed not to interpret it, that Norna was completely acquainted with the secret cause of her sorrow. The same conviction led the maiden to hope in the favourable issue which the Sibyl seemed to prophesy, and not venturing to express her feelings in any manner more intelligible, she pressed Norna's withered hand with all the warmth of affection, first to her breast and then to her bosom, bedewing it at the same time with her tears. With more of human feeling than she usually exhibited, Norna extricated her hand from the grasp of the poor girl, whose tears now flowed freely, and then, with more tenderness of manner than she had yet shown, she knotted the leaden heart to a chain of gold, and hung it around Minna's neck, singing as she performed that last branch of the spell, be patient, for patience hath power to ward us in danger, like mantle in shower. A fairy gift you best may hold in a chain of fairy gold. The chain and the gift are each a true token that not without warrant old Norna has spoken. But thy nearest and dearest must never behold them, till time shall accomplish the truths I have told them. The verses being concluded, Norna carefully arranged the chain around her patient's neck, so as to hide it in her bosom, and thus ended the spell, a spell which, at the moment I record these incidents, it is known, has been lately practised in Shetland, where any decline of health, without apparent cause, is imputed by the lower orders to a demon having stolen the heart from the body of the patient, and where the experiment of supplying the deprivation by a leaden one, prepared in the manner described, has been resorted to within these few years. In a metaphorical sense, the disease may be considered as a general one in all parts of the world. But as this simple and original remedy is peculiar to the Isles of Thule, it were unpardonable not to preserve it at length in a narrative connected with Scottish antiquities. A second time Norna reminded her patient that if she showed or spoke of the fairy gifts, their virtue would be lost, a belief so common as to be received into the superstitions of all nations. Lastly, unbuttoning the collar which she had just fastened, she showed her a link of the gold chain, which Minna instantly recognized as that formerly given by Norna to Mordaunt Mertown. This seemed to intimate he was yet alive, and under Norna's protection, and she gazed on her with the most eager curiosity. But the Sibyl imposed her fingers on her lips in token of silence, and a second time involved the chain in those folds which modestly and closely veiled one of the most beautiful as well as one of the kindest bosoms in the world. Norna then extinguished the lighted charcoal, and as the water hissed upon the glowing embers, commanded Magnus and Brenda to look around, and behold her task accomplished. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of The Pirate by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. See yonder woman whom our swains revere and dread in secret, while they take her counsel when sweetheart shall be kind, or when cross dame shall die. Where lurks the thief who stole the silver tankard, and how the pestilent murrain may be cured? This sage adviser's mad, stark mad, my friend, yet in her madness hath the art and cunning to wring fools' secrets from their inmost bosoms, and pay inquirers with the coin they gave her. Old Play. It seemed as if Norna had indeed full right to claim the gratitude of the Udollar for the improved condition of his daughter's health. She once more threw open the window, and Minna, drying her eyes, and advancing with affectionate confidence, threw herself on her father's neck, and asked his forgiveness for the trouble she had of late occasioned to him. It is unnecessary to add that this was at once granted with a full, though rough, burst of parental tenderness, and as many close embraces as if his child had just been rescued from the jaws of death. When Magnus had dismissed Minna from his arms to throw herself into those of her sister, and expressed to her, rather by kisses and tears than in words, the regret she entertained for her late wayward conduct, the Udollar thought proper, in the meantime, to pay his thanks to their hostess, whose skill had proved so efficacious. But scarce had he come out with, "Much respected kinswoman, I am but a plain old Norseman," when she interrupted him by pressing her finger on her lips. "There are those around us," she said, "who must hear no mortal voice, witness no sacrifice to mortal feelings. There are times when they mutiny even against me, their sovereign mistress, because I am still shrouded in the flesh of humanity. Fear, therefore, and be silent. I, whose deeds have raised me from the low-sheltered valley of life, where dwell its social wants and common charities, I, who have bereft the giver of the gift which he gave, and stand alone on a cliff of immeasurable height, detached from earth, save from the small portion that supports my miserable tread, I alone am fit to cope with those sullen mates. Fear not, therefore, but yet be not too bold, and let this night to you be one of fasting and of prayer. If the U-dollar had not, before the commencement of the operation, been disposed to dispute the commands of the Sibyl, it may be well believed he was less so now, that it had terminated to all appearance so fortunately. So he sat down in silence, and seized upon a volume which lay near him as a sort of desperate effort to divert ennui, for on no other occasion had Magnus been known to have recourse to a book for that purpose. It chanced to be a book much to his mind, being the well-known work of Olaus Magnus upon the manners of the ancient northern nations. This book is unluckily in the Latin language, and the Dansk or Dutch were, either of them, much more familiar to the U-dollar. But then it was the fine edition published in 1555, which contains representations of the war chariots, fishing exploits, warlike exercises, and domestic employments of the Scandinavians, executed on copper plates. And thus the information which the work refused to the understanding was addressed to the eye, which, as is well known both to old and young, answers the purpose of amusement as well, if not better. Meanwhile, the two sisters, pressed as close to each other as two flowers on the same stalk, sat with their arms reciprocally passed over each other's shoulder, as if they feared some new and unforeseen cause of coldness was about to separate them, and interrupt the sister-like harmony which had been but just restored. Norna sat opposite to them, sometimes revolving the large parchment volume with which they had found her employed at their entrance, and sometimes gazing on the sisters with a fixed look, in which an interest of a kind unusually tender seemed occasionally to disturb the stern and rigorous solemnity of her countenance. All was still and silent as death, and the subsiding emotions of Brenda had not yet permitted her to wonder whether the remaining hours of the evening were to be passed in the same manner, when the scene of tranquillity was suddenly interrupted by the entrance of the dwarf Paselet, or, as the U-dollar called him, Nicholas Strumpfer. Norna darted an angry glance on the intruder, who seemed to deprecate her resentment by holding up his hands and uttering a babbling sound. Then, instantly resorting to his usual mode of conversation, he expressed himself by a variety of signs made rapidly upon his fingers, and as rapidly answered by his mistress, so that the young women, who had never heard of such an art, and now saw it practised by two beings so singular, almost conceived their mutual intelligence the work of enchantment. When they had ceased their intercourse, Norna turned to Magnus Troil with much haughtiness, and said, "How, my kinsman, have you so far forgot yourself as to bring earthly food into the house of the Rheimkenner, and make preparations in the dwelling of power and of despair, for refection and wassail and revelry? Speak not, answer not," she said. "The duration of the cure which was wrought even now depends on your silence and obedience. Bandy but a single look or word with me, and the latter condition of that maiden shall be worse than the first." This threat was an effectual charm upon the tongue of the U-dollar, though he longed to indulge it in vindication of his conduct. "Follow me, all of you," said Norna, striding to the door of the apartment, "and see that no one looks backwards. We leave not this apartment empty, though we, the children of mortality, be removed from it." She went out, and the U-dollar signed to his daughters to follow, and to obey her injunctions. The Sibyl moved swifter than her guests down the rude descent, which it might rather be termed than a proper staircase, which led to the lower apartment. Magnus and his daughters, when they entered the chamber, found their own attendants aghast at the presence and proceedings of Norna of the Fitful Head. They had been previously employed in arranging the provisions which they had brought along with them, so as to present a comfortable cold meal as soon as the appetite of the U-Dollar, which was as regular as the return of tide, should induce him to desire some refreshment. And now they stood staring in fear and surprise, while Norna, seizing upon one article after another, and well supported by the zealous activity of Passelet, flung their whole preparations out of the rude aperture which served for a window, and over the cliff from which the ancient berg arose into the ocean, which raised and foamed beneath. Vifta, dried beef, hams and pickled pork flew after each other into empty space, smoked geese were restored to the air, and cured fish to the sea, their native elements indeed, but which they were no longer capable of traversing. And the devastation proceeded so rapidly that the U-Dollar could scarce secure from the wreck his silver drinking cup, while the large leathern flask of brandy, which was destined to supply his favorite beverage, was sent to follow the rest of the supper by the hands of Passelet, who regarded at the same time the disappointed U-Dollar with a malicious grin, as if, notwithstanding his own natural taste for the liquor, he enjoyed the disappointment and surprise of Magnus Troil still more than he would have relished sharing his enjoyment. The destruction of the brandy flask exhausted the patience of Magnus, who roared out, in a tone of no small displeasure, "Why, kinswoman, this is wasteful madness. Where and on what would you have us sup?" "Where you will," answered Norna, "and on what you will, but not in my dwelling, and not on the food with which you have profaned it. Vex my spirit no more, but begone every one of you. You have been here too long for my good, perhaps for your own." "How, kinswoman," said Magnus, "would you make outcasts of us at this time of night, when even a Scotchman would not turn a stranger from the door? Bethink you, dame, it is shame on our lineage for ever, if this squall of yours should force us to slip cables and go to sea so scantily provided." "Be silent and depart," said Norna. "Let it suffice, you have got that for which you came. I have no harbourage for mortal guests, no provision to relieve human wants. There is beneath the cliff a beach of the finest sand, a stream of water as pure as the well of Kildingui, and the rocks bear dulse as wholesome as that of Guaden. And well you wot that the well of Kildingui and the dulse of Guaden will cure all maladies save black death." "And well I wot," said the U-Dollar, "that I would eat corrupted seaweeds like a starling, or salted seal's flesh like the men of Burraforth, or Wilkes, Buckies, and Lampets like the poor sneaks of Stroma, rather than break wheat bread and drink red wine in a house where it is begrudged me. And yet," he said, checking himself, "I am wrong, very wrong, my cousin, to speak thus to you, and I should rather thank you for what you have done than upbraid you for following your own ways. But I see you are impatient. We will be all under way presently, and you, ye knaves," addressing his servants, "that were in such hurry with your service before it was lacked, get out of doors with you presently, and manage to catch the ponies, for I see we must make for another harbour to-night, if we would not sleep with an empty stomach and on a hard bed." The domestics of Magnus, already sufficiently alarmed at the violence of Norna's conduct, scarce waited the imperious command of their master to evacuate her dwelling with all dispatch, and the U-Dollar, with a daughter on each arm, was in the act of following them, when Norna said emphatically, "Stop!" They obeyed, and again turned towards her. She held out her hand to Magnus, which the placable Udollar instantly folded in his own ample palm. "Magnus," she said, "we part by necessity, but I trust not in anger." "Surely not, cousin," said the warm-hearted Udollar, well nigh stammering in his hasty disclamation of all unkindness. "Most assuredly not. I never bear ill will to any one, much less to one of my own blood, and who has piloted me with her advice through many a rough tide, as I would pilot a boat betwixt Swona and Stroma through all the wa's, wells, and swelches of the Pentland Frith." "Enough," said Norna, "and now farewell, with such a blessing as I dare bestow. Not a word more. Maidens," she added, "draw near, and let me kiss your brows." The Sibyl was obeyed by Minna with awe, and by Brenda with fear, the one overmastered by the warmth of her imagination, the other by the natural timidity of her constitution. Norna then dismissed them, and in 2 minutes afterwards they found themselves beyond the bridge, and standing upon the rocky platform in front of the ancient Pictish burg, which it was the pleasure of this sequestered female to inhabit. The night, for it was now fallen, was unusually serene. A bright twilight, which glimmered far over the surface of the sea, supplied the brief absence of the summer sun, and the waves seemed to sleep under its influence, so faint and slumberous was the sound with which one after another rolled on and burst against the foot of the cliff on which they stood. In front of them stood the rugged fortress, seeming, in the uniform greyness of the atmosphere, as aged, as shapeless, and as massive as the rock on which it was founded. There was neither sight nor sound that indicated human habitation, save that from one rude shot-hole glimmered the flame of the feeble lamp by which the Sibyl was probably pursuing her mystical and nocturnal studies, shooting upon the twilight, in which it was soon lost and confounded, a single line of tiny light, bearing the same proportion to that of the atmosphere, as the aged woman and her serf, the sole inhabitants of that desert, did to the solitude with which they were surrounded. For several minutes the party, thus suddenly and unexpectedly expelled from the shelter where they had reckoned upon spending the night, stood in silence, each wrapped in their own separate reflections. Minna, her thoughts fixed on the mystical consolation which she had received, in vain endeavoured to extract from the words of Norna a more distinct and intelligible meaning, and the Udollar had not yet recovered his surprise at the extrusion to which he had been thus whimsically subjected, under circumstances that prohibited him from resenting as an insult treatment which in all other respects was so shocking to the genial hospitality of his nature, that he still felt like one disposed to be angry, if he but knew how to set about it. Brenda was the first who brought matters to a point by asking whither they were to go, and how they were to spend the night. The question, which was asked in a tone that, amidst its simplicity, had something dolorous in it, entirely changed the train of her father's ideas, and the unexpected perplexity of their situation now striking him in a comic point of view, he laughed till his very eyes ran over, while every rock around him rang, and the sleeping sea-fowl were startled from their repose by the loud, hearty explosions of his obstreperous hilarity. the Udaller's daughters, eagerly representing to their father the risk of displeasing Norna by this unlimited indulgence of his mirth, united their efforts to drag him to a farther distance from her dwelling. Magnus, yielding to their strength, which, feeble as it was, his own fit of laughter rendered him incapable of resisting, suffered himself to be pulled to a considerable distance from the Burg, and then escaping from their hands, and sitting down, or rather suffering himself to drop, upon a large stone which lay conveniently by the wayside, he again laughed so long and lustily that his vexed and anxious daughters became afraid that there was something more than natural in these repeated convulsions. At length his mirth exhausted both itself and the Udaller's strength. He groaned heavily, wiped his eyes, and said, not without feeling some desire to renew his obstreperous cachinnation, "Now, by the bones of Saint Magnus, my ancestor and namesake, one would imagine that being turned out of doors at this time of night was nothing short of an absolutely exquisite jest, for I have shaken my sides at it till they ache. There we sat, made snug for the night, and I made as sure of a good supper and a can as ever I had been of either, and here we are all taken aback. And then poor Brenda's doleful voice and melancholy question of what is to be done, and where are we to sleep? In good faith, unless one of those knaves, who must needs torment the poor woman by their trencher work before it was wanted, can make amends by telling us of some snug port under our lee, we have no other course for it but to steer through the twilight on the bearing of Bergwestra, and rough it out as well as we can by the way. I am sorry but for you, girls, for many a cruise have I been upon when we were on short allowance than we are like to have now. I would I had but secured a morsel for you and a drop for myself, and then there had been but little to complain of." Both sisters hastened to assure the Udaller that they felt not the least occasion for food. "Why, that is well," said Magnus, "and so being the case, I will not complain of my own appetite, though it is sharper than convenient. And the rascal Nicholas Strumpfer, what a leer the villain gave me as he started the good Nance into the salt water. He grinned, the knave, like a seal on a skerry. Had it not been for vexing my poor kinswoman Norna, I would have sent his misbegotten body and misshapen jolterhead after my bonny flask, as sure as St. Magnus lies at Kirkwall." By this time the servants returned with the ponies, which they had very soon caught. These sensible animals, finding nothing so captivating in the pastures where they had been suffered to stray, as inclined them to resist the invitation again to subject themselves to saddle and bridle. The prospects of the party were also considerably improved by learning that the contents of their sumpter pony's burden had not been entirely exhausted. A small basket having fortunately escaped the rage of Norna and Passelet by the rapidity with which one of the servants had caught up and removed it. The same domestic, an alert and ready-witted fellow, had observed upon the beach, not above 3 miles distant from the Burg, and about a quarter of a mile off their straight path, a deserted skio, or fisherman's hut, and suggested that they should occupy it for the rest of the night, in order that the ponies might be refreshed, and the young ladies spend the night under cover from the raw evening air. When we are delivered from great and serious dangers, our mood is, or ought to be, grave in proportion to the peril we have escaped, and the gratitude due to protecting Providence. But few things raise the spirits more naturally or more harmlessly than when means of extrication from any of the lesser embarrassments of life are suddenly presented to us, and such was the case in the present instance. The U-dollar, relieved from the apprehensions for his daughters suffering from fatigue, and himself from too much appetite and too little food, caroled Norse ditties as he spurred Bergen through the twilight with as much glee and gallantry as if the night ride had been entirely a matter of his own free choice. Brenda lent her voice to some of his choruses, which were echoed in ruder notes by the servants, who in that simple state of society were not considered as guilty of any breach of respect by mingling their voices with the song. Minna, indeed, was as yet unequal to such an effort, but she compelled herself to assume some share in the general hilarity of the meeting, and contrary to her conduct since the fatal morning which concluded the festival of St. John, she seemed to take her usual interest in what was going on around her, and answered with kindness and readiness the repeated enquiries concerning her health, with which the U-dollar every now and then interrupted his carol. And thus they proceeded by night, a happier party by far than they had been when they traced the same route on the preceding morning, making light of the difficulties of the way, and promising themselves shelter and a comfortable night's rest in the deserted hut which they were now about to approach, and which they expected to find in a state of darkness and solitude. But it was the lot of the U-dollar that day to be deceived more than once in his calculations. "And which way lies this cabin of yours, Laurie?" said the U-dollar, addressing the intelligent domestic of whom we just spoke. "Yonder it should be," said Lawrence Sholey, "at the head of the Voe. But by my faith, if it be the place, there are folk there before us. God and St. Ronan send that they be canny company." In truth, there was a light in the deserted hut, strong enough to glimmer through every chink of the shingles and wreck wood of which it was constructed, and to give the whole cabin the appearance of a smithy seen by night. The universal superstition of the Zetlanders seized upon Magnus and his escort. "They are trolls," said one voice. "They are witches," murmured another. "They are mermaids," muttered a third. "Only hear their wild singing." All stopped, and in effect some notes of music were audible, which Brenda, with a voice that quivered a little, but yet had a turn of arch ridicule in its tone, pronounced to be the sound of a fiddle. "Fiddle or fiend," said the U-dollar, who, if he believed in such nightly apparitions as had struck terror into his retinue, certainly feared them not. "Fiddle or fiend, may the devil fetch me if a witch cheats me out of supper to-night for the second time." So saying, he dismounted, clenched his trusty truncheon in his hand, and advanced towards the hut, followed by Lawrence alone, the rest of his retinue continuing stationary on the beach beside his daughters and the ponies. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of The Pirate by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. What ho, my jovial mates! Come on, we'll frolic it like fairies frisking in the merry moonshine, seen by the curtal friar, who from some christening or some blithe bridal hies belated sailward. He starts and changes his bold bottle swagger to churchman's pace professional, and ransacking his treacherous memory for some holy hymn, finds but the roundel of the midnight catch. Old Play. The stride of the U-dollar relaxed nothing of its length or of its firmness as he approached the glimmering cabin, from which he now heard distinctly the sound of the fiddle, but if still long and firm, his steps succeeded each other rather more slowly than usual, for, like a cautious though a brave general, Magnus was willing to reconnoitre his enemy before assailing him. The trusty Laurence Sholley, who kept close behind his master, now whispered into his ear, "So help me, sir, as I believe that the ghost, if ghost it be, that plays so bravely on the fiddle, must be the ghost of Master Claude Halcrow, or his wraith at least, for never was bow drawn across Therm, which brought out the good old spring of Fair and Lucky, so like his own." Magnus was himself much of the same opinion, for he knew the blithe minstrelsy of the spirited little old man, and hailed the hut with a hearty "Hello," which was immediately replied to by the cheery note of his ancient messmate, and Halcrow himself presently made his appearance on the beach. The U-dollar now signed to his retinue to come up, while he asked his friend, after a kind greeting and much shaking of hands, how the devil he came to sit there, playing old tunes in so desolate a place, like an owl whooping to the moon. "And tell me rather, Faude," said Claude Halcrow, "how you came to be within hearing of me, ay, by my word, and with your bonny daughters too. Jardo Minna and Jardo Brenda, I bid you welcome to these yellow sands, and there shake hands, as Glorious John, or some other body, says, upon the same occasion. And how came you here like two fair swans, making day out of twilight, and turning all you step upon to silver?" "You shall know all about them presently," answered Magnus. "But what messmates have you got in the hut with you? I think I hear some one speaking." "None," replied Claude Halcrow, "but that poor creature, the factor, and my imp of a boy Giles. Ay, but come in, come in. Here you will find us starving in comfort, not so much as a mouthful of sour silex to be had for love or money." "That may be in a small part helped," said the U-dollar, "for though the best of our supper is gone over the fitful crags to the silchies and the dogfish, yet we have got something in the kit still. Here, Larry, bring up the vifta." "Jockle, jockle," was Lawrence's joyful answer, and he hastened for the basket. "By the bicker of St. Magnus," said Halcrow, "and the burliest bishop that ever quaffed it for luck's sake, there is no finding your locker empty, Magnus. I believe sincerely that ere a friend wanted, you could, like old Luggy the Warlock, fish up boiled and roasted out of the pool of Kibster." "You are wrong there, Jardo Claude," said Magnus Troyle, "for far from helping me to a supper, the foul fiend, I believe, has carried off great part of mine this blessed evening. But you are welcome to share and share of what is left." This was said while the party entered the hut. Here, in a cabin which smelled strongly of dried fish, and whose sides and roof were jet black with smoke, they found the unhappy Triptolemus Yellowly, seated beside a fire made of dried seaweed, mingled with some peats and wreckwood, his sole companion, a barefooted, yellow-haired Zetland boy, who acted occasionally as a kind of page to Claude Halcrow, bearing his fiddle upon his shoulder, saddling his pony, and rendering him similar duties of kindly observance. The disconsolate agriculturalist for such his visage betokened him, displayed little surprise, and less animation at the arrival of the U-Dollar and his companions, until after the party had drawn close to the fire, a neighbourhood which the dampness of the night air rendered far from disagreeable. The pannier was opened, and a tolerable supply of barley bread and hung beef, besides a flask of brandy, no doubt smaller than that which the relentless hand of Passelet had emptied into the ocean, gave assurances of a tolerable supper. Then, indeed, the worthy factor grinned, chuckled, rubbed his hands, and inquired after all friends at Berg Westra. When they had all partaken of this needful refreshment, the U-Dollar repeated his enquiries of Holcrow, and more particularly of the factor, how they came to be nestled in such a remote corner at such an hour of night. "Master Magnus Troil," said Triptolemus, when a second cup had given him spirits to tell his tale of woe, "I would not have you think that it is a little thing that disturbs me. I came of that grain that takes a sore wind to shake it. I have seen many a Martinmas and many a Whitsunday in my day, whilk are the times peculiarly grievous to those of my craft, and I could bide the bang, but I think I am like to be dung over altogether in this damned country of yours. Good forgive me for swearing, but evil communication corrupteth good manners." "Now heaven guide us," said the U-Dollar, "what is the matter with the man? Why, man, if you will put your plough into new land, you must look to have it hank on a stone now and then. You must set us an example of patience, seeing you come here for our improvement." "And the devil was in my feet when I did so," said the factor. "I had better have set myself to improve the cairn on Clochnaben." "But what is it, after all," said the U-Dollar, "that has befallen you? What is it that you complain of?" "Of everything that has chanced to me since I landed on this island, which I believe was accursed at the very creation," said the agriculturist, "and assigned as a fitting station for sorners, thieves, whores, I beg the lady's pardon, witches, bitches, and all evil spirits." "By my faith, a goodly catalogue," said Magnus, "and there has been the day that if I had heard you give out the half of it, I should have turned improver myself, and have tried to amend your manners with a cudgel." "Bear with me," said the factor. "Master Foude, or Master U-Dollar, or whatever else they may call you, and as you are strong, be pitiful, and consider the luckless lot of any inexperienced person who lights upon this earthly paradise of yours. He asks for drink, they bring him sour whey. No disparagement to your brandy, Foude, which is excellent. You ask for meat, and they bring you sour sillocks that Satan might choke upon. You call your labourers together and bid them work. It proves St. Magnus's day, or St. Ronan's day, or some infernal saint or others, or else perhaps they have come out of bed with the wrong foot foremost, or they have seen an owl, or a rabbit has crossed their path, or they have dreamed of a roasted horse. In short, nothing is to be done. Give them a spade, and they work as if it burned their fingers. But set them to dancing, and see when they will tire of funking and flinging." "And why should they, poor bodies?" said Claude Holcrow, "as long as there are good fiddlers to play to them." "Ay, ay," said Triptolemus, shaking his head, "you are a proper person to uphold them in such a humour. Well, to proceed. I till a piece of my best ground. Down comes a sturdy beggar that wants a kalyard or a plantacrew as you call it, and he claps down an enclosure in the middle of my bit shot of corn, as likely as if he was both laird and tenant, and gainsay him what likes, there he dibbles in his kale plants. I sit down to my sorrowful dinner, thinking to have peace and quietness there at least, when in comes 1, 2, 3, 4, or half a dozen of skelping long lads from some foolery or another, miscom me for barring my own door against them, and eat up the best half of what my sister's Providence, and she is not over bountiful, has allotted for my dinner. Then enters a witch with an ellwand in her hand, and she raises the wind, or lays it, whichever she likes, majors up and down my house as if she was mistress of it, and I am bounden to thank heaven if she carries not the broadside of it away with her. Still, said the Fowd, this is no answer to my question. How the foul fiend I come to find you at moorings here? Have patience, worthy sir, replied the afflicted factor, and listen to what I have to say, for I fancy it will be as well to tell you the whole matter. You must know I once thought that I had gotten a small godsend that might have made all these matters easier. How, a godsend? Do you mean a wreck, Master Factor? Exclaimed Magnus. Shame upon you! That should have set example to others. It was no wreck, said the factor, but if you must needs know, it chanced that as I raised an hearthstone in one of the old chambers at Stourborough, for my sister is minded that there is little use in more fireplaces about a house than one, and I wanted the stone to knock bare upon, when what should I light on but a horn full of old coins, silver the most feck of them, but with a bit sprinkling of gold among them too. Well, I thought this was a dainty windfall, and so thought Babby, and we were the more willing to put up with a place where there were siccan braw nest eggs, and we slayed down the stone cannily over the horn, which seemed to me to be the very cornucopia, or horn of abundance, and for further security, Babby would visit the room maybe 20 times in the day, and myself at an ora time to the boot of all that. On my word, and a very pretty amusement, said Claude Holcrow, to look over a horn of one's own siller. I question if glorious John Dryden ever enjoyed such a pastime in his life. I am very sure I never did. Yes, but you forget, Jardo Claude, said the U-dollar, that the factor was only counting over the money for my lord the chamberlain, as he is so keen for his lordship's rights in whales and wrecks, he would not surely forget him in treasure trove. Ahem, 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 ejaculated Triptolemus, seized at the moment with an awkward fit of coughing. No doubt my lord's right in the matter would have been considered, being in the hand of one, though I say it, as just as can be found in Angus-shire, let alone the Mearns. But mark what happened of late. One day, as I went up to see that all was safe and snug, and just to count out the share that should have been his lordship's, for surely the labourer, as one may call the finder, is worthy of his hire. Nay, some learned men say that when the finder, in point of trust and in point of power, representeth the dominus or lord superior, he taketh the whole. But let that pass, as a kittle question in apicibus juris, as we want to say at St. Andrew's. Well, sir and ladies, when I went to the upper chamber, what should I see but an ugsome, ill-shaped, and most uncouth dwarf, that wanted but hoofs and horns to have made an utter devil of him, counting over the very hornful of siller. I am no timorous man, Master Foude, but judging that I should proceed with caution in such a matter, for I had reason to believe that there was devilry in it, I accosted him in Latin, whilk it is most becoming to speak to aught whilk taketh upon it as a goblin, and conjured him in nomine, and so forth, with such words as my poor learning could furnish of a suddenty, whilk, to say truth, were not so many, nor altogether so purely Latinised as might have been, had I not been few years at college, and many at the plough. Well, sirs, he started at first as one that heareth that which he expects not, but presently recovering himself, he walls on me with his grey eyne like a wild cat, and opens his mouth, whilk resembled the mouth of an oven, for the devil a tongue he had in it, that I could spy, and took upon his ugly self altogether the air and bearing of a bulldog, whilk I have seen loosed at a fair upon a mad stag. Whereupon I was something daunted, and withdrew myself to call upon Sister Babby, who fears neither dog nor devil, when there is in question the little penny siller. And truly she raised to the fray as I have seen the Lindsays and Ogilvies bristle up, when Donald MacDonagh or the like made a start down from the Highlands on the braes of Islay. But an old useless carline, called Tronda Dronsdaughter, they might call her drone, the sell of her, without farther addition, flung herself right in my sister's gate, and yellocked and skirled that you would have thought her a whole generation of hounds, whereupon I judged it best to make one yoking of it, and stop the plough until I got my sister's assistance. Whilk, when I had done, and we mounted the stair to the apartment in which the said dwarf, devil, or other apparition was to be seen, dwarf, horn, and siller were as clean gone as if the cat had licked the place where I saw them. Here Triptolemus paused in his extraordinary narration, while the rest of the party looked upon each other in surprise, and the Udollar muttered to Claude Halcrow, "By all tokens, this must have been either the devil or Nicholas Strumpfer, and if it were him, he is more of a goblin than ever I gave him credit for, and shall be apt to rate him as such in future." Then, addressing the factor, he inquired, "Saw ye not how this dwarf of yours parted company?" "As I shall answer it, no," replied Triptolemus, with a cautious look around him, as if daunted by the recollection. "Neither I nor Babby, who had her wits more about her, not having seen this unseemly vision, could perceive any way by whilk he made evasion. Only Tronda said she saw him flee forth of the window of the west roundel of the old house, upon a dragon, as she averred. But as the dragon is held a fabulous animal, I should pronounce her averment to rest upon deceptio vicis." "But may we not ask farther," said Brenda, stimulated by curiosity to know as much of her cousin Norna's family as was possible, how all this operated upon Master Yellowly, so as to occasion his being in this place at so unseasonable an hour? "Seasonable it must be, Mistress Brenda, since it brought us into your sweet company," answered Claude Halcrow, whose mercurial brain far outstripped the slow conceptions of the agriculturalist, and who became impatient of being so long silent. "To say the truth, it was I, Mistress Brenda, who recommended to our friend the factor, whose house I chanced to call at just after this mischance, and where, by the way, owing doubtless to the hurry of their spirits, I was but poorly received, to make a visit to our other friend at Fitful Head, well judging from certain points of the story at which my other and more particular friend than either, looking at Magnus, may chance to form a guess that they who break a head are the best to find a plaster. And as our friend the factor scrupled travelling on horseback in respect of some tumbles from our ponies, which are incarnate devils, said Triptolemus aloud, muttering under his breath, like every live thing that I have found in Shetland. Well, Faude, continued Halcrow, I undertook to carry him to Fitful Head in my little boat, which Giles and I can manage as if it were an admiral's barge full manned, and Master Triptolemus Yellowly will tell you how seaman-like I piloted him to the little haven within a quarter of a mile of Norna's dwelling. I wish to heaven you had brought him as safe back again, said the factor. Why, to be sure, replied the minstrel, I am, as Glorious John says, a daring pilot in extremity, pleased with the danger when the waves go high. I seek the storm, but for a calm unfit will steer too near the sands to show my wit. I showed little wit in entrusting myself to your charge, said Triptolemus, and you still less when you upset the boat at the throat of the Voe, as you call it, when even the poor bairn, that was more than half drowned, told you that you were carrying too much sail, and then ye would fasten the rape to the bit stick on the boat side, that ye might have time to play on the fiddle. What, said the U-dollar, make fast the sheets to the thwart? A most unseasonable practice, Claude Halcrow. And so came of it, replied the agriculturalist, for the next blast, and we are never long without one in these parts, whom led us as a good wife would homely a bowie, and never a thing would Master Halcrow save but his fiddle. The poor bairn swam out like a water-spaniel, and I swattered hard for my life with the help of one of the oars, and here we are, comfortless creatures, that till a good wind blew you here had nothing to eat but a mouthful of Norway rusk, that has more sawdust than rye meal in it, and tastes liker turpentine than anything else. I thought we heard you very merry, said Brenda, as we came along the beach. Ye heard a fiddle, Mistress Brenda, said the factor, and maybe ye may think there can be no dearth, miss, where that is skirling. But then it was Master Claude Halcrow's fiddle, whilk, I am apt to think, would skirl at his father's deathbed, or at his own, so long as his fingers could pinch the therm. And it was no small aggravation to my misfortune to have him bumming all sorts of springs, Norse and Scots, Highland and Lowland, English and Italian, in my lug, as if nothing had happened that was amiss, and we all in such stress and perplexity. Why, I told you sorrow would never right the boat, factor, said the thoughtless minstrel, and I did my best to make you merry. If I failed, it was neither my fault nor my fiddles. I have drawn the bow across it before glorious John Dryden himself. I will hear no stories about glorious John Dryden, answered the U-dollar, who dreaded Halcrow's narratives as much as Triptolemus did his music. I will hear naught of him, but one story to every 3 bowls of punch. It is our old paction, you know. But tell me instead, what said Norna to you about your errand? Ay, there was another fine upshot, said Master Yellowly. She wouldna look at us, or listen to us, only she bothered our acquaintance, Master Halcrow here, who thought he could have so much to say with her, with about a score of questions about your family and household estate, Master Magnus Troyle, and when she had gotten all she wanted out of him, I thought she would have dung him over the craig like an empty peacod. "And for yourself?" said the Udollar. "She wouldna listen to my story, nor hear so much as a word that I had to say," answered Triptolemus, "and so much for them that seek to witches and familiar spirits." "You needed not to have had recourse to Norna's wisdom, Master Factor," said Minna, not unwilling, perhaps, to stop his railing against the friend who had so lately rendered her service. "The youngest child in Orkney could have told you that fairy treasures, if they are not wisely employed for the good of others, as well as of those to whom they are imparted, do not dwell long with their possessors." "Your humble servant to command, Mistress Minnie," said Triptolemus. "I thank thee for the hint, and I am blithe that you have gotten your wits, I beg pardon, I meant your health, into the barnyard again. For the treasure, I neither used nor abused it. They that live in the house with my sister Babby would find it hard to do either. And as for speaking of it, whilk they say muckle offends them, whom we in Scotland call good neighbours, and you call drows, the face of the old Norse kings on the coins themselves might have spoken as much about it as ever I did." "The Factor," said Claude Halcrow, not unwilling to seize the opportunity of revenging himself on Triptolemus for disgracing his seamanship and disparaging his music, the Factor was so scrupulous as to keep the thing quiet even from his master, the Lord Chamberlain. But now that the matter has taken wind, he is likely to have to account to his master for that which is no longer in his possession, for the Lord Chamberlain will be in no hurry, I think, to believe the story of the dwarf. Neither do I think," winking to the Udollar, "that Norna gave credit to a word of so odd a story, and I dare say that was the reason that she received us, I must needs say, in a very dry manner. I rather think she knew that Triptolemus, our friend here, had found some other hiding hole for the money, and that the story of the goblin was all his own invention. For my part, I will never believe there was such a dwarf to be seen as the creature Master Yellowly describes, until I set my own eyes on him." "Then you may do so at this moment," said the Factor, "for, by—" he muttered a deep asseveration as he sprung on his feet in great horror, "there the creature is." All turned their eyes in the direction in which he pointed, and saw the hideous misshapen figure of Passelet, with his eyes fixed and glaring at them through the smoke. He had stolen upon their conversation unperceived, until the Factor's eye lighted upon him in the manner we have described. There was something so ghastly in his sudden and unexpected appearance, that even the Udollar, to whom his form was familiar, could not help starting. Neither pleased with himself for having testified this degree of emotion, however slight, nor with the dwarf who had given cause to it, Magnus asked him sharply what was his business there. Passelet replied by producing a letter, which he gave to the Udollar, uttering a sound resembling the word show. "That is the Highland man's language," said the Udollar. "Didst thou learn that, Nicholas, when you lost your own?" Passelet nodded, and signed to him to read his letter. "That is no such easy matter by firelight, my good friend," replied the Udollar, "but it may concern Minna, and we must try." Brenda offered her assistance, but the Udollar answered, "No, no, my girl, Norna's letters must be read by those they are written to. Give the knave Strumpfer a drop of brandy the while, though he little deserves it at my hands, considering the grin with which he sent the good Nance down the crag this morning, as if it had been as much ditch water. Will you be this honest gentleman's cupbearer, his Ganymede, friend Yellowly, or shall I?" said Claude Halcrow, aside to the factor, while Magnus Troyle, having carefully wiped his spectacles, which he produced from a large copper case, had disposed them on his nose, and was studying the epistle of Norna. "I would not touch him or go near him for all the Carse of Gowrie," said the factor, whose fears were by no means entirely removed, though he saw that the dwarf was received as a creature of flesh and blood by the rest of the company. "But I pray you to ask him what he has done with my horn of coins." The dwarf, who heard the question, threw back his head and displayed his enormous throat, pointing to it with his finger. "Nay, if he has swallowed them, there is no more to be said," replied the factor, "only I hope he will thrive on them as a cow on wet clover. He is Dame Norna's servant, it's like. Such man, such mistress. But if theft and witchcraft are to go unpunished in this land, my lord must find another factor, for I have been used to live in a country where men's worldly gear was keepit from infang and outfang thief, as well as their immortal souls from the claws of the devil and his comers. Sain and save us." The agriculturalist was perhaps the less reserved in expressing his complaints that the U-dollar was for the present out of hearing, having drawn Claude Halcrow apart into another corner of the hut. "And tell me," said he, "friend Halcrow, what errand took thee to Sumburg, since I reckon it was scarce the mere pleasure of sailing in partnership with yonder barnacle?" "In faith, Faude," said the bard, "and if you will have the truth, I went to speak to Norna on your affairs." "On my affairs?" replied the U-dollar. "On what affairs of mine?" "Just touching your daughter's health. I heard that Norna refused your message and would not see Eric Scambester. Now, said I to myself, I have scarce joyed in meat or drink or music or aught else since Jarto Minna has been so ill, and I may say, literally as well as figuratively, that my day and night have been made sorrowful to me. In short, I thought I might have some more interest with old Norna than another, as skulls and wise women were always accounted something akin, and I undertook the journey with the hope to be of some use to my old friend and his lovely daughter." "And it was most kindly done of you, good warm-hearted Claude," said the U-dollar, shaking him warmly by the hand. "I ever said you showed the good old Norse heart amongst all thy fiddling and thy folly." "Tut, man, never wince for the matter, but be blithe that thy heart is better than thy head. Well, and I warrant you got no answer from Norna?" "None to purpose," replied Claude Halcrow, "but she held me close to question about Minna's illness too, and I told her how I had met her abroad the other morning in no very good weather, and how her sister Brenda said she had hurt her foot. In short, I told her all and everything I knew." "And something more besides, it would seem," said the U-dollar, "for I, at least, never heard before that Minna had hurt herself." "Oh, a scratch, a mere scratch," said the old man, "but I was startled about it, terrified lest it had been the bite of a dog, or some hurt from a venomous thing. I told all to Norna, however." "And what," answered the U-dollar, "did she say in the way of reply?" "She made me begone about my business, and told me that the issue would be known at the Kirkwall Fair, and said just the like to this noodle of a factor. It was all that either of us got for our labour," said Halcrow. "That is strange," said Magnus. "My kinswoman writes me in this letter not to fail going thither with my daughters. This fair runs strongly in her head. One would think she intended to lead the market, and yet she has nothing to buy or to sell there that I know of. And so you came away as wise as you went, and swamped your boat at the mouth of the Voe." "Why, how could I help it?" said the poet. "I had set the boy to steer, and as the flaw came suddenly off shore, I could not let go the tack and play on the fiddle at the same time. But it is all well enough. Salt water never harmed Zetlander so as he could get out of it. And as heaven would have it, we were within man's depth of the shore, and chancing to find this skio, we should have done well enough with shelter and fire, and are much better than well with your good cheer and good company. But it wears late, and night and day must be both as sleepy as old midnight can make them. There is an inner crib here where the fishers slept, somewhat fragrant with the smell of their fish, but that is wholesome. They shall bestow themselves there with the help of what cloaks you have, and then we will have 1 cup of brandy and 1 stave of glorious John, or some little trifle of my own, and so sleep as sound as cobblers." "2 glasses of brandy, if you please," said the U-Dollar, "if our stores do not run dry, but not a single stave of glorious John or of any one else to-night." And this being arranged and executed agreeably to the peremptory pleasure of the U-Dollar, the whole party consigned themselves to slumber for the night, and on the next day departed for their several habitations, Claude Halcrow having previously arranged with the U-Dollar that he would accompany him and his daughters on their proposed visit to Kirkwall. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of The Pirate by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. By this hand thou thinkest me as far in the devil's book as thou and Falstaff, for obduracy and persistency. Let the end try the man, albeit I could tell to thee, as to one it pleases me for fault of a better to call my friend, I could be sad, and sad indeed too. Henry IV, Part 2. We must now change the scene from Zetland to Orkney, and request our readers to accompany us to the ruins of an elegant, though ancient structure, called the Earl's Palace. These remains, though much dilapidated, still exist in the neighbourhood of the massive and venerable pile, which Norwegian devotion dedicated to St. Magnus the Martyr, and being contiguous to the Bishop's Palace, which is also ruinous, the place is impressive, as exhibiting vestiges of the mutations both in church and state which have affected Orkney, as well as countries more exposed to such convulsions. Several parts of these ruinous buildings might be selected, under suitable modifications, as the model of a Gothic mansion, provided architects would be contented rather to imitate what is really beautiful in that species of building, than to make a medley of the caprices of the order, confounding the military, ecclesiastical, and domestic styles of all ages at random, with additional fantasies and combinations of their own device, all formed out of the builder's brain. The Earl's Palace forms 3 sides of an oblong square, and has even in its ruins the air of an elegant yet massive structure, uniting, as was usual in the residence of feudal princes, the character of a palace and that of a castle. A great banqueting hall, communicating with several large rounds or projecting turret rooms, and having at either end an immense chimney, testifies the ancient northern hospitality of the Earls of Orkney, and communicates almost in the modern fashion with a gallery or withdrawing room of corresponding dimensions, and having, like the hall, its projecting turrets. The lordly hall itself is lighted by a fine Gothic window of shafted stone at one end, and is entered by a spacious and elegant staircase, consisting of 3 flights of stone steps. The exterior ornaments and proportions of the ancient building are also very handsome, but being totally unprotected, this remnant of the pomp and grandeur of earls, who assumed the license as well as the dignity of petty sovereigns, is now fast crumbling to decay, and has suffered considerably since the date of our story. With folded arms and downcast looks, the pirate Cleveland was pacing slowly the ruined hall which we have just described, a place of retirement which he had probably chosen because it was distant from public resort. His dress was considerably altered from that which he usually wore in Shetland, and seemed a sort of uniform, richly laced, and exhibiting no small quantity of embroidery. A hat with a plume, and a small sword very handsomely mounted, then the constant companion of every one who assumed the rank of a gentleman, showed his pretensions to that character. But if his exterior was so far improved, it seemed to be otherwise with his health and spirits. He was pale, and had lost both the fire of his eye and the vivacity of his step, and his whole appearance indicated melancholy of mind, or suffering of body, or a combination of both evils. As Cleveland thus paced these ancient ruins, a young man of a light and slender form, whose showy dress seemed to have been studied with care, yet exhibited more extravagance than judgment or taste, whose manner was a jaunty affectation of the free and easy rake of the period, and the expression of whose countenance was lively, with a cast of effrontery, tripped up the staircase, entered the hall, and presented himself to Cleveland, who merely nodded to him, and pulling his hat deeper over his brows, resumed his solitary and discontented promenade. The stranger adjusted his own hat, nodded in return, took snuff, with the air of a petit maitre, from a richly chased gold box, offered it to Cleveland as he passed, and being repulsed rather coldly, replaced the box in his pocket, folded his arms in his turn, and stood looking with fixed attention on his motions, whose solitude he had interrupted. At length Cleveland stopped short, as if impatient of being longer the subject of his observation, and said abruptly, "Why can I not be left alone for half an hour? And what the devil is it that you want?" "I am glad you spoke first," answered the stranger carelessly. "I was determined to know whether you were Clement Cleveland, or Cleveland's ghost, and they say ghosts never take the first word, so I now set it down for yourself in life and limb. And here is a fine old Hurley house you have found out for an owl to hide himself in at midday, or a ghost to revisit the pale glimpses of the moon, as the divine Shakespeare says." "Well, well," answered Cleveland abruptly, "your jest is made, and now let us have your earnest." "In earnest, then, Captain Cleveland," replied his companion, "I think you know me for your friend." "I am content to suppose so," said Cleveland. "It is more than supposition," replied the young man. "I have proved it both here and elsewhere." "Well, well," answered Cleveland, "I admit you have been always a friendly fellow. And what then?" "Well, well, and what then? Replied the other. This is but a brief way of thanking folk. Look you, Captain, here is Benson, Barlow, Dick Fletcher, and a few others of us who wished you well, have kept your old comrade Captain Gough in these seas upon the lookout for you, when he and Hawkins and the greater part of the ship's company would fain have been down on the Spanish Main and at the old trade. And I wish to God that you had all gone about your business, said Cleveland, and left me to my fate, which would have been to be informed against and hanged, Captain, the first time that any of these Dutch or English rascals, whom you have lightened of their cargoes, came to set their eyes upon you, and no place more likely to meet with seafaring men than in these islands. And here, to screen you from such a risk, we have been wasting our precious time till folk are grown very peery, and when we have no more goods or money to spend amongst them, the fellows will be for grabbing the ship. Well, then, why do you not sail off without me? Said Cleveland. There has been fair partition, and all have had their share. Let all do as they like. I have lost my ship, and having been once a captain, I will not go to sea under command of Gough or any other man. Besides, you know well enough that both Hawkins and he bear me ill will for keeping them from sinking the Spanish brig with the poor devils of negroes on board. Why, what the foul fiend is the matter with thee? Said his companion. Are you Clement Cleveland, our own old true-hearted Clem of the Clough? And do you talk of being afraid of Hawkins and Gough and a score of such fellows, when you have myself and Barlow and Dick Fletcher at your back? When was it we deserted you, either in council or in fight, that you should be afraid of our flinching now? And as for serving under Gough, I hope it is no new thing for gentlemen of fortune who are going on the account to change a captain now and then. Let us alone for that. Captain you shall be, for death rock me asleep if I serve under that fellow Gough, who is as very a bloodhound as ever sucked bitch. No, no, I thank you. My captain must have a little of the gentleman about him, howsoever. Besides, you know, it was you who first dipped my hands in the dirty water, and turned me from a stroller by land to a rover by sea. Alas, poor Bunch, said Cleveland, you owe me little thanks for that service. That is as you take it, replied Bunch. For my part, I see no harm in levying contributions on the public either one way or the other, but I wish you would forget that name of Bunch and call me Altamont, as I have often desired you to do. I hope a gentleman of the roving trade has as good a right to have an alias as a stroller, and I never stepped on the boards but what I was Altamont at the least. Well, then, Jack Altamont, replied Cleveland, since Altamont is the word. Yes, but Captain, Jack is not the word, though Altamont be so. Jack Altamont? Why, 'tis a velvet coat with paper lace. Let it be Frederick, Captain. Frederick Altamont is all of a piece. Frederick be it, then, with all my heart, said Cleveland, and pray tell me, which of your names will sound best at the head of the last speech, confession, and dying words of John Bunch, alias Frederick Altamont, who was this morning hanged at Execution Dock for the crime of piracy upon the high seas? Faith, I cannot answer that question without another can of grog, Captain. So if you will go down with me to bet haldanes on the quay, I will bestow some thought on the matter, with the help of a right pipe of Trinidado. We will have the gallon bowl filled with the best stuff you ever tasted, and I know some smart wenches who will help us to drain it. But you shake your head. You're not in the vein? Well, then, I will stay with you, for by this hand, Clem, you shift me not off. Only I will ferret you out of this burrow of old stones, and carry you into sunshine and fair air. Where shall we go?" "Where you will," said Cleveland, "so that you keep out of the way of our own rascals and all others." "Why, then," replied Bunch, "you and I will go up to the hill of Whitford, which overlooks the town, and walk together as gravely and honestly as a pair of well-employed attorneys." As they proceeded to leave the ruinous castle, Bunch, turning back to look at it, thus addressed his companion: "Hark ye, captain, dost thou know who last inhabited this old cock-loft?" "An earl of the Orkneys, they say," replied Cleveland. "And are you avised what death he died of?" said Bunch. "For I have heard that it was of a tight neck-collar, a hempen fever, or the like." "The people here do say," replied Cleveland, "that his lordship, some 100 years ago, had the mishap to become acquainted with the nature of a loop and a leap in the air." "Why, la ye there now," said Bunch, "there was some credit in being hanged in those days, and in such worshipful company. And what might his lordship have done to deserve such promotion?" "Plundered the liege subjects, they say," replied Cleveland, "slain and wounded them, fired upon his Majesty's flag, and so forth." "Near akin to a gentleman rover, then," said Bunch, making a theatrical bow towards the old building, "and therefore, my most potent, grave, and reverend Signor Earl, I crave leave to call you my loving cousin, and bid you most heartily adieu. I leave you in the good company of rats and mice, and so forth, and I carry with me an honest gentleman, who, having of late had no more heart than a mouse, is now desirous to run away from his profession and friends like a rat, and would therefore be a most fitting denizen of your earlship's palace." "I would advise you not to speak so loud, my good friend Frederick Altamont, or John Bunch," said Cleveland. "When you were on the stage you might safely rant as loud as you listed, but in your present profession, of which you are so fond, every man speaks under correction of the yardarm and a running noose." The comrades left the little town of Kirkwall in silence, and ascended the hill of Whitford, which raises its brow of dark heath, uninterrupted by enclosures or cultivation of any kind, to the northward of the ancient burgh of St. Magnus. The plain at the foot of the hill was already occupied by numbers of persons who were engaged in making preparations for the fair of St. Ola, to be held upon the ensuing day, and which forms a general rendezvous to all the neighbouring islands of Orkney, and is even frequented by many persons from the more distant archipelago of Shetland. It is, in the words of the proclamation, a free mercat and fair, holden at the good burgh of Kirkwall on the 3rd of August, being St. Ola's day, and continuing for an indefinite space thereafter, extending from 3 days to a week, and upwards. The fair is of great antiquity, and derives its name from Olaus, Ola, the celebrated monarch of Norway, who, rather by the edge of his sword than any milder argument, introduced Christianity into those isles, and was respected as the patron of Kirkwall some time before he shared that honour with St. Magnus the martyr. It was no part of Cleveland's purpose to mingle in the busy scene which was here going on, and turning their route to the left, They soon ascended into undisturbed solitude, save where the grouse, more plentiful in Orkney, perhaps, than in any other part of the British dominions, rose in covey and went off before them. Having continued to ascend till they had well nigh reached the summit of the conical hill, both turned round, as with one consent, to look at and admire the prospect beneath. The lively bustle which extended between the foot of the hill and the town gave life and variety to that part of the scene. Then was seen the town itself, out of which arose, like a great mass, superior in proportion as it seemed to the whole burg, the ancient cathedral of St. Magnus, of the heaviest order of Gothic architecture, but grand, solemn, and stately, the work of a distant age and of a powerful hand. The quay, with the shipping, lent additional vivacity to the scene, and not only the whole beautiful bay, which lies betwixt the promontories of Inverness and Quantorness, at the bottom of which Kirkwall is situated, but all the sea, so far as visible, and in particular the whole strait betwixt the island of Shapenshaw and that called Pomona, or the mainland, was covered and enlivened by a variety of boats and small vessels, freighted from distant islands to convey passengers or merchandise to the fair of St. Ola. Having attained the point by which this fair and busy prospect was most completely commanded, each of the strangers, in seaman fashion, had recourse to his spy-glass to assist the naked eye in considering the bay of Kirkwall and the numerous vessels by which it was traversed. But the attention of the two companions seemed to be arrested by different objects. That of Bunch, or Altamont, as he chose to call himself, was riveted to the armed sloop, where, conspicuous by her square rigging and length of beam, with the English jack and pennon, which they had the precaution to keep flying, she lay among the merchant vessels, as distinguished from them by the trim neatness of her appearance, as a trained soldier amongst a crowd of clowns. "Yonder she lies," said Bunch. "I wish to God she was in the way of Honduras. You, captain, on the quarter-deck, I, your lieutenant, and Fletcher, quartermaster, and 50 stout fellows under us. I should not wish to see these blasted heaths and rocks again for a while. And, captain, you shall soon be. The old brute Gough gets drunk as a lord every day, swaggers and shoots and cuts among the crew, and besides, he has quarrelled with the people here so damnably that they will scarce let water or provisions go on board of us, and we expect an open breach every day." As Bunch received no answer, he turned short round on his companion, and perceiving his attention otherwise engaged, exclaimed, "What the devil is the matter with you? Or what can you see in all that trumpery small craft, which is only loaded with stockfish and ling and smoked geese, and tubs of butter that is worse than tallow? The cargoes of the whole lumped together would not be worth the flash of a pistol. No, no, give me such a chase as we might see from the masthead off the island of Trinidado. Your Don, rolling as deep in the water as a grampus, deep loaden with rum, sugar, and bales of tobacco, and all the rest ingots, moidores, and gold dust. Then set all sail, clear the deck, stand to quarters, up with the Jolly Roger. We near her, we make her out to be well manned and armed." 20 guns on her lower deck," said Cleveland. 40, if you will," retorted Bunch, "and we have but 10 mounted. Never mind, the dawn blazes away. Never mind yet, my brave lads. Run her alongside, and on board with you. To work, with your grenadoes, your cutlasses, pole-axes, and pistols. The dawn cries Misericordia, and we share the cargo without co licentio, signor." "By my faith," said Cleveland, "thou takest so kindly to the trade, that all the world may see that no honest man was spoiled when you were made a pirate. But you shall not prevail on me to go farther in the devil's road with you, for you know yourself that what is got over his back is spent. You wot how, in a week or a month at most, the rum and the sugar are out, the bales of tobacco have become smoke, the moidores, ingots, and gold dust have got out of our hands into those of the quiet, honest, conscientious folks who dwell at Port Royal and elsewhere. Wink hard on our trade as long as we have money, but not a jot beyond. Then we have cold looks, and it may be a hint is given to the judge-marshal. For when our pockets are worth nothing, our honest friends, rather than want, will make money upon our heads. Then comes a high gallows and a short halter, and so dies the gentleman rover. I tell thee I will leave this trade, and when I turn my glass from one of these barks and boats to another, there is not the worst of them which I would not row for life, rather than continue to be what I have been. These poor men make the sea a means of honest livelihood and friendly communication between shore and shore, for the mutual benefit of the inhabitants. But we have made it a road to the ruin of others, and to our own destruction here and in eternity. I am determined to turn honest man, and use this life no longer." "And where will your honesty take up its abode, if it please you?" said Bunch. "You have broken the laws of every nation, and the hand of the law will detect and crush you wherever you may take refuge. Cleveland, I speak to you more seriously than I am wont to do. I have had my reflections too, and they have been bad enough, though they lasted but a few minutes, to spoil me weeks of joviality. But here is the matter. What can we do but go on as we have done, unless we have a direct purpose of adorning the yard arm? We may claim the benefit of the proclamation to those of our sort who come in and surrender," said Cleveland. "Umph," answered his companion, dryly. "The date of that day of grace has been for some time over, and they may take the penalty or grant the pardon at their pleasure. Were I you, I would not put my neck in such a venture." "Why, others have been admitted but lately to favour, and why should not I?" said Cleveland. "Ay," replied his associate, "Harry Glaspie and some others have been spared, but Glaspie did what was called good service in betraying his comrades and retaking the Jolly Fortune, and that I think you would scorn even to be revenged of the brute Gough yonder." "I would die 1,000 times sooner," said Cleveland. "I will be sworn for it," said Bunch, "and the others were forecastle fellows, petty larceny rogues, scarce worth the hemp it would have cost to hang them. But your name has stood too high amongst the gentlemen of fortune for you to get off so easily. You are the prime buck of the herd, and will be marked accordingly." "And why so, I pray you?" said Cleveland. "You know well enough my aim, Jack." "Frederick, if you please," said Bunch. "The devil take your folly! Prithee keep thy wit, and let us be grave for a moment." "For a moment, be it so," said Bunch, "but I feel the spirit of Altamont coming fast upon me. I have been a grave man for 10 minutes already." "Be so then for a little longer," said Cleveland. "I know, Jack, that you really love me, and since we have come thus far in this talk, I will trust you entirely. Now tell me, why should I be refused the benefit of this gracious proclamation. I have borne a rough outside, as thou knowest, but in time of need I can show the numbers of lives which I have been the means of saving, the property which I have restored to those who owned it, when without my intercession it would have been wantonly destroyed. In short, Bunch, I can show—" "That you were as gentle a thief as Robin Hood himself," said Bunch, "and for that reason I, Fletcher, and the better sort among us love you, as one who saves the character of us gentlemen rovers from utter reprobation. Well, suppose your pardon made out, what are you to do next? What class in society will receive you? With whom will you associate? Old Drake, in Queen Bess's time, could plunder Peru and Mexico without a line of commission to show for it, and blessed be her memory, he was knighted for it on his return. And there was Hal Morgan, the Welchman, nearer our time, in the days of merry King Charles, brought all his gettings home, had his estate and his country house, and who but he? But all that is ended now, once a pirate and an outcast for ever. The poor devil may go and live, shunned and despised by every one, in some obscure seaport, with such part of his guilty earnings as courtiers and clerks leave him, for pardons do not pass the seals for nothing. And when he takes his walk along the pier, if a stranger asks, who is the down-looking, swarthy, melancholy man for whom all make way, as if he brought the plague in his person, the answer shall be, that is such a one, the pardoned pirate. No honest man will speak to him, no woman of repute will give him her hand. "Your picture is too highly coloured, Jack," said Cleveland, suddenly interrupting his friend. "There are women, there is one at least, that would be true to her lover, even if he were what you have described." Bunch was silent for a space, and looked fixedly at his friend. "By my soul," he said at length, "I begin to think myself a conjurer. Unlikely as it all was, I could not help suspecting from the beginning that there was a girl in the case. Why, this is worse than Prince Valsius in love. Ha, ha, ha!" "Laugh as you will," said Cleveland, "it is true. There is a maiden who is contented to love me, pirate as I am, and I will fairly own to you, Jack, that though I have often at times detested our roving life, and myself for following it, yet I doubt if I could have found resolution to make the break which I have now resolved on, but for her sake." "Why, then, God a mercy," replied Bunch, "there is no speaking sense to a madman, and love in one of our trade, Captain, is little better than lunacy. The girl must be a rare creature for a wise man to risk hanging for her. But, hark ye, may she not be a little touched, as well as yourself, and is it not sympathy that has done it? She cannot be one of our ordinary cockatrices, but a girl of conduct and character. Both are as undoubted as that she is the most beautiful and bewitching creature whom the eye ever opened upon," answered Cleveland. "And she loves thee, knowing thee, most noble captain, to be a commander among those gentlemen of fortune whom the vulgar call pirates?" "Even so, I am assured of it," said Cleveland. "Why, then," answered Bunch, "she is either mad in good earnest, as I said before, or she does not know what a pirate is." "You are right in the last point," replied Cleveland. "She has been bred in such remote simplicity, and utter ignorance of what is evil, that she compares our occupation with that of the old Norsemen, who swept sea and haven with their victorious galleys, established colonies, conquered countries, and took the name of Sea Kings, and a better one it is than that of pirate, and comes much to the same purpose, I dare say, said Bunch. But this must be a meddled wench. Why did you not bring her aboard? Methinks it was pity to balk her fancy. And do you think, said Cleveland, that I could so utterly play the part of a fallen spirit as to avail myself of her enthusiastic error, and bring an angel of beauty and innocence acquainted with such a hell as exists on board of yonder infernal ship of ours? I tell you, my friend, that were all my former sins doubled in weight and in dye, such a villainy would have outglared and outweighed them all. Why, then, Captain Cleveland, said his confidant, methinks it was but a fool's part to come hither at all. The news must one day have gone abroad that the celebrated pirate Captain Cleveland, with his good sloop, the Revenge, had been lost on the mainland of Shetland, and all hands perished. So you would have remained hid both from friend and enemy, and might have married your pretty Zetlander, and converted your sash and scarf into fishing nets, and your cutlass into a harpoon, and swept the seas for fish instead of florins. And so I had determined, said the captain, but a jagger, as they call them here, like a meddling, peddling thief, as he is, brought down intelligence to Zetland of your lying here, and I was fain to set off to see if you were the consort of whom I had told them long before I thought of leaving the roving trade. Ay, said Bunch, and so far you judged well, for as you had heard of our being at Kirkwall, so we should have soon learned that you were at Zetland, and some of us for friendship, some for hatred, and some for fear of your playing Harry Glaspie upon us, would have come down for the purpose of getting you into our company again. I suspected as much, said the captain, and therefore was fain to decline the courteous offer of a friend who proposed to bring me here about this time. Besides, Jack, I recollected that, as you say, my pardon will not pass the seals without money. My own was waxing low. No wonder, thou knowest, I was never a churl of it. And so you came for your share of the cobs, replied his friend. It was wisely done, and we shared honourably. So far Gough has acted up to articles, it must be allowed. But keep your purpose of leaving him close in your breast, for I dread his playing you some dog's trick or other, for he certainly thought himself sure of your share, and will hardly forgive your coming alive to disappoint him. I fear him not, said Cleveland, and he knows that well. I would I were as well clear of the consequences of having been his comrade, as I hold myself to be of all those which may attend his ill will. Another unhappy job I may be troubled with. I hurt a young fellow, who has been my plague for some time, in an unhappy brawl that chanced the morning I left Zetland. Is he dead? asked Bunch. It is a more serious question here than it would be on the Grand Caymans or the Bahama Isles, where a brace or two of fellows may be shot in a morning, and no more heard of or asked about them, than if they were so many wood pigeons. But here it may be otherwise, so I hope you have not made your friend immortal. I hope not, said the captain, though my anger has been fatal to those who have given me less provocation. To say the truth, I was sorry for the lad notwithstanding, and especially as I was forced to leave him in mad keeping. In mad keeping, said Bunch. Why, what means that? You shall hear, replied his friend. In the first place, you are to know, this young man came suddenly on me while I was trying to gain Minna's ear for a private interview before I set sail, that I might explain my purpose to her. Now, to be broken in on by the accursed rudeness of this young fellow at such a moment—" "The interruption deserved death," said Bunch, "by all the laws of love and honour." "A truce with your ends of plays, Jack, and listen one moment." The brisk youth thought proper to retort, when I commanded him to be gone. I am not, thou knowest, very patient, and enforced my commands with a blow, which he returned as roundly. We struggled till I became desirous that we should part at any rate, which I could only effect by a stroke of my poniard, which, according to old use, I have, thou knowest, always about me. I had scarce done this when I repented. But there was no time to think of any thing save escape and concealment, for if the house rose on me, I was lost, as the fiery old man, who was head of the family, would have done justice on me had I been his brother. I took the body hastily on my shoulders to carry it down to the seashore, with the purpose of throwing it into a riva, as they call them, or chasm of great depth, where it would have been long enough in being discovered. This done, I intended to jump into the boat which I had lying ready, and set sail for Kirkwall. But as I was walking hastily towards the beach with my burden, the poor young fellow groaned, and so apprized me that the wound had not been instantly fatal. I was by this time well concealed among the rocks, and far from desiring to complete my crime, I laid the young man on the ground, and was doing what I could to staunch the blood, when suddenly an old woman stood before me. She was a person whom I had frequently seen while in Shetland, and to whom they ascribed the character of a sorceress, or, as the negroes say, an obi woman. She demanded the wounded man of me, and I was too much pressed for time to hesitate in complying with her request. More she was about to say to me when we heard the voice of a silly old man belonging to the family singing at some distance. She then pressed her finger on her lip as a sign of secrecy, whistled very low, and a shapeless, deformed brute of a dwarf coming to her assistance, they carried the wounded man into one of the caverns with which the place abounds, and I got to my boat and to sea with all expedition. If that old hag be, as they say, connected with the king of the air, she favoured me that morning with a turn of her calling, for not even the West Indian tornadoes, which we have weathered together, made a wilder racket than the squall that drove me so far out of our course that, without a pocket compass, which I chanced to have about me, I should never have recovered the fair isle for which we run, and where I found a brig which brought me to this place. But whether the old woman meant me weal or woe, here we came at length in safety from the sea, and here I remain in doubts and difficulties of more kinds than one. "Oh, devil take the Sumburgh Head," said Bunch, "or whatever they call the rock that you knocked our clever little Revenge against." "Do not say I knocked her on the rock," said Cleveland. "Have I not told you 50 times, if the cowards had not taken to their boat, though I showed them the danger, and told them they would all be swamped, which happened the instant they cast off the painter, she would have been afloat at this moment? Had they stood by me and the ship, their lives would have been saved. Had I gone with them, mine would have been lost. Who can say which is for the best?" "Well," replied his friend, "I know your case now, and can the better help and advise. I will be true to you, Clement, as the blade to the hilt. but I cannot think that you should leave us. As the old Scottish song says, woe's my heart that we should sunder. But come, you will aboard with us to-day at any rate? I have no other place of refuge, said Cleveland, with a sigh. He then once more ran his eyes over the bay, directing his spy-glass upon several of the vessels which traversed its surface, in hopes, doubtless, of discerning the vessel of Magnus Troil, and then followed his companion down the hill in silence. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of The Pirate by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. I strive like to the vessel in the tideway, which, lacking favoring breeze, hath not the power to stem the powerful current. Even so, resolving daily to forsake my vices, habits, strong circumstance, renewed temptation, sweep me to sea again. O heavenly breath, fill thou my sails, and aid the feeble vessel which never can reach the blessed port without thee. 'Tis odds when evens meet. Cleveland, with his friend Bunch, descended the hill for a time in silence, until at length the latter renewed their conversation. You have taken this fellow's wound more on your conscience than you need, Captain. I have known you do more and think less on it. Not on such slight provocation, Jack, replied Cleveland. Besides, the lad saved my life, and say that I requited him the favour, still we should not have met on such evil terms. But I trust that he may receive aid from that woman, who has certainly strange skill in simples. And over simpletons, Captain, said his friend, in which class I must even put you down if you think more on this subject. That you should be made a fool of by a young woman, why it is many an honest man's case, but to puzzle your pate about the mummeries of an old one is far too great a folly to indulge a friend in. Talk to me of your Minna, since so you call her, as much as you will, but you have no title to trouble your faithful squire errant with your old mumping magician. And now here we are once more amongst the booths and tents which these good folk are pitching. Let us look and see whether we may not find some fun and frolic amongst them. In merry England now you would have seen on such an occasion 2 or 3 bands of strollers, as many fire-eaters and conjurers, as many shows of wild beasts. But amongst these grave folk there is nothing but what savours of business and of commodity. No, not so much as a single squall from my merry gossip Punch and his rib Joan. As Bunch thus spoke, Cleveland cast his eyes on some very gay clothes, which, with other articles, hung out upon one of the booths, that had a good deal more of ornament and exterior decoration than the rest. There was in front a small sign of canvas painted, announcing the variety of goods which the owner of the booth, Bryce Snailsfoot, had on sale, and the reasonable prices at which he proposed to offer them to the public. For the further gratification of the spectator, the sign bore on the opposite side an emblematic device, resembling our first parents in their vegetable garments, with this legend: Poor sinners whom the snake deceives are fain to cover them with leaves. Shetland hath no leaves, 'tis true, because that trees are none or few, but we have flax and tates of wool, for linen cloth and wadmal blue, and we have many of foreign knacks of finer waft than wool or flax. Ye gallanty Lambeth lads appear, and bring your Lambeth sisters here. Bryce Snailsfoot spares not cost or care to pleasure every gentle pair. While Cleveland was perusing these goodly rhymes, which brought to his mind Claude Halcrow, to whom, as the poet laureate of the island, ready with his talent alike in the service of the great and small, they probably owed their origin, the worthy proprietor of the booth, having cast his eye upon him, began with hasty and trembling hand to remove some of the garments, which, as the sale did not commence till the ensuing day, he had exposed either for the purpose of airing them or to excite the admiration of the spectators. "By my word, Captain," whispered Bunch to Cleveland, "you must have had that fellow under your clutches one day, and he remembers one grip of your talons and fears another. See how fast he is packing his wares out of sight so soon as he set eyes on you." "His wares," said Cleveland, on looking more attentively at his proceedings. "By heaven, they are my clothes which I left in a chest at Jarlshof when the Revenge was lost there. Why, Bryce Snailsfoot, thou thief, dog, and villain, what means this? Have you not made enough of us by cheap buying and dear selling that you have seized on my trunk and wearing apparel?" Bryce Snailsfoot, who probably would otherwise not have been willing to see his friend the captain, was now by the vivacity of his attack obliged to pay attention to him. He first whispered to his little foot-page, by whom, as we have already noticed, he was usually attended, "Run to the town council house, Jardo, and tell the provost and bailies they maun send some of their officers speedily, for here is like to be wild work in the fair." So having said, and having seconded his commands by a push on the shoulder of his messenger, which sent him spinning out of the shop as fast as heels could carry him, Bryce Snailsfoot turned to his old acquaintance, and with that amplification of words and exaggeration of manner which in Scotland is called making a phrase, he ejaculated, "The Lord be good to us, the worthy Captain Cleveland, that we were all so grieved about, returned to relieve our hearts again. What have my cheeks been for you?" Here Bryce wiped his eyes. "And blithe am I now to see you restored to your sorrowing friends." "My sorrowing friends, you rascal," said Cleveland. "I will give you better cause for sorrow than ever you had on my account, if you do not tell me instantly where you stole all my clothes." "Stole!" ejaculated Bryce, casting up his eyes. "Now the powers be good to us, the poor gentleman has lost his reason in that weary gale of wind." "Why, you insolent rascal," said Cleveland, grasping the cane which he carried, "do you think to bamboozle me with your impudence, as you would have a whole head on your shoulders, and your bones in a whole skin 1 minute longer? Tell me where the devil you stole my wearing apparel." Bryce Snailsfoot ejaculated once more a repetition of the word "stole." Now heaven be good to us! But at the same time, conscious that the captain was likely to be sudden in execution, cast an anxious look to the town, to see the loitering aid of the civil power advance to his rescue. "I insist on an instant answer," said the captain, with upraised weapon, "or else I will beat you to a mummy, and throw out all your frippery upon the common." Meanwhile, Master John Bunch, who considered the whole affair as an excellent good jest, and not the worse one that it made Cleveland very angry, seized hold of the captain's arm, and without any idea of ultimately preventing him from executing his threats, interfered just so much as was necessary to protract a discussion so amusing. "Nay, let the honest man speak," he said, "messmate. He has as fine a cozening face as ever stood on a knavish pair of shoulders, and his are the true flourishes of eloquence, in the course of which men snip the cloth an inch too short. Now I wish you to consider that you are both of a trade. He measures bales by the yard, and you by the sword, and so I will not have him chopped up till he has a fair chase." "You are a fool," said Cleveland, endeavouring to shake his friend off. "Let me go, for, by heaven, I will be foul of him." "Hold him fast," said the pedlar. "Good dear merry gentleman, hold him fast." "Then say something for yourself," said Bunch. "Use your gob box, man. Patter away, or by my soul I will let him loose on you." "He says I stole these goods," said Bryce, who now saw himself run so close that pleading to the charge became inevitable. "Now how could I steal them when they are mine by fair and lawful purchase?" "Purchase, you beggarly vagrant," said Cleveland. "From whom did you dare to buy my clothes, or who had the impudence to sell them?" "Just that worthy professor, Mrs. Swartha, the housekeeper at Jarlshof, who acted as your executor," said the pedlar, "and a grieved heart she had." "And so she was resolved to make a heavy pocket of it, I suppose," said the captain. "But how did she dare to sell the things left in her charge?" "Why, she acted all for the best, good woman," said the pedlar, anxious to protract the discussion until the arrival of succours; "and if you will but hear reason, I am ready to account with you for the chest and all that it holds." "Speak out, then, and let us have none of thy damnable evasions," said Captain Cleveland. "If you show ever so little purpose of being somewhat honest for once in thy life, I will not beat thee." "Why, you see, noble captain," said the pedlar, and then muttered to himself, "Plague on Pate Patterson's cripple knee, they will be waiting for him, hurpling useless body," then resumed aloud, "The country, you see, is in great perplexity indeed, much perplexity truly. There was your honour missing, that was loved by great and small, clean missing, nowhere to be heard of, a lost man, umquhile, dead, defunct." "You shall find me alive to your cost, you scoundrel," said the irritated captain. "Well, but take patience, ye will not hear a body speak," said the jagger. "Then there was the lad Mordaunt Mertown." "Ha!" said the captain, "what of him?" "Cannot be heard of," said the pedlar. "Clean and clear tint, a gone youth, fallen, it is thought, from the crag into the sea. He was aye venturous. I have had dealings with him for furs and feathers, whilk he swapped against powder and shot and the like, and now he has worn out from among us, clean retired, utterly vanished, like the last puff of an old wife's tobacco pipe." "But what is all this to the captain's clothes, my dear friend?" said Bunch. "I must presently beat you myself, unless you come to the point." "Well, well, patience, patience," said Bryce, waving his hand. "You will get all time enough. Well, there are 2 folks gone, as I said, for by the distress at Berg Westra about Mistress Minna's sad ailment." "Bring not her into your buffoonery, sirrah," said Cleveland, in a tone of anger, not so loud, but far deeper and more concentrated than he had hitherto used. "For if you name her with less than reverence, I will crop the ears out of your head and make you swallow them on the spot." "He, he, he!" faintly laughed the Jagger. "That were a pleasant jest. You are pleased to be witty. But to say nothing of Bergwestre, there is the carle at Jarlshof, he that was the old Murtown, Mordaunt's father, whom men thought as fast bound to the place he dwelt in as the Sumburg head itself. Nothing maun serve him but he is lost as well as the lave about whom I have spoken. And there's Magnus Troil, with favour be he named, taking horse, and there is pleasant Master Claude Halcrow taking boat, whilk he steers worst of any man in Zetland, his head running on rambling rhymes. And the factor body is on the stir, the Scots factor, him that is aye speaking of dykes and delving, and such unprofitable work, which has nothing of merchandise in it, and he is on the long trot too, so that ye might say, upon a manner, the tow half of the mainland of Zetland is lost, and the other is running to and fro seeking it. Awful times!" Captain Cleveland had subdued his passion, and listened to this tirade of the worthy man of merchandise with impatience indeed, yet not without the hope of hearing something that might concern him. But his companion was now become impatient in his turn. "The clothes!" he exclaimed, "the clothes, the clothes, the clothes!" accompanying each repetition of the words with a flourish of his cane, the dexterity of which consisted in coming mighty near the Jagger's ears without actually touching them. The Jagger, shrinking from each of these demonstrations, continued to exclaim, "Nay, sir, good sir, worthy sir, for the clothes. I found the worthy dame in great distress on account of her old master, and on account of her young master, and on account of worthy Captain Cleveland, and because of the distress of the worthy Faude's family, and the trouble of the great Faude himself, and because of the factor, and in respect of Claude Halcrow, and on other accounts and respects. Also we mingled our sorrows and our tears with a bottle, as the holy text hath it, and called in the Ranselman to our council, a worthy man, Neil Ronaldson by name, who hath a good reputation." Here another flourish of the cane came so very near that it partly touched his ear. The Jagger started back, and the truth, or that which he desired should be considered as such, bolted from him without more circumlocution, as a cork, after much unnecessary buzzing and fizzing, springs forth from a bottle of spruce beer. In brief, what the devil more would you have of it? The woman sold me the kist of clothes. They are mine by purchase, and that is what I will live and die upon. In other words, said Cleveland, this greedy old hag had the impudence to sell what was none of hers, and you, honest Bryce Snelsfoot, had the assurance to be the purchaser? "Oh, dear Captain," said the conscientious pedlar, "what would ye have had two poor folk to do? There was yourself gone that ought the things, and Master Mordaunt was gone that had them in keeping, and the things were but damply put up, where they were rotting with moth and mould, and so this old thief sold them, and you bought them, I suppose, just to keep them from spoiling," said Cleveland. "Well, then," said the merchant, "I'm thinking, noble captain, that would be just the gate of it." "Well, then, hark ye, you impudent scoundrel," said the captain, I do not wish to dirty my fingers with you, or to make any disturbance in this place." "Good reason for that, Captain." "Aha!" said the Jagger slyly. "I will break your bones if you speak another word," replied Cleveland. "Take notice, I offer you fair terms. Give me back the black leathern pocket-book with the lock upon it, and the purse with the doubloons, with some few of the clothes I want, and keep the rest in the devil's name." "Doubloons!" exclaimed the Jagger, with an exultation of voice intended to indicate the utmost extremity of surprise. "What do I ken of doubloons? My dealing was for doublets, and not for doubloons. If there were doubloons in the kist, doubtless Swartha will have them in safe keeping for your honour. The damp wouldna harm the gold, ye ken." "Give me back my pocket-book and my goods, you rascally thief," said Cleveland, "or without a word more I will beat your brains out." The wily Jagger, casting eye around him, saw that succour was near in the shape of a party of officers, 6 in number; for several rencontres with the crew of the pirate had taught the magistrates of Kirkwall to strengthen their police parties when these strangers were in question. "Ye had better keep the thief to suit yourself, honoured captain," said the Jagger, emboldened by the approach of the civil power, "for who kens how all these fine goods and bonny dyes were come by?" This was uttered with such provoking slyness of look and tone that Cleveland made no further delay, but seizing upon the Jagger by the collar, dragged him over his temporary counter, which was, with all the goods displayed thereon, overset in the scuffle, and holding him with one hand, inflicted on him with the other a severe beating with his cane. All this was done so suddenly and with such energy that Bryce Snailsfoot, though rather a stout man, was totally surprised by the vivacity of the attack, and made scarce any other effort at extricating himself than by roaring for assistance like a bull calf. The loitering aid having at length come up, the officers made an effort to seize on Cleveland, and by their united exertions succeeded in compelling him to quit hold of the pedlar, in order to defend himself from their assault. This he did with infinite strength, resolution, and dexterity, being at the same time well seconded by his friend Jack Bunch, who had seen with glee the drubbing sustained by the pedlar, and now combated tightly to save his companion from the consequences. But as there had been for some time a growing feud between the townspeople and the crew of the Rover, the former, provoked by the insolent deportment of the seamen, had resolved to stand by each other, and to aid the civil power upon such occasions of riot as should occur in future, and so many assistants came up to the rescue of the constables, that Cleveland, after fighting most manfully, was at length brought to the ground and made prisoner. His more fortunate companion had escaped by speed of foot, as soon as he saw that the day must needs be determined against them. The proud heart of Cleveland, which even in its perversion had in its feelings something of original nobleness, was like to burst, when he felt himself borne down in this unworthy brawl, dragged into the town as a prisoner, and hurried through the streets towards the council house, where the magistrates of the burgh were then seated in council. The probability of imprisonment, with all its consequences, rushed also upon his mind, and he cursed 100 times the folly which had not rather submitted to the pedlar's knavery than involved him in so perilous an embarrassment. But just as they approached the door of the council house, which is situated in the middle of the little town, the face of matters was suddenly changed by a new and unexpected incident. Bunch, who had designed by his precipitate retreat to serve as well his friend as himself, had hied him to the haven where the boat of the Rover was then lying, and called the coxswain and boat's crew to the assistance of Cleveland. They now appeared on the scene, fierce desperadoes, as became their calling, with features bronzed by the tropical sun under which they had pursued it. They rushed at once amongst the crowd, laying about them with their stretchers, and forcing their way up to Cleveland, speedily delivered him from the hands of the officers, who were totally unprepared to resist an attack so furious and so sudden, and carried him off in triumph towards the quay, 2 or 3 of their number facing about from time to time to keep back the crowd, whose efforts to recover the prisoner were the less violent, that most of the seamen were armed with pistols and cutlasses, as well as with the less lethal weapons which alone they had as yet made use of. They gained their boat in safety and jumped into it, carrying along with them Cleveland, to whom circumstances seemed to offer no other refuge, and pushed off for their vessel, singing in chorus to their oars an old ditty of which the natives of Kirkwall could only hear the first stanza. Robin Rover said to his crew, "Up with the black flag, down with the blue. Fire on the main top, fire on the bow, fire on the gun deck, fire down below." The wild chorus of their voices was heard long after the words ceased to be intelligible, and thus was the pirate Cleveland again thrown almost involuntarily amongst those desperate associates from whom he had so often resolved to detach himself. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of The Pirate by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Parental love, my friend, has power over wisdom, and is the charm which, like the falconer's lure, can bring from heaven the highest soaring spirits. So when famed Prosper doffed his magic robe, it was Miranda plucked it from his shoulders. Old Play. Our wandering narrative must now return to Mordaunt Mertown. We left him in the perilous condition of one who has received a severe wound, and we now find him in the condition of a convalescent, pale indeed, and feeble from the loss of much blood and the effects of a fever which had followed the injury, but so far fortunate that the weapon, having glanced on the ribs, had only occasioned a great effusion of blood, without touching any vital part, and was now well nigh healed. So efficacious were the vulnerary plants and salves with which it had been treated by the sage Norna of Fitful Head. The matron and her patient now sat together in a dwelling in a remote island. He had been transported during his illness, and ere he had perfect consciousness, first to her singular habitation near Fitful Head, and thence to her present abode by one of the fishing boats on the station of Bergwestra, for such was the command possessed by Norna over the superstitious character of her countrymen, that she never failed to find faithful agents to execute her commands, whatever these happened to be, and as her orders were generally given under injunctions of the strictest secrecy, men reciprocally wondered at occurrences which had in fact been produced by their own agency and that of their neighbors, and in which, had they communicated freely with each other, no shadow of the marvelous would have remained. Mordaunt was now seated by the fire in an apartment indifferently well furnished, having a book in his hand, which he looked upon from time to time with signs of ennui and impatience, feelings which at length so far overcame him that, flinging the volume on the table, he fixed his eyes on the fire, and assumed the attitude of one who is engaged in unpleasant meditation. Norna, who sat opposite to him, and appeared busy in the composition of some drug or unguent, anxiously left her seat, and approaching Mordaunt felt his pulse, making at the same time the most affectionate enquiries whether he felt any sudden pain, and where it was seated. The manner in which Mordaunt replied to these earnest enquiries, though worded as to express gratitude for her kindness, while he disclaimed any feeling of indisposition, did not seem to give satisfaction to the Pythoness. "Ungrateful boy," she said, "for whom I have done so much, you whom I have rescued by my power and skill from the very gates of death. Are you already so weary of me that you cannot refrain from showing how desirous you are to spend, at a distance from me, the very first intelligent days of the life which I have restored you?" "You do me injustice, my kind preserver," replied Mordaunt. "I am not tired of your society, but I have duties which recall me to ordinary life." "Duties," repeated Norna, "and what duties can or ought to interfere with the gratitude which you owe to me? Duties! Your thoughts are on the use of your gun, or on clambering among the rocks in quest of sea-fowl. For these exercises your strength does not yet fit you, and yet these are the duties to which you are so anxious to return." "Not so, my good and kind mistress," said Mordaunt. "To name one duty, out of many, which makes me seek to leave you, now that my strength permits, let me mention that of a son to his father." "To your father," said Norna, with a laugh that had something in it almost frantic. "Oh, you know not how we can, in these islands, at once cancel such duties. And for your father," she added, proceeding more calmly, "what has he done for you to deserve the regard and duty you speak of? Is he not the same who, as you have long since told me, left you for so many years poorly nourished among strangers, without enquiring whether you were alive or dead, and only sending, from time to time, supplies in such fashion as men relieve the leprous wretch to whom they fling alms from a distance? And in these later years, when he had made you the companion of his misery, he has been, by starts, your pedagogue, by starts your tormentor, but never, Mordaunt, never your father." "Something of truth there is in what you say," replied Mordaunt. "My father is not fond, but he is, and has ever been, effectively kind. Men have not their affections in their power, and it is a child's duty to be grateful for the benefits which he receives, even when coldly bestowed. My father has conferred instruction on me, and I am convinced he loves me. He is unfortunate, and even if he loved me not—" "And he does not love you," said Norna hastily. "He never loved anything or any one save himself. He is unfortunate, but well are his misfortunes deserved. Oh, Mordaunt, you have one parent only, one parent who loves you as the drops of the heart blood." "I know I have but one parent," replied Mordaunt. "My mother has been long dead, but your words contradict each other." "They do not, they do not," said Norna, in a paroxysm of the deepest feeling. "You have but one parent. Your unhappy mother is not dead. I would to God that she were, but she is not dead. Thy mother is the only parent that loves thee, and I, Mordaunt, throwing herself on his neck, am that most unhappy, yet most happy mother." She closed him in a strict and convulsive embrace, and tears, the first perhaps which she had shed for many years, burst in torrents as she sobbed on his neck. Astonished at what he heard, felt, and saw, moved by the excess of her agitation, yet disposed to ascribe this burst of passion to insanity, Mordaunt vainly endeavored to tranquilize the mind of this extraordinary person. "Ungrateful boy," she said, "who but a mother would have watched over thee as I have watched? From the instant I saw thy father, when he little thought by whom he was observed, a space now many years back, I knew him well, and under his charge I saw you, then a stripling, while nature, speaking loud in my bosom, assured me thou wert blood of my blood, and bone of my bone. Think how often you have wondered to see me, when least expected, in your places of pastime and resort. Think how often my eye has watched you on the giddy precipices, and muttered those charms which subdue the evil demons who show themselves to the climber on the giddiest point of his path, and force him to quit his hold. Did I not hang around thy neck, in pledge of thy safety, that chain of gold, which an elfin king gave to the founder of our race? Would I have given that dear gift to any but the son of my bosom? Mordaunt, my power has done that for thee that a mere mortal mother would dread to think of. I have conjured the mermaid at midnight, that thy bark might be prosperous on the Haff. I have hushed the winds, and navies have flapped their empty sails against the mast in inactivity, that you might safely indulge your sport upon the crags." Mordaunt, perceiving that she was growing yet wilder in her talk, endeavored to frame an answer which should be at once indulgent, soothing, and calculated to allay the rising warmth of her imagination. "Dear Norna," he said, "I have indeed many reasons to call you mother, who have bestowed so many benefits upon me, and from me you shall ever receive the affection and duty of a child. But the chain you mentioned, it has vanished from my neck. I have not seen it since the ruffian stabbed me." "Alas! And can you think of it at this moment?" said Norna, in a sorrowful accent. "But be it so, and know it was I took it from thy neck, and tied it around the neck of her who is dearest to you, in token that the union betwixt you, which has been the only earthly wish which I have had the power to form, shall yet, even yet, be accomplished. I, although hell should open to forbid the banns." "Alas!" said Mordaunt with a sigh, "you remember not the difference betwixt our situation. Her father is wealthy, and of ancient birth." "Not more wealthy than will be the heir of Norna of Fitful Head," answered the Pythoness, "not of better or more ancient blood than that which flows in thy veins, derived from thy mother, the descendant of the same Jarls and sea kings from whom Magnus boasts his origin. Or dost thou think, like the pedant and fanatic strangers who have come amongst us, that thy blood is dishonoured because my union with thy father did not receive the sanction of a priest? Know that we were wedded after the ancient manner of the Norse. Our hands were clasped within the circle of Odin, with such deep vows of eternal fidelity as even the laws of these usurping Scots would have sanctioned as equivalent to a blessing before the altar. To the offspring of such a union Magnus has not to object. It was weak, it was criminal on my part, but it conveyed no infamy to the birth of my son. The composed and collected manner in which Norna argued these points began to impose upon Mordaunt an incipient belief in the truth of what she said, and indeed she added so many circumstances, satisfactorily and rationally connected with each other, as seemed to confute the notion that her story was altogether the delusion of that insanity which sometimes showed itself in her speech and actions. 1,000 confused ideas rushed upon him, when he supposed it possible that the unhappy person before him might actually have a right to claim from him the respect and affection due to a parent from a son. He could only surmount them by turning his mind to a different and scarce less interesting topic, resolving within himself to take time for farther inquiry and mature consideration, ere he either rejected or admitted the claim which Norna preferred upon his affection and duty. His benefactress, at least, she undoubtedly was, and he could not err in paying her, as such, the respect and attention due from a son to a mother, and so far, therefore, he might gratify Norna without otherwise standing committed. "And do you then really think, my mother, since you bid me term you," said Mordaunt, "that the proud Magnus Troil may, by any inducement, be prevailed upon to relinquish the angry feelings which he has of late adopted towards me, and to permit my addresses to his daughter Brenda?" "Brenda?" repeated Norna. "Who talks of Brenda? It was of Minna that I spoke to you." "But it was of Brenda that I thought," replied Mordaunt, "of her that I now think, and of her alone that I will ever think." "Impossible, my son," replied Norna. "You cannot be so dull of heart, so poor of spirit, as to prefer the idle mirth and housewife simplicity of the younger sister to the deep feeling and high mind of the noble-spirited Minna. Who would stoop to gather the lowly violet that might have the rose for stretching out his hand?" "Some think the lowliest flowers are the sweetest," replied Mordaunt, "and in that faith will I live and die." "You dare not tell me so," answered Norna fiercely. Then instantly changing her tone, and taking his hand in the most affectionate manner, she proceeded, "You must not, you will not tell me so, my dear son. You will not break a mother's heart in the very first hour in which she has embraced her child. Nay, do not answer, but hear me. You must wed Minna. I have bound around her neck a fatal amulet, on which the happiness of both depends. The labors of my life have for years had this direction. Thus it must be, and not otherwise. Minna must be the bride of my son." "But is not Brenda equally near, equally dear to you?" replied Mordaunt. "As near in blood," said Norna, "but not so dear, no, not half so dear in affection. Minna's mild, yet high and contemplative spirit renders her a companion meet for one whose ways, like mine, are beyond the ordinary paths of this world. Brenda is a thing of common and ordinary life, an idle laugher and scoffer, who would level art with ignorance, and reduce power to weakness, by disbelieving and turning into ridicule whatever is beyond the grasp of her own shallow intellect." "She is indeed," answered Mordaunt, "neither superstitious nor enthusiastic, and I love her the better for it. Remember also, my mother, that she returns my affection, and that Minna, if she loves any one, loves the stranger Cleveland." "She dares not, answered Norna, "nor dares he pursue her farther. I told him, when first he came to Bergwestra, that I destined her for you." "And to that rash annunciation," said Mordaunt, "I owe this man's persevering enmity, my wound, and well nigh the loss of my life. See, my mother, to what point your intrigues have already conducted us, and in heaven's name prosecute them no farther." It seemed as if this reproach struck Norna with the force, at once, and vivacity of lightning, for she struck her forehead with her hand, and seemed about to drop from her seat. Mordaunt, greatly shocked, hastened to catch her in his arms, and, though scarce knowing what to say, attempted to utter some incoherent expressions. "Spare me, Heaven, spare me!" were the first words which she muttered. "Do not let my crime be avenged by his means." "Yes, young man," she said after a pause, "you have dared to tell me what I dared not tell myself. You have pressed that upon me which, if it be truth, I cannot believe, and yet continue to live." Mordaunt in vain endeavored to interrupt her with protestations of his ignorance how he had offended or grieved her, and of his extreme regret that he had unintentionally done either. She proceeded, while her voice trembled wildly with vehemence. "Yes, you have touched on that dark suspicion which poisons the consciousness of my power. The sole boon which was given me in exchange for innocence and for peace of mind. Your voice joins that of the demon which, even while the elements confess me their mistress, whispers to me, 'Norna, this is but delusion.' Your power rests but in the idle belief of the ignorant, supported by 1,000 petty artifices of your own. This is what Brenda says. This is what you would say, and false, scandalously false, as it is, there are rebellious thoughts in this wild brain of mine," touching her forehead with her finger as she spoke, "that, like an insurrection in an invaded country, arise to take part against their distressed sovereign. Spare me, my son," she continued in a voice of supplication, "spare me. The sovereignty of which your words would deprive me is no enviable exaltation. Few would covet to rule over gibbering ghosts and howling winds and raging currents. My throne is a cloud, my scepter a meteor. My realm is only peopled with fantasies, but I must either cease to be or continue to be the mightiest as well as the most miserable of beings." "Do not speak thus mournfully, my dear and unhappy benefactress," said Mordaunt, much affected. "I will think of your power whatever you would have me believe. But for your own sake, view the matter otherwise. Turn your thoughts from such agitating and mystical studies, from such wild subjects of contemplation, into another and a better channel. Life will again have charms, and religion will have comforts for you." She listened to him with some composure, as if she weighed his counsel and desired to be guided by it. But as he ended, she shook her head and exclaimed, "It cannot be. I must remain the dreaded, the mystical, the rhyme kenner, the controller of the elements, or I must be no more. I have no alternative, no middle station. My post must be high on yon lofty headland, where never stood human foot save mine, or I must sleep at the bottom of the unfathomable ocean, its white billows booming over my senseless corpse. The parricide shall never also be denounced as the impostor." "The parricide?" echoed Mordaunt, stepping back in horror. "Yes, my son," answered Norna, with a stern composure, even more frightful than her former impetuosity. "Within these fatal walls my father met his death by my means. In yonder chamber was he found a livid and lifeless corpse. Beware of filial disobedience, for such are its fruits." So saying, she arose and left the apartment, where Mordaunt remained alone to meditate at leisure upon the extraordinary communication which he had received. He himself had been taught by his father a disbelief in the ordinary superstitions of Zetland, and he now saw that Norna, however ingenious in duping others, could not altogether impose on herself. This was a strong circumstance in favor of her sanity of intellect. But on the other hand, her imputing to herself the guilt of parricide seemed so wild and improbable as, in Mordaunt's opinion, to throw much doubt upon her other assertions. He had leisure enough to make up his mind on these particulars, for no one approached the solitary dwelling of which Norna, her dwarf, and he himself were the sole inhabitants. The Hoy Island in which it stood is rude, bold, and lofty, consisting entirely of 3 hills, or rather one huge mountain divided into 3 summits, with the chasms, rents, and valleys which descend from its summit to the sea, while its crest, rising to great height and shivered into rocks which seem almost inaccessible, intercepts the mists as they drive from the Atlantic, and often obscured from the human eye, forms the dark and unmolested retreat of hawks, eagles, and other birds of prey. The soil of the island is wet, mossy, cold, and unproductive, presenting a sterile and desolate appearance, excepting where the sides of small rivulets or mountain ravines are fringed with dwarf bushes of birch, hazel, and wild currant, some of them so tall as to be denominated trees in that bleak and bare country. But the view of the sea beach, which was Mordaunt's favorite walk, when his convalescent state began to permit him to take exercise, had charms which compensated the wild appearance of the interior. A broad and beautiful sound, or strait, divides this lonely and mountainous island from Pomona, and in the center of that sound lies, like the tablet composed of emerald, the beautiful and verdant little island of Grampsay. On the distant mainland is seen the town or village of Stromness, the excellence of whose haven is generally evinced by a considerable number of shipping in the roadstead, and from the bay growing narrower and lessening as it recedes, runs inland into Pomona, where its tide fills the fine sheet of water called the Loch of Stennis. On this beach Mordaunt was wont to wander for hours, with an eye not insensible to the beauties of the view, though his thoughts were agitated with the most embarrassing meditations on his own situation. He was resolved to leave the island as soon as the establishment of his health should permit him to travel, yet gratitude to Norna, of whom he was at least the adopted, if not the real son, would not allow him to depart without her permission, even if he could obtain means of conveyance, of which he saw little possibility. It was only by importunity that he extorted from his hostess a promise that if he would consent to regulate his motions according to her directions, she would herself convey him to the capital of the Orkney Islands, when the approaching fair of St. Ola should take place there. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of The Pirate by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Hark to the insult loud, the bitter sneer, the fierce threat answering to the brutal jeer. Oaths fly like pistol shots, and vengeful words clash with each other like conflicting swords. The robbers' quarrel by such sounds is shown, and true men have some chance to gain their own. Captivity, a poem. When Cleveland, borne off in triumph from his assailants in Kirkwall, found himself once more on board the pirate vessel, his arrival was hailed with hearty cheers by a considerable part of the crew, who rushed to shake hands with him and offer their congratulations on his return. For the situation of a buccaneer captain raised him very little above the level of the lowest of his crew, who in all social intercourse claimed the privilege of being his equal. When his faction, for so these clamorous friends might be termed, had expressed their own greetings, they hurried Cleveland forward to the stern, where Gough, their present commander, was seated on a gun, listening in a sullen and discontented mood to the shout which announced Cleveland's welcome. He was a man betwixt 40 and 50, rather under the middle size, but so very strongly made that his crew used to compare him to a 64 cut down. Black-haired, bull-necked, and beetle-browed, his clumsy strength and ferocious countenance contrasted strongly with the manly figure and open countenance of Cleveland, in which even the practice of his atrocious profession had not been able to eradicate a natural grace of motion and generosity of expression. The two piratical captains looked upon each other for some time in silence, while the partisans of each gathered around him. The elder part of the crew were the principal adherents of Gough, while the young fellows, among whom Jack Bunch was a principal leader and agitator, were in general attached to Cleveland. At length Gough broke silence. "You are welcome aboard, Captain Cleveland. Smash my taffrail! I suppose you think yourself Commodore yet, but that was over, by God, when you lost your ship, and be damned." And here, once for all, we may take notice that it was the gracious custom of this commander to mix his words and oaths in nearly equal proportions, which he was wont to call shotting his discourse. As we delight not, however, in the discharge of such artillery, we shall only indicate by a space like this the places in which these expletives occurred, and thus, if the reader will pardon a very poor pun, we will reduce Captain Gough's volley of sharp shot into an explosion of blank cartridges. To his insinuations that he was come on board to assume the chief command, Cleveland replied that he neither desired nor would accept any such promotion, but would only ask Captain Gough for a cast of the boat, to put him ashore in one of the other islands, as he had no wish either to command Gough or to remain in a vessel under his orders. "And why not under my orders, brother?" demanded Gough, very austerely. "Are you too good a man, with your cheese toaster and your jib there, to serve under my orders, and be damned to you, where there are so many gentlemen that are elder and better seamen than yourself?" "I wonder which of these capital seamen it was," said Cleveland coolly, "that laid the ship under the fire of yon 6-gun battery, that could blow her out of the water, if they had a mind, before you could either cut or slip. Elder and better sailors than I may like to serve under such a lubber, but I beg to be excused for my own share, Captain. That's all I've got to tell you." "By God, I think you are both mad," said Hawkins, the boatswain. "A meeting with sword and pistol may be devilish good fun in its way, when no better is to be had. But who the devil that had common sense, amongst a set of gentlemen in our condition, would fall a-quarrelling with each other, to let these duck-winged, web-footed islanders have a chance of knocking us all upon the head?" "Well said, old Hawkins," observed Derrick the quartermaster, who was an officer of very considerable importance among these rovers. "I say, if the two captains won't agree to live together quietly, and club both heart and head to defend the vessel, why, damn me, depose them both, say I, and choose another in their stead." "Meaning yourself, I suppose, Master Quartermaster," said Jack Bunch. "But that cock won't fight. He that is to command gentlemen should be a gentleman himself, I think, and I give my vote for Captain Cleveland, as spirited and as gentlemanlike a man as ever doffed the world aside and bid it pass." "What! You call yourself a gentleman, I warrant," retorted Derrick. "Why, your eyes, a tailor would make a better out of the worst suit of rags in your strolling wardrobe. It is a shame for men of spirit to have such a jack-a-dandy scarecrow on board." Jack Bunch was so incensed at these base comparisons that without more ado he laid his hand on his sword. The carpenter, however, and boatswain interfered, the former brandishing his broad axe, and swearing he would put the skull of the first who should strike a blow past clouding, and the latter reminding them that by their articles all quarrelling, striking, or more especially fighting on board was strictly prohibited, and that if any gentlemen had a quarrel to settle, they were to go ashore and decide it with cutlass and pistol in presence of 2 of their messmates. "I have no quarrel with any one," said Gough sullenly. "Captain Cleveland has wandered about among the islands here amusing himself, and we have wasted our time and property in waiting for him, when we might have been adding $20,000 or $30,000 to the stock purse. However, if it pleases the rest of the gentlemen adventurers, why, I shall not grumble about it." "I propose," said the boatswain, "that there should be a general council called in the great cabin, according to our articles, that we may consider what course we are to hold in this matter." A general assent followed the boatswain's proposal, for every one found his own account in these general councils, in which each of the rovers had a free vote. By far the greater part of the crew only valued this franchise, as it allowed them, upon such solemn occasions, an unlimited quantity of liquor, a right which they failed not to exercise to the uttermost, by way of aiding their deliberations. But a few amongst the adventurers, who united some degree of judgment with the daring and profligate character of their profession, were wont at such periods to limit themselves within the bounds of comparative sobriety, and by these, under the apparent form of a vote of the general council, all things of moment relating to the voyage and undertaking of the pirates were in fact determined. The rest of the crew, when they recovered from their intoxication, were easily persuaded that the resolution adopted had been the legitimate effort of the combined wisdom of the whole Senate. Upon the present occasion the debauch had proceeded until the greater part of the crew were, as usual, displaying inebriation in all its most brutal and disgraceful shapes, swearing empty and unmeaning oaths, venting the most horrid imprecations in the mere gaiety of their heart, singing songs, the ribaldry of which was only equalled by their profaneness, and from the middle of this earthly hell the 2 captains, together with 1 or 2 of their principal adherents, as also the carpenter and boatswain, who always took a lead on such occasions, had drawn together into a pandemonium or privy council of their own, to consider what was to be done. For, as the boatswain metaphorically observed, they were in a narrow channel, and behooved to keep sounding the tideway. When they began their consultations, the friends of Gough remarked, to their great displeasure, that he had not observed the wholesome rule to which we have just alluded, but that in endeavouring to drown his mortification at the sudden appearance of Cleveland, and the reception he met with from the crew, the elder captain had not been able to do so without overflowing his reason at the same time. His natural sullen taciturnity had prevented this from being observed until the council began its deliberations, when it proved impossible to hide it. The first person who spoke was Cleveland, who said that, so far from wishing the command of the vessel, he desired no favour at any one's hand, except to land him upon some island or holm at a distance from Kirkwall, and leave him to shift for himself. The boatswain remonstrated strongly against this resolution. The lads, he said, all knew Cleveland, and could trust his seamanship as well as his courage. Besides, he never let the grog get quite uppermost, and was always in proper trim, either to sail the ship or to fight the ship, whereby she was never without some one to keep her course when he was on board. And as for the noble Captain Gough, continued the mediator, he is as stout a heart as ever broke biscuit, and that I will uphold him. But then, when he has his grog aboard, I speak to his face, he is so damned funny with his cranks and his jests, that there is no living with him. You all remember how nigh he had run the ship on that cursed horse of Copenshaw, as they call it, just by way of frolic, and then you know how he fired off his pistol under the table when we were at the great council, and shot Jack Jenkins in the knee, and cost the poor devil his leg with his pleasantry. Jack Jenkins was not a chip the worse, said the carpenter. I took the leg off with my saw as well as any loblolly boy in the land could have done, heated my broad axe, and seared the stump, ay, by, and made a jury leg that he shambles about with as well as ever he did, for Jack could never cut a feather. You are a clever fellow, carpenter, replied the boatswain, a damned clever fellow, but I had rather you tried your saw and red-hot axe upon the ship's knee timbers than on mine, sink me. But that here is not the case. The question is, if we shall part with Captain Cleveland here, who is a man of thought and action, whereby it is my belief it should be heaving the pilot overboard when the gale is blowing on a lee shore, and I must say it is not the part of a true heart to leave his mates, who have been here waiting for him till they have missed stays. Our water is well nigh out, and we have junketed till provisions are low with us. We cannot sail without provisions. We cannot get provisions without the goodwill of the Kirkwall folks. If we remain here longer, the Halcyon frigate will be down upon us. She was seen off Peterhead 2 days since, and we shall hang up at the yardarm to be sun-dried. Now Captain Cleveland will get us out of the hobble if any can. He can play the gentleman with these Kirkwall folks, and knows how to deal with them on fair terms, and foul too, if there be occasion for it. And so you would turn honest Captain Gough a grazing, would ye? Said an old weather-beaten pirate, who had but one eye. What though he has his humours, and made my eye douse the glim in his fancies and frolics, he is as honest a man as ever walked a quarter-deck for all that, and damn me, but I stand by him so long as the other lantern is lit. Why, you would not hear me out, said Hawkins. A man might as well talk to so many neggers. I tell you, I propose that Cleveland shall only be captain from 1 post meridium to 5 a.m., during which time Gough is always drunk. The captain of whom he last spoke gave sufficient proof of the truth of his words by uttering an inarticulate growl, and attempting to present a pistol at the mediator Hawkins. "Why, look ye now," said Derrick, "there is all the sense he has to get drunk on council day, like one of these poor silly fellows." "Ay," said Bunch, "drunk as Davy's sow in the face of the field, the fray, and the senate." "But nevertheless," continued Derrick, "it will never do to have two captains in the same day. I think week about might suit better, and let Cleveland take the first turn." "There are as good here as any of them," said Hawkins. "Howsomedever, I object nothing to Captain Cleveland, and I think he may help us into deep water as well as another." "Ay," exclaimed Bunch, "and a better figure he will make at bringing these Kirkwallers to order than his sober predecessor. So Captain Cleveland for ever." "Stop, gentlemen," said Cleveland, who had hitherto been silent. "I hope you will not choose me captain without my own consent." "Ay, by the blue vault of heaven will we," said Bunch, "if it be pro bono publico." "But hear me at least," said Cleveland. "I do consent to take command of the vessel since you wish it, and because I see you will ill get out of the scrape without me." "Why, then I say Cleveland for ever again," shouted Bunch. "Be quiet, prithee, dear Bunch, honest Altamont," said Cleveland. "I undertake the business on this condition, that when I have got the ship cleared for her voyage, with provisions and so forth, you will be content to restore Captain Gough to the command, as I said before, and put me ashore somewhere to shift for myself. You will then be sure it is impossible I can betray you, since I will remain with you to the last moment." "Ay, and after the last moment too, by the blue vault, or I mistake the matter," muttered Bunch to himself. The matter was now put to the vote, and so confident were the crew in Cleveland's superior address and management that the temporary deposition of Gough found little resistance even among his own partisans, who reasonably enough observed, he might at least have kept sober to look after his own business. Even let him put it to rights again himself next morning, if he will. But when the next morning came, the drunken part of the crew, being informed of the issue of the deliberations of the council, to which they were virtually held to have assented, showed such a superior sense of Cleveland's merits, that Gough, sulky and malcontent as he was, judged it wisest for the present to suppress his feelings of resentment, until a safer opportunity for suffering them to explode, and to submit to the degradation which so frequently took place among a piratical crew. Cleveland, on his part, resolved to take upon him, with spirit and without loss of time, the task of extricating his ship's company from their perilous situation. For this purpose he ordered the boat, with the purpose of going ashore in person, carrying with him 12 of the stoutest and best men of the crew, all very handsomely appointed, for the success of their nefarious profession had enabled the pirates to assume nearly as gay dresses as their officers, and above all, each man being sufficiently armed with cutlass and pistols, and several having poleaxes and poniards. Cleveland himself was gallantly attired in a blue coat lined with crimson silk, and laced with gold very richly, crimson damask waistcoat and breeches, a velvet cap richly embroidered with a white feather, white silk stockings, and red-heeled shoes, which were the extremity of finery among the gallants of the day. He had a gold chain several times folded round his neck, which sustained a whistle of the same metal, the ensign of his authority. Above all, he wore a decoration peculiar to those daring predators, who, besides one or perhaps two brace of pistols at their belt, had usually 2 additional brace of the finest mounting and workmanship suspended over their shoulders in a sort of sling or scarf of crimson ribbon. The hilt and mounting of the captain's sword corresponded in value to the rest of his appointments, and his natural good mien was so well adapted to the whole equipment that when he appeared on deck he was received with a general shout by the crew, who, as in other popular societies, judged a great deal by the eye. Cleveland took with him in the boat, amongst others, his predecessor in office, Gough, who was also very richly dressed, but who, not having the advantage of such an exterior as Cleveland's, looked like a boorish clown in the dress of a courtier, or rather like a vulgar-faced footpad decked in the spoils of someone whom he has murdered, and whose claim to the property of his garments is rendered doubtful in the eyes of all who look upon him by the mixture of awkwardness, remorse, cruelty, and insolence which clouds his countenance. Cleveland probably chose to take Gough ashore with him to prevent his having any opportunity, during his absence, to debauch the crew from their allegiance. In this guise they left the ship, and singing to their oars, while the water foamed higher at the chorus, soon reached the quay of Kirkwall. The command of the vessel was in the meantime entrusted to Bunch, upon whose allegiance Cleveland knew that he might perfectly depend, and in a private conversation with him of some length he gave him directions how to act in such emergencies as might occur. These arrangements being made, and Bunch having been repeatedly charged to stand upon his guard alike against the adherents of Gough and any attempt from the shore, the boat put off. As she approached the harbor, Cleveland displayed a white flag, and could observe that their appearance seemed to occasion a good deal of bustle and alarm. People were seen running to and fro, and some of them appeared to be getting under arms. The battery was manned hastily, and the English colors displayed. These were alarming symptoms, the rather that Cleveland knew that though there were no artillerymen in Kirkwall, yet there were many sailors perfectly competent to the management of great guns, and willing enough to undertake such service in case of need. Noting these hostile preparations with a heedful eye, but suffering nothing like doubt or anxiety to appear on his countenance, Cleveland ran the boat right for the quay, on which several people, armed with muskets, rifles, and fowling pieces, and others with half-pikes and whaling knives, were now assembled, as if to oppose his landing. Apparently, however, they had not positively determined what measures they were to pursue, for when the boat reached the quay, those immediately opposite bore back, and suffered Cleveland and his party to leap ashore without hindrance. They immediately drew up on the quay, except 2, who, as their captain had commanded, remained in the boat, which they put off to a little distance, a manoeuvre which, while it placed the boat, the only one belonging to the sloop, out of danger of being seized, indicated a sort of careless confidence in Cleveland and his party, which was calculated to intimidate their opponents. The Kirkwallers, however, showed the old northern blood, put a manly face upon the matter, and stood upon the quay, with their arms shouldered, directly opposite to the rovers, and blocking up against them the street which leads to the town. Cleveland was the first who spoke, as the parties stood thus looking upon each other. "How is this, gentlemen burghers?" he said. Are you Orkney folks turned Highlandmen, that you are all under arms so early this morning? Or have you manned the quay to give me the honour of a salute upon taking the command of my ship?" The burghers looked on each other, and one of them replied to Cleveland, "We do not know who you are. It was that other man," pointing to Goffe, "who used to come ashore as captain." "That other gentleman is my mate, and commands in my absence," said Cleveland. "But what is that to the purpose? I wish to speak with your Lord Mayor, or whatever you call him." "The provost is sitting in council with the magistrates," answered the spokesman. "So much the better," replied Cleveland. "Where do their worships meet?" "In the council house," answered the other. "Then make way for us, gentlemen, if you please, for my people and I are going there." There was a whisper among the townspeople, but several were unresolved upon engaging in a desperate and perhaps an unnecessary conflict with desperate men, and the more determined citizens formed the hasty reflection that the strangers might be more easily mastered in the house, or perhaps in the narrow streets which they had to traverse, than when they stood drawn up and prepared for battle upon the quay. They suffered them, therefore, to proceed unmolested, and Cleveland, moving very slowly, keeping his people close together, suffering no one to press upon the flanks of his little detachment, and making 4 men, who constituted his rear guard, turn round and face to the rear from time to time, rendered it, by his caution, a very dangerous task to make any attempt upon them. In this manner they ascended the narrow street and reached the council house, where the magistrates were actually sitting, as the citizen had informed Cleveland. Here the inhabitants began to press forward with the purpose of mingling with the pirates, and availing themselves of the crowd in the narrow entrance to secure as many as they could, without allowing them room for the free use of their weapons. But this also had Cleveland foreseen, and ere entering the council room he caused the entrance to be cleared and secured, commanding 4 of his men to face down the street, and as many to confront the crowd who were thrusting each other from above. The burghers recoiled back from the ferocious, swarthy, and sunburnt countenances, as well as the levelled arms of these desperadoes, and Cleveland, with the rest of his party, entered the council room, where the magistrates were sitting in council with very little attendance. These gentlemen were thus separated effectually from the citizens, who looked to them for orders, and were perhaps more completely at the mercy of Cleveland than he, with his little handful of men, could be said to be at that of the multitude by whom they were surrounded. The magistrates seemed sensible of their danger, for they looked upon each other in some confusion, when Cleveland thus addressed them: "Good morrow, gentlemen. I hope there is no unkindness betwixt us. I am come to talk with you about getting supplies for my ship yonder in the roadstead. We cannot sail without them." "Your ship, sir," said the provost, who was a man of sense and spirit. "How do we know that you are her captain?" "Look at me," said Cleveland, "and you will, I think, scarce ask the question again." The magistrate looked at Kim, and accordingly did not think proper to pursue that part of the enquiry, but proceeded to say, "And if you are her captain, whence comes she, and where is she bound for? You look too much like a man-of-war's man to be a master of a trader, and we know that you do not belong to the British Navy." "There are more men-of-war on the sea than sail under the British flag," replied Cleveland. "But say that I were commander of a free trader here, willing to exchange tobacco, brandy, gin, and such like, for cured fish and hides, why, I do not think I deserve so very bad usage from the merchants of Kirkwall as to deny me provisions for my money." "Look you, captain," said the town clerk, It is not that we are so very straight-laced neither, for when gentlemen of your cloth come this way, it is as well, as I told the provost, just to do as the collier did when he met the devil, and that is, to have nothing to say to them, if they have nothing to say to us. And there is the gentleman, pointing to Gough, that was captain before you, and may be captain after you. The cuckold speaks truth in that, muttered Gough. He knows well how handsomely we entertained him, till he and his men took upon them to run through the town like Helicat devils. I see one of them there. That was the very fellow that stopped my servant wench on the street as she carried the lantern home before me, and insulted her before my face. If it please your noble mayorship's honour and glory, said Derrick, the fellow at whom the town clerk pointed, it was not that I brought to the bit of a tender that carried the lantern in the poop. It was quite a different sort of a person. Who was it then, sir? Said the provost. Why, please your majesty's worship, said Derrick, making several sea bows, and describing as nearly as he could the exterior of the worthy magistrate himself. He was an elderly gentleman, Dutch built, round in the stern, with a white wig and a red nose, very like your majesty, I think. Then turning to a comrade, he added, Jack, don't you think the fellow that wanted to kiss the pretty girl with the lantern the other night was very like his worship? By God, Tom Derrick, answered the party appealed to, I believe it is the very man. This is insolence which we can make you repent of, gentlemen, said the magistrate, justly irritated at their effrontery. You have behaved in this town as if you were in an Indian village at Madagascar. You yourself, captain, if captain you be, were at the head of another riot no longer since than yesterday. We will give you no provisions till we know better whom we are supplying, and do not think to bully us. When I shake this handkerchief out at the window, which is at my elbow, your ship goes to the bottom. Remember, she lies under the guns of our battery. And how many of these guns are honeycombed, Mr. Mayor? Said Cleveland. He put the question by chance, but instantly perceived, from a sort of confusion which the provost in vain endeavoured to hide, that the artillery of Kirkwall was not in the best order. Come, come, Mr. Mayor, he said, bullying will go down with us as little as with you. Your guns yonder will do more harm to the poor old sailors who are to work them than to our sloop, and if we bring a broadside to bear on the town, why, your wives' crockery will be in some danger. And then to talk of us, of seamen being a little frolicsome ashore, why, when are they otherwise? You have the Greenland whalers playing the devil among you every now and then, and the very Dutchmen cut capers in the streets of Kirkwall like porpoises before a gale of wind. I am told you are a man of sense, and I am sure you and I could settle this matter in the course of a 5 minutes' palaver. Well, sir, said the provost, I will hear what you have to say, if you will walk this way. Cleveland accordingly followed him into a small interior apartment, and when there addressed the provost thus, I will lay aside my pistols, sir, if you are afraid of them. Damn your pistols, answered the provost. I have served the king, and fear the smell of powder as little as you do. So much the better, said Cleveland, for you will hear me the more coolly. Now, sir, let us be what perhaps you suspect us, or let us be anything else. What in the name of heaven can you get by keeping us here, but blows and bloodshed, for which, believe me, we are much better provided than you can pretend to be. The point is a plain one. You are desirous to be rid of us. We are desirous to be gone. Let us have the means of departure, and we leave you instantly." "Look ye, captain," said the provost, "I thirst for no man's blood. You are a pretty fellow, as there are many among the buccaneers in my time, but there is no harm in wishing you a better trade. You should have the stores and welcome for your money, so you would make these seas clear of you. But then here lies the rub. The Halcyon frigate is expected here in these parts immediately. When she hears of you she will be at you, for there is nothing the white lapel loves better than a rover. You are seldom without a cargo of dollars. Well, he comes down, gets you under his stern." "Blows us into the air, if you please," said Cleveland. "Nay, that must be as you please, captain," said the provost. "But then, what is to come of the good town of Kirkwall that has been packing and peeling with the king's enemies? The burg will be laid under a round fine, and it may be that the provost may not come off so easily." "Well, then," said Cleveland, "I see where your pinch lies. Now suppose that I run round this island of yours and get into the roadstead at Stromness. We will get what we want put on board there without Kirkwall or the provost seeming to have any hand in it. Or if it should be ever questioned, your want of force and our superior strength will make a sufficient apology." "That may be," said the provost, "but if I suffer you to leave your present station and go elsewhere, I must have some security that you will not do harm to the country." "And we," said Cleveland, "must have some security on our side that you will not detain us by dribbling out our time till the Halcyon is on the coast. Now I am myself perfectly willing to continue on shore as a hostage on the one side, provided you will give me your word not to betray me, and send some magistrate or person of consequence aboard the sloop, where his safety will be a guarantee for mine." The provost shook his head, and intimated it would be difficult to find a person willing to place himself as hostage in such a perilous condition, but said he would propose the arrangement to such of the council as were fit to be trusted with a matter of such weight. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of The Pirate by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. I left my poor plough to go ploughing the deep. Ibden. When the provost and Cleveland had returned into the public council room, the former retired a second time with such of his brethren as he thought proper to advise with, and while they were engaged in discussing Cleveland's proposal, refreshments were offered to him and his party. These the captain permitted his people to partake of, but with the greatest precaution against surprisal, one party relieving the guard while the others were at their food. He himself in the meanwhile walked up and down the apartment and conversed upon indifferent subjects with those present like a person quite at his ease. Amongst these individuals he saw, somewhat to his surprise, Triptolemus Yellowly, who, chancing to be at Kirkwall, had been summoned by the magistrates as representative, in a certain degree, of the Lord Chamberlain, to attend council on this occasion. Cleveland immediately renewed the acquaintance which he had formed with the agriculturalists at Bergwestra, and asked him his present business in Orkney. "Just to look after some of my little plans, Captain Cleveland. I am weary of fighting with wild beasts at Ephesus yonder, and I just came over to see how my orchard was thriving, whilk I had planted 4 or 5 miles from Kirkwall, it may be a year bygone, and how the bees were thriving, whereof I had imported 9 scalps for the improvement of the country, and for the turning of the heather bloom into wax and honey. And they thrive, I hope?" said Cleveland, who, however little interested in the matter, sustained the conversation as if to break the chilly and embarrassed silence which hung upon the company assembled. "Thrive," replied Triptolemus. "They thrive like everything else in this country, and that is the backward way." "Want of care, I suppose," said Cleveland. "The contrary, sir, quite and clean the contrary," replied the factor. "They died of over muckle care, like Lucky Christie's chickens. I asked to see the scalps, and cunning and joyful did the fellow look who was to have taken care of them. Had there been any body in charge but myself, he said, ye might have seen the scalps, or whatever you call them, but there would have been as many solan geese as fleas in them, if it hadn't been for my 4 quarters, for I watched them so closely that I saw them all creeping out at the little holes one sunny morning, and if I had not stopped the leak on the instant with a bit clay, the devil a bee or flea or whatever they are would have been left in the scalps, as ye call them. In a word, sir, he had clogged up the hives as if the poor things had had the pestilence, and my bees were as dead as if they had been smeeked. And so ends my hope, generandi gloria mellis, as Virgilius hath it." "There is an end of your mead, then," replied Cleveland. "But what is your chance of cider? How does the orchard thrive?" "Oh, Captain, this same Solomon of the Orcadian Ophir, I am sure no man need to send thither to fetch either talents of gold or talents of sense. I say, this wise man had watered the young apple trees in his great tenderness with hot water, and they are perished, root and branch. But what avails grieving? And I wish you would tell me instead, what is all the din that these good folks are making about pirates? And what for all these ill-looking men that are armed like so many Highland men assembled in the judgment chamber? For I am just come from the other side of the island, and I have heard nothing distinct about it. And now I look at you yourself, Captain, I think you have more of these foolish pistolets about you than should suffice an honest man in quiet times." "And so I think too," said the pacific Triton, old Hagen, who had been an unwilling follower of the daring Montrose. "If you had been in the glen of Eterachilles when we were so sore worried by John Worry—" "You have forgot the whole matter, neighbour Hagen," said the factor. "Sir John Urry was on your side, and was taken with Montrose. By the same token, he lost his head." "Did he?" said the Triton. "I believe you may be right, for he changed sides more than once, and what kens whilk he died for? But always he was there, and so was I. A fight there was, and I never wish to see another." The entrance of the provost here interrupted their desultory conversation. "We have determined," he said, "Captain, that your ship shall go round to Stromness or Scalpa Flow to take in stores, in order that there may be no more quarrels between the fair folks and your seamen, and as you wish to stay on shore to see the fair, we intend to send a respectable gentleman on board your vessel to pilot her round the mainland, as the navigation is but ticklish." "Spoken like a quiet and sensible magistrate, Mr. Mayor," said Cleveland, "and no otherwise than as I expected. And what gentleman is to honour our quarter-deck during my absence?" "We have fixed that too, Captain Cleveland," said the provost. "You may be sure we were each more desirous than another to go upon so pleasant a voyage, and in such good company, but being fair time, most of us have some affairs in hand. I myself, in respect of my office, cannot be well spared. The eldest bailie's wife is lying in. The treasurer does not agree with the sea. 2 bailies have the gout. The other 2 are absent from town, and the other 15 members of council are all engaged on particular business. All that I can tell you, Mr. Mayor, said Cleveland, raising his voice, is that I expect— A moment's patience, if you please, Captain, said the provost, interrupting him, so that we have come to the resolution that our worthy Mr. Triptolemus Yellowly, who is factor to the Lord Chamberlain of these islands, shall, in respect of his official situation, be preferred to the honour and pleasure of accompanying you. Me, said the astonished Triptolemus, what the devil should I do going on your voyages? My business is on dry land. The gentlemen want a pilot, said the provost, whispering to him, and there is no eviting to give them one. Do they want to go bump on shore, then? Said the factor. How the devil should I pilot them that never touched rudder in my life? Hush, hush, be silent, said the provost. If the people of this town heard ye say such a word, your utility and respect and rank and everything else is clean gone. No man is anything with us island folks unless he can hand, reef, and steer. Besides, it is but a mere form, and we will send old Pate Sinclair to help you. You will have nothing to do but to eat, drink, and be merry all day. Eat and drink, said the factor, not able to comprehend exactly why this piece of duty was pressed upon him so hastily, and yet not very capable of resisting or extricating himself from the toils of the more knowing provost. Eat and drink, that is all very well, but to speak truth, the sea does not agree with me any more than with the treasurer, and I have always a better appetite for eating and drinking ashore. Hush, 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 again said the provost, in an undertone of earnest expostulation. Would you actually ruin your character out and out? A factor of the High Chamberlain of the Isles of Orkney and Shetland, and not like the sea? You might as well say you are a Highlander, and do not like whisky. You must settle it somehow, gentlemen, said Captain Cleveland. It is time we were under way. Mr. Triptolemus Yellowly, are we to be honoured with your company? I am sure, Captain Cleveland, stammered the factor, I would have no objection to go anywhere with you, only— He has no objection, said the provost, catching at the first limb of the sentence, without awaiting the conclusion. He has no objection, cried the treasurer. He has no objection, sung out the whole 4 bailies together, and the 15 councillors, all catching up the same phrase of assent, repeated it in chorus, with the additions of good man, public-spirited, honourable gentleman, Berg eternally obliged, where will you find such a worthy factor, and so forth. Astonished and confused at the praises with which he was overwhelmed on all sides, and in no shape understanding the nature of the transaction that was going forward, the astounded and overwhelmed agriculturalist became incapable of resisting the part of the Kirkwall courteous, thus insidiously forced upon him, and was delivered up by Captain Cleveland to his party, with the strictest injunctions to treat him with honour and attention. Gough and his companions began now to lead him off, amid the applauses of the whole meeting, after the manner in which the victim of ancient days was garlanded and greeted by shouts, when consigned to the priests, for the purpose of being led to the altar and knocked on the head, a sacrifice for the common weal. It was while they thus conducted, and in a manner forced him out of the council chamber, that poor Triptolemus, much alarmed at finding that Cleveland, in whom he had some confidence, was to remain behind the party, tried, when just going out at the door, the effect of one remonstrating bellow. "Nay, but provost, captain, bailies, treasurer, councillors, if Captain Cleveland does not go aboard to protect me, it is no bargain, and go I will not, unless I am trailed with cart ropes." His protest was, however, drowned in the unanimous chorus of the magistrates and councillors, returning him thanks for his public spirit, wishing him a good voyage, and praying to heaven for his happy and speedy return. Stunned and overwhelmed, and thinking, if he had any distinct thoughts at all, that remonstrance was vain, where friends and strangers seemed alike determined to carry the point against him, Triptolemus, without farther resistance, suffered himself to be conducted into the street, where the pirates' boat's crew, assembling around him, began to move slowly towards the quay, many of the townsfolk following out of curiosity, but without any attempt at interference or annoyance, for the pacific compromise which the dexterity of the first magistrate had achieved, was unanimously approved of as a much better settlement of the disputes betwixt them and the strangers than might have been attained by the dubious issue of an appeal to arms. Meanwhile, as they went slowly along, Triptolemus had time to study the appearance, countenance, and dress of those into whose hands he had been thus delivered, and began to imagine that he read in their looks not only the general expression of a desperate character, but some sinister intentions directed particularly towards himself. He was alarmed by the truculent looks of Gough, in particular, who, holding his arm with a grip which resembled in delicacy of touch the compression of a smith's vice, cast on him from the outer corner of his eye oblique glances, like those which the eagle throws upon the prey which she has clutched, ere yet she proceeds, as it is technically called, to plume it. At length, Yellowlee's fears got so far the better of his prudence, that he fairly asked his terrible conductor in a sort of crying whisper, "Are you going to murder me, captain, in the face of the laws both of God and man?" "Hold your peace, if you are wise," said Gough, who had his own reasons for desiring to increase the panic of his captive. "We have not murdered a man these 3 months, and why should you put us in mind of it?" "You are but joking, I hope, good worthy captain," replied Triptolemus. "This is worse than witches, dwarfs, dirking of whales, and cowping of cobbles, put all together. This is an away-ganging crop with a vengeance. What good, in heaven's name, would murdering me do to you?" "We might have some pleasure in it, at least," said Gough. "Look these fellows in the face, and see if you see one among them that would not rather kill a man than let it alone. But we will speak more of that when you have first had a taste of the bilboes, unless indeed you come down with a handsome round handful of chili boards for your ransom." "As I shall live by bread, captain," answered the factor, "that misbegotten dwarf has carried off the whole hornful of silver." "A cat and 9 tails will make you find it again," said Gough gruffly. "Flogging and pickling is an excellent receipt to bring a man's wealth into his mind. Twisting a bowstring round his skull till the eyes start a little is a very good remembrancer too. "Captain," replied Yellowly stoutly, "I have no money. Seldom can improvers have. We turn pasture to tillage, and barley into oats, and heather into greensward, and the poor Yarfa, as the benighted creatures here call their peat bogs, into battle grassland. But we seldom make any thing of it that comes back to our own pouch. The carles and the cart-avers make it all, and the carles and the cart-avers eat it all, and the devil clink down with it." "Well, well," said Goffe, "if you be really a poor fellow, as you pretend, I'll stand your friend then," inclining his head so as to reach the ear of the factor, who stood on tiptoe with anxiety, he said, "If you love your life, do not enter the boat with us." "But how am I to get away from you, while you hold me so fast by the arm that I could not get off if the whole year's crop of Scotland depended on it?" "Hark ye, you gudgeon," said Goffe, "just when you come to the water's edge, and when the fellows are jumping in and taking their oars, slew yourself round suddenly to the larboard. I will let go your arm, and then cut and run for your life." Triptolemus did as he was desired. Goffe's willing hand relaxed the grasp as he had promised. The agriculturalist trundled off like a football that has just received a strong impulse from the foot of one of the players, and with celerity, which surprised himself as well as all beholders, fled through the town of Kirkwall. Nay, such was the impetus of his retreat, that, as if the grasp of the pirate was still open to pounce upon him, he never stopped till he had traversed the whole town, and attained the open country on the other side. They who had seen him that day, his hat and wig lost in the sudden effort he had made to bolt forward, his cravat awry, and his waistcoat unbuttoned, and who had an opportunity of comparing his round spherical form and short legs with the portentous speed at which he scoured through the street, might well say that if fury ministers arms, fear confers wings. His very mode of running seemed to be that peculiar to his fleecy care, for, like a ram in the midst of his race, he ever and anon encouraged himself by a great bouncing attempt at a leap, though there were no obstacles in his way. There was no pursuit after the agriculturalist, and though a musket or two were presented for the purpose of sending a leaden messenger after him, yet Goffe, turning peacemaker for once in his life, so exaggerated the dangers that would attend a breach of the truce with the people of Kirkwall, that he prevailed upon the boat's crew to forbear any active hostilities, and to pull off for their vessel with all dispatch. The burghers, who regarded the escape of Triptolemus as a triumph on their side, gave the boat 3 cheers, by way of an insulting farewell, while the magistrates, on the other hand, entertained great anxiety respecting the probable consequences of this breach of articles between them and the pirates, and could they have seized upon the fugitive very privately, instead of complimenting him with a civic feast in honour of the agility which he displayed, it is likely they might have delivered the runaway hostage once more into the hands of his foemen. But it was impossible to set their face publicly to such an act of violence, and therefore they contented themselves with closely watching Cleveland, whom they determined to make responsible for any aggression which might be attempted by the pirates. Cleveland, on his part, easily conjectured that the motive which Goffe had for suffering the hostage to escape was to leave him answerable for all consequences, and relying more on the attachment and intelligence of his friend and adherent Frederick Altamont, alias Jack Bunch, than on anything else, expected the result with considerable anxiety, since the magistrates, though they continued to treat him with civility, plainly intimated they would regulate his treatment by the behavior of the crew, though he no longer commanded them. It was not, however, without some reason that he reckoned on the devoted fidelity of Bunch, for no sooner did that trusty adherent receive from Gough and the boat's crew the news of the escape of Triptolemus than he immediately concluded it had been favored by the late captain, in order that, Cleveland being either put to death or consigned to hopeless imprisonment, Gough might be called upon to resume the command of the vessel. "But the drunken old boatswain shall miss his mark," said Bunch to his confederate Fletcher, "or else I am contented to quit the name of Altamont, and be called Jack Bunch, or Jack Dunce, if you like it better, to the end of the chapter." Availing himself accordingly of a sort of nautical eloquence, which his enemies termed slack-jaw, Bunch set before the crew, in a most animated manner, the disgrace which they all sustained, by their captain remaining, as he was pleased to term it, in the bilboes, without any hostage to answer for his safety, and succeeded so far that, besides exciting a good deal of discontent against Gough, he brought the crew to the resolution of seizing the first vessel of a tolerable appearance, and declaring that the ship, crew, and cargo should be dealt with according to the usage which Cleveland should receive on shore. It was judged at the same time proper to try the faith of the Orcadians, by removing from the roadstead of Kirkwall and going round to that of Stromness, where, according to the treaty betwixt Provost Torf and Captain Cleveland, they were to victual their sloop. They resolved in the meantime to entrust the command of the vessel to a council, consisting of Gough, the boatswain, and Bunch himself, until Cleveland should be in a situation to resume his command. These resolutions having been proposed and acceded to, they weighed anchor and got their sloop under sail, without experiencing any opposition or annoyance from the battery, which relieved them of one important apprehension incidental to their situation. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of The Pirate by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Clap on more sail, pursue up with your fights, give fire, she is my prize, or ocean whelm them all. Shakespeare. A very handsome brig, which, with several other vessels, was the property of Magnus Troil, the great Zetland U-dollar, had received on board that magnate himself, his two lovely daughters, and the facetious Claude Halcrow, who, for friendship's sake chiefly, and the love of beauty proper to his poetical calling, attended them on their journey from Zetland to the capital of Orkney, to which Norna had referred them as the place where her mystical oracles should at length receive a satisfactory explanation. They passed at a distance the tremendous cliffs of the lonely spot of earth called the Fair Isle, which at an equal distance from either archipelago lies in the sea which divides Orkney from Zetland, and at length, after some baffling winds, made the start of Sande. Off the headland so named, they became involved in a strong current, well known by those who frequent these seas as the Roost of the Start, which carried them considerably out of their course, and, joined to an adverse wind, forced them to keep on the east side of the island of Stranza, and finally compelled them to lie by for the night in Papa Sound, since the navigation in dark or thick weather amongst so many low islands is neither pleasant nor safe. On the ensuing morning they resumed their voyage under more favourable auspices, and coasting along the island of Stranza, whose flat, verdant, and comparatively fertile shores formed a strong contrast to the dun hills and dark cliffs of their own islands, they doubled the cape called the Lambhead, and stood away for Kirkwall. They had scarce opened the beautiful bay betwixt Pomona and Shappinshaw, and the sisters were admiring the massive church of St. Magnus as it was first seen to rise from amongst the inferior buildings of Kirkwall, when the eyes of Magnus and of Claude Halcrow were attracted by an object which they thought more interesting. This was an armed sloop, with her sails set, which had just left the anchorage in the bay, and was running before the wind by which the brig of the U-Dollar was beating in. "A tight thing that, by my ancestors' bones," said the old U-Dollar, "but I cannot make out of what country, as she shows no colours. Spanish built, I should think her." "Ay, ay," said Claude Halcrow, "she has all the look of it. She runs before the wind that we must battle with, which is the wonted way of the world. As glorious John says, with roomy deck and guns of mighty strength, whose low-laid mouths each mounting billow laves. Deep in her draught and warlike in her length, she seems a sea-wasp flying on the waves." Brenda could not help telling Halcrow, when he had spouted this stanza with great enthusiasm, that though the description was more like a first-rate than a sloop, yet the simile of the sea-wasp served but indifferently for either. "A sea-wasp," said Magnus, looking with some surprise, as the sloop, shifting her course, suddenly bore down on them. "Egad, I wish she may not show us presently that she has a sting." What the U-Dollar said in jest was fulfilled in earnest, for without hoisting colours or hailing, 2 shots were discharged from the sloop, one of which ran dipping and dancing upon the water just ahead of the Zetlander's bows, while the other went through his mainsail. Magnus caught up a speaking trumpet and hailed the sloop to demand what she was, and what was the meaning of this unprovoked aggression. He was only answered by the stern command, "Down topsails instantly, and lay your mainsail to the mast. You shall see who we are presently." There were no means within the reach of possibility by which obedience could be evaded, where it would instantly have been enforced by a broadside, and with much fear on the part of the sisters and Claude Halcrow, mixed with anger and astonishment on that of the U-Dollar, the brig lay to await the commands of the captors. The sloop immediately lowered a boat with 6 armed hands, commanded by Jack Bunch, which rowed directly for their prize. As they approached her, Claude Halcrow whispered to the U-Dollar, "If what we hear of buccaneers be true, these men with their silk scarves and vests have the very cut of them." My daughters," muttered Magnus to himself, with such an agony as only a father could feel. "Go down below and hide yourselves, girls, while He threw down his speaking trumpet and seized on a handspike, while his daughters, more afraid of the consequences of his fiery temper to himself than of anything else, hung round him, and begged him to make no resistance. Claude Halcrow united his entreaties, added, "It were best pacify the fellows with fair words. They might," he said, "be Dunkirkers, or insolent man-of-war's men on a frolic." "No, no, answered Magnus, it is the sloop which the Jagger told us of, but I will take your advice. I will have patience for these girls' sakes. Yet—" He had no time to conclude the sentence, for Bunch jumped on board with his party, and drawing his cutlass, struck it upon the companion ladder, and declared the ship was theirs. "By what warrant or authority do you stop us on the high seas?" said Magnus. "Here are half a dozen of warrants," said Bunch, showing the pistols which were hung round him, according to a pirate fashion already mentioned. "Choose which you like, old gentleman, and you shall have the perusal of it presently." "That is to say, you intend to rob us?" said Magnus. "So be it. We have no means to help it. Only be civil to the women, and take what you please from the vessel. There is not much, but I will and can make it worth more if you use us well." "Civil to the women!" said Fletcher, who also had come on board with the gang. "When were we less than civil to them? Ay, and kind to boot. Look here, Jack Bunch, what a trim-going little thing here is. By God, she shall make a cruise with us, some of the old square-toes, what will?" He seized upon the terrified Brenda with one hand, and insolently pulled back with the other the hood of the mantle in which she had muffled herself. "Help! Father! Help, Minna!" exclaimed the affrighted girl, unconscious at the moment that they were unable to render her assistance. Magnus again uplifted the handspike, but Bunch stopped his hand. "Avast, father," he said, "or you will make a bad voyage of it presently. And you, Fletcher, let go the girl." "And damn me, why should I let her go?" said Fletcher. "Because I command you, Dick," said the other, "and because I'll make it a quarrel else. And now let me know, beauties, is there one of you bears that queer heathen name of Minna, for which I have a certain sort of regard?" "Gallant sir," said Halcrow, "unquestionably it is because you have some poetry in your heart." "I have had enough of it in my mouth in my time," answered Bunch, "but that day is by, old gentleman. However, I shall soon find out which of these girls is Minna. Throw back your mufflings from your faces, and don't be afraid, my Lindamaras. No one here shall meddle with you to do you wrong. On my soul, two pretty wenches. I wish I were at sea in an eggshell, and a rock under my lee bow, if I would wish a better leaguer lass than the worst of them. Hark you, my girls, which of you would like to swing in a rover's hammock? You should have gold for the gathering." The terrified maidens clung close together, and grew pale at the bold and familiar language of the desperate libertine. "Nay, don't be frightened," said he. "No one shall serve under the noble Altamont but by her own free choice. There is no pressing amongst gentlemen of fortune. And do not look so shy upon me neither, as if I spoke of what you never thought of before. One of you, at least, has heard of Captain Cleveland, the rover." Brenda grew still paler, but the blood mounted at once in Minna's cheeks, on hearing the name of her lover thus unexpectedly introduced, for the scene was in itself so confounding, that the idea of the vessel's being the consort of which Cleveland had spoken at Bergwestra had occurred to no one save the U-dollar. "I see how it is," said Bunch, with a familiar nod, "and I will hold my course accordingly. You need not be afraid of any injury, father," he added, addressing Magnus familiarly, "and though I have made many a pretty girl pay tribute in my time, yet yours shall go ashore without either wrong or ransom." "If you will assure me of that," said Magnus, You are as welcome to the brig and cargo as ever I made man welcome to a can of punch." "And it is no bad thing, that same can of punch," said Bunch, "if we had any one here that could mix it well." "I will do it," said Claude Halcrow, "with any man that ever squeezed lemon, Eric Scambester, the punch-maker of Bergwestra, being alone excepted." "And you are within a grapnel's length of him too," said the U-Dollar. "Go down below, my girls," he added, "and send up the rare old man and the punch-bowl." "The punch-bowl," said Fletcher. "I say the bucket, damn me! Talk of bowls in the cabin of a paltry merchantman, but not to gentlemen strollers, rovers, I would say," correcting himself, as he observed that Bunch looked sour at the mistake. "And I say, these two pretty girls shall stay on deck and fill my can," said Bunch. "I deserve some attendance at least, for all my generosity." "And they shall fill mine too," said Fletcher. "They shall fill it to the brim, and I will have a kiss for every drop they spill, broil me if I won't." "Why, then I tell you you shan't," said Bunch, "for I'll be damned if any one shall kiss Minna but one, and that's neither you nor I, and her other little bit of a consort shall 'scape for company. There are plenty of willing wenches in Orkney. And so, now I think on it, these girls shall go down below and bolt themselves into the cabin, and we shall have the punch up here on deck, al fresco, as the old gentleman proposes." "Why, Jack, I wish you knew your own mind," said Fletcher. "I have been your messmate these 2 years, and I love you, and yet flay me like a wild bullock if you have not as many humours as a monkey. And what shall we have to make a little fun of, since you have sent the girls down below?" "Why, we will have Master Punchmaker here," answered Bunch, "to give us toasts and sing us songs, and in the meantime, you there, stand by sheets and tacks and get her under way, and you, steersman, as you would keep your brains in your skull, keep her under the stern of the sloop. If you attempt to play us any trick, I will scuttle your sconce as if it were an old calabash." The vessel was accordingly got under way, and moved slowly on in the wake of the sloop, which, as had been previously agreed upon, held her course, not to return to the Bay of Kirkwall, but for an excellent roadstead called Inganess Bay, formed by a promontory which extends to the eastward 2 or 3 miles from the Orcadian metropolis, and where the vessels might conveniently lie at anchor, while the rovers maintained any communication with the magistrates which the new state of things seemed to require. Meantime, Claude Halcrow had exerted his utmost talents in compounding a bucketful of punch for the use of the pirates, which they drank out of large cans. The ordinary seamen, as well as Bunch and Fletcher, who acted as officers, dipping them into the bucket with very little ceremony, as they came and went upon their duty. Magnus, who was particularly apprehensive that liquor might awaken the brutal passions of these desperadoes, was yet so much astonished at the quantities which he saw them drink, without producing any visible effect upon their reason, that he could not help expressing his surprise to Bunch himself, who, wild as he was, yet appeared by far the most civil and conversable of his party, and whom he was, perhaps, desirous to conciliate by a compliment of which all boon toppers know the value. "Bones of St. Magnus," said the U-Dollar, "I used to think I took off my can like a gentleman, but to see your men swallow, Captain, one would think their stomachs were as bottomless as the hole of Leifel in Fola, which I have sounded myself with a line of 100 fathoms. By my soul, the bicker of St. Magnus were but a sip to them." "In our way of life, sir," answered Bunch, "there is no stint till duty calls, or the puncheon is drunk out." "By my word, sir," said Claude Halcrow, "I believe there is not one of your people but could drink out the mickle bicker of Scarpa, which was always offered to the Bishop of Orkney, brim full of the best bummock that was ever brewed." "If drinking could make them bishops," said Bunch, "I should have a reverend crew of them; but as they have no other clerical qualities about them, I do not propose that they shall get drunk to-day, so we will cut our drink with a song." "And I'll sing it, by—" said or swore Dick Fletcher, and instantly struck up the old ditty. It was a ship, and a ship of fame, launched off the stocks, bound for the main, with 150 brisk young men, all picked and chosen every one. "I would sooner be keel-hauled than hear that song over again," said Bunch, "and confound your lantern jaws, you can squeeze nothing else out of them." "By," said Fletcher, "I will sing my song whether you like it or no." And again he sung with the doleful tone of a northeaster whistling through sheet and shrouds. Captain Glenn was our captain's name, a very gallant and brisk young man, as bold a sailor as ever went to sea, and we were bound for High Barbary. "I tell you again," said Bunch, "we will have none of your screech owl music here, and I'll be damned if you shall sit here and make that infernal noise." "Why, then, I'll tell you what," said Fletcher, getting up, "I'll sing when I walk about, and I hope there is no harm in that, Jack Bunch." And so, getting up from his seat, he began to walk up and down the sloop, croaking out his long and disastrous ballad. "You see how I manage them," said Bunch, with a smile of self-applause. "Allow that fellow 2 strides on his own way, and you make a mutineer of him for life. But I tie him strict up, and he follows me as kindly as a fowler's spaniel after he has got a good beating. And now your toast and your song, sir," addressing Halcrow, "or rather your song without your toast. I have got a toast for myself. Here is success to all roving blades, and confusion to all honest men." "I should be sorry to drink that toast, if I could help it," said Magnus Troil. "What, you reckon yourself one of the honest folks, I warrant," said Bunch. "Tell me your trade, and I'll tell you what I think of it. As for the punch-maker here, I knew him at first glance to be a tailor, who has, therefore, no more pretensions to be honest than he has not to be mangy. But you are some High Dutch skipper, I warrant me, that tramples on the cross when he is in Japan, and denies his religion for a day's gain." "No," replied the U-Dollar, "I am a gentleman of Zetland." "Oh, what!" retorted the satirical Mr. Bunch, "you are come from the happy climate where gin is a groat a bottle, and where there is daylight for ever." "At your service, Captain," said the U-Dollar, suppressing with much pain some disposition to resent these jests on his country, although under every risk and at all disadvantage. "At my service," said Bunch. "Ay, if there was a rope stretched from the wreck to the beach, you would be at my service to cut the hawser, make flotsam and jetsam of ship and cargo, and well if you did not give me a rap on the head with the back of the cutty axe. And you call yourself honest? But never mind, here goes the aforesaid toast. And do you sing me a song, Mr. Fashioner? and look it be as good as your punch." Halcrow, internally praying for the powers of a new Timotheus to turn his strain and check his auditor's pride, as Glorious John had it, began a heart-soothing ditty with the following lines: "Maidens fresh as fairest rose, listen to this lay of mine." "I will hear nothing of maidens or roses," said Bunch. "It puts me in mind what sort of a cargo we have on board, and I will be true to my messmate and my captain as long as I can. And now I think on it, I'll have no more punch either. That last cup made innovation, and I am not to play Cassio to-night, and if I drink not, nobody else shall." So saying, he manfully kicked over the bucket, which, notwithstanding the repeated applications made to it, was still half full, got up from his seat, shook himself a little to rights, as he expressed it, cocked his hat, and walking the quarter-deck with an air of dignity, gave, by word and signal, the orders for bringing the ships to anchor, which were readily obeyed by both, Gough being then, in all probability, past any rational state of interference. The U-Dollar, in the meantime, condoled with Halcrow on their situation. "It is bad enough," said the tough old Norseman, "for these are rank rogues, and yet were it not for the girls, I should not fear them. That young vapouring fellow, who seems to command, is not such a born devil as he might have been." "He has queer humours, though," said Halcrow, "and I wish we were loose from him. To kick down a bucket half full of the best punch ever was made, and to cut me short in the sweetest song I ever wrote, I promise you I do not know what he may do next. It is next door to madness." Meanwhile, the ships being brought to anchor, the valiant Lieutenant Bunch called upon Fletcher, and resuming his seat by his unwilling passengers, he told them they should see what message he was about to send to the widows of Kirkwall, as they were something concerned in it. "It shall run in Dick's name," he said, "as well as in mine. I love to give the poor young fellow a little countenance now and then, don't I, Dick, you damned stupid ass?" "Why, yes, Jack Bunch," said Dick, "I can't say but as you do. Only you are always bullocking one about something or other too. But howsomedever, d'ye see—" "Enough said. Belay your jaw, Dick," said Bunch, and proceeded to write his epistle, which, being read aloud, proved to be of the following tenor: "For the Mayor and Aldermen of Kirkwall, Gentlemen, as contrary to your good faith given, you have not sent us on board a hostage for the safety of our captain, remaining on shore at your request, these come to tell you we are not thus to be trifled with. We have already in our possession a brig with a family of distinction, its owners and passengers, and as you deal with our captain, so will we deal with them in every respect. And as this is the first, so assure yourself it shall not be the last damage which we will do to your town and trade if you do not send on board our captain and supply us with stores according to treaty. Given on board the brig Mergoose of Bergwestra, lying in Ingeness Bay. Witness our hands, commanders of the Fortune's favourite and gentlemen adventurers." He then subscribed himself Frederick Altamont, and handed the letter to Fletcher, who read the said subscription with much difficulty, and admiring the sound of it very much, swore he would have a new name himself, and the rather that Fletcher was the most crabbed word to spell and onster, he believed, in the whole dictionary. He subscribed himself accordingly Timothy Tugmutton. "Will you not add a few lines?" to the coxcombs," said Bunch, addressing Magnus. "Not I," returned the Udollar, stubborn in his ideas of right and wrong, even in so formidable an emergency. "The magistrates of Kirkwall know their duty, and were I they—" But here the recollection that his daughters were at the mercy of these ruffians blanked the bold visage of Magnus Troyle, and checked the defiance which was just about to issue from his lips. "Damn me," said Bunch, who easily conjectured what was passing in the mind of his prisoner, "that pause would have told well on the stage. It would have brought down pit, box, and gallery, egad, as Bayes has it." "I will hear nothing of Bayes," said Claude Halcrow, himself a little elevated. "It is an impudent satire on glorious John, but he tickled Buckingham off for it. In the first rank of these did Zimri stand, a man so various—" "Hold your peace," said Bunch, drowning the voice of the admirer of Dryden in louder and more vehement asseveration. "The rehearsal is the best farce ever was written, and I'll make him kiss the gunner's daughter that denies it. Damn me, I was the best Prince Prettyman ever walked the boards. Sometimes a fisher's son, sometimes a prince. But let us to business. Hark ye, old gentleman," to Magnus, "you have a sort of sulkiness about you, for which some of my profession would cut your ears out of your head, and broil them for dinner with red pepper. I have known Gough do so to a poor devil, for looking sour and dangerous when he saw his sloop go to Davy Jones's locker with his only son on board. But I'm a spirit of another sort, and if you or the ladies are ill used, it shall be the Kirkwall people's fault, and not mine, and that's fair, and so you had better let them know your condition, and your circumstances, and so forth, and that's fair too." Magnus, thus exhorted, took up the pen, and attempted to write, but his high spirit so struggled with his paternal anxiety that his hand refused its office. "I cannot help it," he said, after one or two illegible attempts to write. "I cannot form a letter if all our lives depended upon it." And he could not, with his utmost efforts, to suppress the convulsive emotions which he experienced, but that they agitated his whole frame. The willow which bends to the tempest often escapes better than the oak which resists it. And so in great calamities it sometimes happens that light and frivolous spirits recover their elasticity and presence of mind sooner than those of a loftier character. In the present case, Claude Halcrow was fortunately able to perform the task which the deeper feelings of his friend and patron refused. He took the pen, and in as few words as possible explained the situation in which they were placed, and the cruel risks to which they were exposed, insinuating at the same time, as delicately as he could express it, that to the magistrates of the country the life and honour of its citizens should be a dearer object than even the apprehension or punishment of the guilty, taking care, however, to qualify the last expression as much as possible, for fear of giving umbrage to the pirates. Bunch read over the letter, which fortunately met his approbation, and on seeing the name of Claude Halcrow at the bottom, he exclaimed, in great surprise, and with more energetic expressions of asseveration than we chose to record, "Why, you are the little fellow that played the fiddle to old Manager Gadabout's company at Hoggs Norton, the first season I came out there. I thought I knew your catchword of glorious John." At another time this recognition might not have been very grateful to Halcrow's minstrel pride, but as matters stood with him The discovery of a golden mine could not have made him more happy. He instantly remembered the very hopeful young performer who came out in Don Sebastian, and judiciously added that the muse of glorious John had never received such excellent support during the time that he was first, he might have added, and only, violin to Mr. Gadabout's company. "Why, yes," said Bunch, "I believe you are right. I think I might have shaken the scene as well as Booth or Betterton either, but I was destined to figure on other boards," striking his foot upon the deck, "and I believe I must stick by them till I find no board at all to support me. But now, old acquaintance, I will do something for you. Slew yourself this way a bit. I would have you solus." They leaned over the taffrail, while Bunch whispered with more seriousness than he usually showed, "I am sorry for this honest old heart of Norway pine. Blight me if I am not. And for the daughters too. Besides, I have my own reasons for befriending one of them. I can be a wild fellow with a willing lass of the game, but to such decent and innocent creatures, damn me, I am Scipio at Numantia, and Alexander in the tent of Darius. You remember how I touch off Alexander?" Here he started into heroics. "Thus from the grave I rise to save my love. All draw your swords, with wings of lightning move. When I rush on, sure none will dare to stay. 'Tis beauty calls, and glory shows the way." Claude Halcrow failed not to bestow the necessary commendations on his declamation, declaring that in his opinion, as an honest man, he had always thought Mr. Altamont's giving that speech far superior in tone and energy to Betterton. Bunch, or Altamont, wrung his hand tenderly. "Ah, you flatter me, my dear friend," he said. "Yet why had not the public some of your judgment? I should not then have been at this pass. Heaven knows, my dear Mr. Halcrow, Heaven knows with what pleasure I could keep you on board with me, just that I might have one friend who loves as much to hear as I do to recite the choicest pieces of our finest dramatic authors. The most of us are beasts, and for the Kirkwall hostage yonder he uses me, egad, as I use Fletcher, I think, and huffs me the more I do for him. But how delightful it would be in a tropic night when the ship was hanging on the breeze, with a broad and steady sail, for me to rehearse Alexander, with you for my pit, box, and gallery. Nay, for you are a follower of the Muses, as I remember. Who knows but you and I might be the means of inspiring, like Orpheus and Eurydice, a pure taste into our companions, and softening their manners, while we excited their better feelings." This was spoken with so much unction that Claude Halcrow began to be afraid he had both made the actual punch over potent, and mixed too many bewitching ingredients in the cup of flattery which he had administered, and that under the influence of both potions the sentimental pirate might detain him by force, merely to realize the scenes which his imagination presented. The conjuncture was, however, too delicate to admit of any active effort on Halcrow's part to redeem his blunder, and therefore he only returned the tender pressure of his friend's hand, and uttered the interjection, "Alas!" in as pathetic a tone as he could. Bunch immediately resumed. "You are right, my friend. These are but vain visions of felicity, and it remains but for the unhappy Altamont to serve the friend to whom he is now to bid farewell. I have determined to put you and the two girls ashore with Fletcher for your protection, and so call up the young women, and let them be gone before the devil get aboard of me or of some one else. You will carry my letter to the magistrates, and second it with your own eloquence, and assure them that if they hurt but one hair of Cleveland's head, there will be the devil to pay, and no pitch hot." Relieved at heart by this unexpected termination of Bunch's harangue, Hallcrow descended the companion ladder 2 steps at a time, and knocking at the cabin door, could scarce find intelligible language enough to say his errand. The sisters hearing, with unexpected joy, that they were to be set ashore, muffled themselves in their cloaks, and when they learned that the boat was hoisted out, came hastily on deck, where they were apprised, for the first time, to their great horror, that their father was still to remain on board of the pirate. "We will remain with him at every risk," said Minna. "We may be of some assistance to him, were it but for an instant. We will live and die with him." "We shall aid him more surely," said Brenda, who comprehended the nature of their situation better than Minna, "by interesting the people of Kirkwall to grant these gentlemen's demands." "Spoken like an angel of sense and beauty," said Bunch. "And now away with you, for damn me, if this is not like having a lighted linstock in the powder room. If you speak another word more, confound me if I know how I shall bring myself to part with you." "Go in God's name, my daughters," said Magnus. "I am in God's hand, and when you are gone I shall care little for myself, and I shall think and say, as long as I live, that this good gentleman deserves a better trade. Go, go, away with you," for they yet lingered in reluctance to leave him. "Stay not to kiss," said Bunch, "for fear I be tempted to ask my share. Into the boat with you. Yet stop an instant." He drew the 3 captives apart. "Fletcher," said he, "will answer for the rest of the fellows, and will see you safe off the sea beach. But how to answer for Fletcher I know not, except by trusting Mr. Hallcrow with this little guarantee." He offered the minstrel a small double-barrelled pistol, which, he said, was loaded with a brace of balls. Minna observed Hallcrow's hand tremble as he stretched it out to take the weapon. "Give it to me, sir," she said, taking it from the outlaw, "and trust to me for defending my sister and myself." "Bravo! Bravo!" shouted Bunch. "There spoke a wench worthy of Cleveland, the king of rovers." "Cleveland!" repeated Minna. "Do you then know that Cleveland, whom you have twice named?" "Know him? Is there a man alive," said Bunch, "that knows better than I do? The best and stoutest fellow ever stepped betwixt stem and stern. When he is out of the bilboes, as please heaven he shall soon be, I reckon to see you come on board of us, and reign the queen of every sea we sail over. You have got the little guardian. I suppose you know how to use it. If Fletcher behaves ill to you, you need only draw up this piece of iron with your thumb, so, and if he persists, it is but crooking your pretty forefinger thus, and I shall lose the most dutiful messmate that ever man had, though, damn the dog, he will deserve his death if he disobeys my orders. And now into the boat. But stay, one kiss for Cleveland's sake." Brenda, in deadly terror, endured his courtesy, but Minna, stepping back with disdain, offered her hand. Bunch laughed, but kissed, with a theatrical air, the fair hand which she extended as a ransom for her lips, and at length the sisters and Hallcrow were placed in the boat, which rowed off under Fletcher's command. Bunch stood on the quarter-deck, soliloquizing after the manner of his original profession. Were this told at Port Royal now, or at the Isle of Providence, or in the Patis Guavis, I wonder what they would say of me. Why, that I was a good-natured milksop, a jackalant, an ass. Well, let them. I have done enough of bad to think about it. It is worth while doing one good action, if it were but for the rarity of the thing, and to put one in good humour with oneself. Then, turning to Magnus Troil, he proceeded, By, these are bona robas, these daughters of yours. The eldest would make her fortune on the London boards. What a dashing attitude the wench had with her as she seized the pistol! Damn me, that touch would have brought the house down. What a Roxalana the jade would have made! For in his oratory, Bunch, like Sancho's gossip, Thomas Cecil, was apt to use the most energetic word which came to hand without accurately considering its propriety. I would give my share of the next prize but to hear her spout. Away, begone, and give a whirlwind room, or I will blow you up like dust. Avaunt! Madness but meanly represents my rage. And then again that little soft, shy, tearful trembler for Satira, to hear her recite, he speaks the kindest words, and looks such things, vows with such passion, swears with so much grace, that 'tis a kind of heaven to be deluded by him. What a play we might have run up! I was a beast not to think of it before I sent them off. I to be Alexander, Claude Halcrow, Lysimachus. This old gentleman might have made a Clitus for a pinch. I was an idiot not to think of it. There was much in this effusion which might have displeased the U-dollar, but to speak truth, he paid no attention to it. His eye, and finally his spy-glass, were employed in watching the return of his daughters to the shore. He saw them land on the beach, and accompanied by Halcrow and another man, Fletcher doubtless, he saw them ascend the acclivity and proceed upon the road to Kirkwall, and he could even distinguish that Minna, as if considering herself as the guardian of the party, walked a little aloof from the rest, on the watch, as it seemed, against surprise, and ready to act as occasion should require. At length, as the U-dollar was just about to lose sight of them, he had the exquisite satisfaction to see the party halt, and the pirate leave them, after a space just long enough for a civil farewell, and proceed slowly back, on his return to the beach. Blessing the great being who had thus relieved him from the most agonizing fears which a father can feel, the worthy U-dollar, from that instant, stood resigned to his own fate, whatever that might be. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of The Pirate by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Over the mountains and under the waves, over the fountains and under the graves, over floods that are deepest, which Neptune obey, over rocks that are steepest, love will find out the way. Old Song. The parting of Fletcher from Claude Halcrow and the sisters of Burg Westra on the spot where it took place was partly occasioned by a small party of armed men being seen at a distance in the act of advancing from Kirkwall, an apparition hidden from the U-dollar's spy-glass by the swell of the ground, but quite visible to the pirate, whom it determined to consult his own safety by a speedy return to his boat. He was just turning away when Minna occasioned the short delay which her father had observed. "Stop," she said, "I command you. Tell your leader from me that whatever the answer may be from Kirkwall, he shall carry his vessel nevertheless round to Stromness, and being anchored there, let him send a boat ashore for Captain Cleveland when he shall see a smoke on the bridge of Boiscar." Fletcher had thought, like his messmate Bunch, of asking a kiss, at least, for the trouble of escorting these beautiful young women, and perhaps neither the terror of the approaching Kirkwall men nor of Minna's weapon might have prevented his being insolent. But the name of his captain, and still more the unappalled, dignified, and commanding manner of Minna Troyle overawed him. He made a sea bow, promised to keep a sharp look-out, and returning to his boat, went on board with his message. As Halcrow and the sisters advanced towards the party whom they saw on the Kirkwall road, and who, on their part, had halted as if to observe them, Brenda, relieved from the fears of Fletcher's presence, which had hitherto kept her silent, exclaimed, "Merciful Heaven! Minna, in what hands have we left our dear father?" "In the hands of brave men," said Minna steadily. "I fear not for him." "As brave as you please," said Claude Halcrow, "but very dangerous rogues for all that. I know that fellow Altamont, as he calls himself, though that is not his right name neither, as debauched a dog as ever made a barn ring with blood and blank verse. He began with Barnwell, and everybody thought he would end with the gallows, like the last scene in Venice Preserved." "It matters not," said Minna. "The wilder the waves, the more powerful is the voice that rules them. The name alone of Cleveland ruled the mood of the fiercest amongst them." "I am sorry for Cleveland," said Brenda, "if such are his companions, but I care little for him in comparison to my father." "Reserve your compassion for those who need it," said Minna, "and fear nothing for our father. God knows, every silver hair on his head is to me worth the treasure of an unsummed mine. But I know that he is safe while in yonder vessel, and I know that he will be soon safe on shore." "I would I could see it," said Claude Halcrow, "but I fear the Kirkwall people, supposing Cleveland to be such as I dread, will not dare to exchange him against the U-dollar. The Scots have very severe laws against theft boot, as they call it." "But who are those on the road before us?" said Brenda, "and why do they halt there so jealously?" "They are a patrol of the militia," answered Halcrow. "Glorious John touches them off a little sharply, but then John was a Jacobite." "Mouths without hands, maintained at vast expense, in peace a charge, in war a weak defence. Stout once a month, they march a blustering band, and ever, but in time of need, at hand. I fancy they halted just now, taking us, as they saw us, on the brow of the hill, for a party of the sloop's men, and now they can distinguish that you wear petticoats, they are moving on again." They came on accordingly, and proved to be, as Claude Halcrow had suggested, a patrol sent out to watch the motions of the pirates, and to prevent their attempting descents to damage the country. They heartily congratulated Claude Halcrow, who was well known to more than one of them, upon his escape from captivity, and the commander of the party, while offering every assistance to the ladies, could not help condoling with them on the circumstances in which their father stood, hinting, though in a delicate and doubtful manner, the difficulties which might be in the way of his liberation. When they arrived at Kirkwall and obtained an audience of the provost and one or two of the magistrates, these difficulties were more plainly insisted upon. "The Halcyon frigate is upon the coast," said the provost. "She was seen off Duncansey Head, and though I have the deepest respect for Mr. Troyle of Bergwestra, yet I shall be answerable to law if I release from prison the captain of this suspicious vessel, on account of the safety of any individual who may be unhappily endangered by his detention. This man is now known to be the heart and soul of these buccaneers, and am I at liberty to send him abroad, that he may plunder the country, or perhaps go fight the king's ship? For he has impudence enough for anything." "Courage enough for anything, you mean, Mr. Provost," said Minna, unable to restrain her displeasure. "Why, you may call it as you please, Miss Troyle," said the worthy magistrate, "but in my opinion that sort of courage which proposes to fight singly against two is little better than a kind of practical impudence." "But our father," said Brenda, in a tone of the most earnest entreaty, "our father, the friend, I may say the father of his country, to whom so many look for kindness, and so many for actual support, whose loss would be the extinction of a beacon in a storm, will you indeed weigh the risk which he runs against such a trifling thing as letting an unfortunate man from prison, to seek his unhappy fate elsewhere?" "Miss Brenda is right," said Claude Halcrow. "I am for let a be, as the boys say, and never fash about a warrant of liberation. Provost, but just take a fool's counsel, and let the good man of the jail forget to draw his bolt on the wicket, or leave a chink of a window open, or the like, and we shall be rid of the rover, and have the one best honest fellow in Orkney or Zetland on the lee side of a bowl of punch with us in 5 hours." The provost replied in nearly the same terms as before, that he had the highest respect for Mr. Magnus Troyle of Bergwestra, but that he could not suffer his consideration for any individual, however respectable, to interfere with the discharge of his duty. Minna then addressed her sister in a tone of calm and sarcastic displeasure. "You forget," she said, "Brenda, that you are talking of the safety of a poor insignificant Udollar of Zetland, to no less a person than the chief magistrate of the metropolis of Orkney. Can you expect so great a person to condescend to such a trifling subject of consideration? It will be time enough for the provost to think of complying with the terms sent to him, for comply with them at length he both must and will, when the church of St. Magnus is beat down about his ears." "You may be angry with me, my pretty young lady," said the good-humoured Provost Torfey, "but I cannot be offended with you. The church of St. Magnus has stood many a day, and I think will outlive both you and me, much more yonder pack of unhanged dogs. And besides, that your father is half an Orkneyman, and has both estate and friends among us, I would, I give you my word, do as much for a Zetlander in distress as I would for any one, excepting one of our own native Kirkwallers, who are doubtless to be preferred. And if you will take up your lodgings here with my wife and myself, we will endeavour to show you," continued he, "that you are as welcome in Kirkwall as ever you could be in Lerwick or Scalloway." Minna deigned no reply to this good-humoured invitation, but Brenda declined it in civil terms, pleading the necessity of taking up their abode with a wealthy widow of Kirkwall, a relation who already expected them. Halcrow made another attempt to move the provost, but found him inexorable. The collector of the customs had already threatened, he said, to inform against him for entering into treaty, or as he called it, packing and peeling with those strangers, even when it seemed the only means of preventing a bloody affray in the town, and should he now forego the advantage afforded by the imprisonment of Cleveland and the escape of the factor, he might incur something worse than censure. The burden of the whole was, that he was sorry for the U-dollar. He was even sorry for the lad Cleveland, who had some sparks of honour about him, but his duty was imperious, and must be obeyed. The provost then precluded farther argument by observing that another affair from Shetland called for his immediate attention. A gentleman named Murtown, residing at Jarlshof, had made complaint against Snailsfoot the Jagger for having assisted a domestic of his in embezzling some valuable articles which had been deposited in his custody, and he was about to take examinations on the subject, and cause them to be restored to Mr. Murtown, who was accountable for them to the right owner. In all this information there was nothing which seemed interesting to the sisters, excepting the word Murtown, which went like a dagger to the heart of Minna when she recollected the circumstances under which Mordaunt Murtown had disappeared, and which, with an emotion less painful, though still of a melancholy nature, called a faint blush into Brenda's cheek, and a slight degree of moisture into her eye. But it was soon evident that the magistrate spoke not of Mordaunt, but of his father, and the daughters of Magnus, little interested in his detail, took leave of the provost to go to their own lodgings. When they arrived at their relations, Minna made it her business to learn, by such enquiries as she could make without exciting suspicion, what was the situation of the unfortunate Cleveland, which she soon discovered to be exceedingly precarious. The provost had not, indeed, committed him to close custody, as Claude Halcrow had anticipated, recollecting, perhaps, the favourable circumstances under which he had surrendered himself, and loath, till the moment of the last necessity, altogether to break faith with him. But although left apparently at large, he was strictly watched by persons well armed and appointed for the purpose, who had directions to detain him by force if he attempted to pass certain narrow precincts which were allotted to him. He was quartered in a strong room within what is called the King's Castle, and at night his chamber door was locked on the outside, and a sufficient guard mounted to prevent his escape. He therefore enjoyed only the degree of liberty which the cat, in her cruel sport, is sometimes pleased to permit to the mouse which she has clutched, and yet such was the terror of the resources, the courage, and ferocity of the pirate captain, that the provost was blamed by the collector and many other sage citizens of Kirkwall for permitting him to be at large upon any conditions. It may be well believed that under such circumstances Cleveland had no desire to seek any place of public resort, conscious that he was the object of a mixed feeling of curiosity and terror. His favourite place of exercise, therefore, was the external aisles of the Cathedral of St. Magnus, of which the eastern end alone is fitted up for public worship. This solemn old edifice, having escaped the ravage which attended the first convulsions of the Reformation, still retains some appearance of episcopal dignity. This place of worship is separated by a screen from the nave and western limb of the cross, and the whole is preserved in a state of cleanliness and decency, which might be well proposed as an example to the proud piles of Westminster and St. Paul's. It was in this exterior part of the cathedral that Cleveland was permitted to walk, the rather that his guards, by watching the single open entrance, had the means, with very little inconvenience to themselves, of preventing any possible attempt at escape. The place itself was well suited to his melancholy circumstances. The lofty and vaulted roof rises upon ranges of Saxon pillars of massive size, 4 of which, still larger than the rest, once supported the lofty spire, which, long since destroyed by accident, has been rebuilt upon a disproportioned and truncated plan. The light is admitted at the eastern end through a lofty, well-proportioned, and richly ornamented Gothic window, and the pavement is covered with inscriptions, in different languages, distinguishing the graves of noble Orcadians who have at different times been deposited within the sacred precincts. Here walked Cleveland, musing over the events of a misspent life, which it seemed probable might be brought to a violent and shameful close, while he was yet in the prime of youth. With these dead, he said, looking on the pavement, shall I soon be numbered. But no holy man will speak a blessing, no friendly hand register an inscription, no proud descendant sculpture armorial bearings over the grave of the pirate Cleveland. My whitening bones will swing in the gibbet irons on some wild beach or lonely cape, that will be esteemed fatal and accursed for my sake. The old mariner, as he passes the Sound, will shake his head and tell of my name and actions as a warning to his younger comrades. But, Minna, what will be thy thoughts when the news reaches thee? Would to God the tidings were drowned in the deepest whirlpool betwixt Kirkwall and Bergwestra ere they came to her ear. And oh, would to heaven that we had never met, since we never can meet again. He lifted up his eyes as he spoke, and Minna Troyle stood before him. Her face was pale, and her hair dishevelled, but her look was composed and firm with its usual expression of high-minded melancholy. She was still shrouded in the large mantle which she had assumed on leaving the vessel. Cleveland's first emotion was astonishment. His next was joy, not unmixed with awe. He would have exclaimed, he would have thrown himself at her feet, but she imposed at once silence and composure on him by raising her finger and saying, in a low but commanding accent, "Be cautious. We are observed. There are men without. They let me enter with difficulty. I dare not remain long. They would think, they might believe. Oh, Cleveland, I have hazarded everything to save you." "To save me? Alas, poor Minna," answered Cleveland, "to save me is impossible. Even that I have seen you once more, were it but to say for ever farewell." "We must indeed say farewell," said Minna, "for fate and your guilt have divided us for ever. Cleveland, I have seen your associates. Need I tell you more? Need I say that I know now what a pirate is?" "You have been in the ruffians' power," said Cleveland, with a start of agony. "Did they presume—" "Cleveland," replied Minna, "they presumed nothing. Your name was a spell over them. But the power of that spell over these ferocious banditti, and by that alone I was reminded of the qualities I once thought my Cleveland's. Yes, said Cleveland proudly, my name has and shall have power over them when they are at the wildest. And had they harmed you by one rude word, they should have found, yet what do I rave about? I am a prisoner. You shall be so no longer, said Minna. Your safety, the safety of my dear father, all demand your instant freedom. I have formed a scheme for your liberty, which, boldly executed, cannot fail. The light is fading without. Muffle yourself in my cloak, and you will easily pass the guards. I have given them the means of carousing, and they are deeply engaged. Haste to the lock of Stennis, and hide yourself till day dawns. Then make a smoke on the point, where the land, stretching into the lake on each side, divides it nearly in two at the bridge of Boiscar. Your vessel, which lies not far distant, will send a boat ashore. Do not hesitate an instant. But you, Minna, should this wild scheme succeed, said Cleveland, what is to become of you? For my share in your escape, answered the maiden, the honesty of my own intention will vindicate me in the sight of heaven, and the safety of my father, whose fate depends on yours, will be my excuse to man. In a few words she gave him the history of their capture and its consequences. Cleveland cast up his eyes and raised his hands to heaven, in thankfulness for the escape of the sisters from his evil companions, and then hastily added, But you are right, Minna. I must fly at all rates. For your father's sake I must fly. Here, then, we part, yet not, I trust, for ever. For ever, answered a voice that sounded as from a sepulchral vault. They started, looked around them, and then gazed on each other. It seemed as if the echoes of the building had returned Cleveland's last words, but the pronunciation was too emphatically accented. Yes, forever, said Norna of the fitful head, stepping forward from behind one of the massive Saxon pillars which support the roof of the cathedral. Here meet the crimson foot and the crimson hand. Well for both that the wound is healed whence that crimson was derived. Well for both, but best for him who shed it. Here then you meet, and meet for the last time. Not so, said Cleveland, as if about to take Minna's hand. To separate me from Minna while I have life must be the work of herself alone. Away, said Norna, stepping betwixt them, away with such idle folly. Nourish no vain dreams of future meetings. You part here, and you part for ever. The hawk pairs not with the dove. Guilt matches not with innocence. Minna Troyle, you look for the last time on this bold and criminal man. Cleveland, you behold Minna for the last time. And dream you, said Cleveland indignantly, that your mummery imposes on me, and that I am among the fools who see more than trick in your pretended art. Forbear, Cleveland, forbear, said Minna, her hereditary awe of Norna augmented by the circumstance of her sudden appearance. Oh, forbear, she is powerful, she is but too powerful, and do you, O Norna, remember my father's safety is linked with Cleveland's. And it is well for Cleveland that I do remember it, replied the Pythoness, and that for the sake of one I am here to aid both. You, with your childish purpose of passing one of his bulk and stature under the disguise of a few paltry folds of wadmal, what would your device have procured him but instant restraint with bolt and shackle? I will save him. I will place him in security on board his bark. But let him renounce these shores for ever, and carry elsewhere the terrors of his sable flag, and his yet blacker name. For if the sun rises twice, and finds him still at anchor, his blood be on his own head. Ay, look to each other, look the last look that I permit to frail affection, and say, if ye can say it, farewell for ever. Obey her, stammered Minna. Remonstrate not, but obey her. Cleveland, grasping her hand and kissing it ardently, said, but so low that she only could hear it, farewell, Minna, but not for ever. And now, maiden, begone, said Norna, and leave the rest to the run kenner. One word more, said Minna, and I obey you. But tell me but if I have caught aright your meaning. Is Mordaunt Mertown safe and recovered? Recovered and safe, said Norna, else woe to the hand that shed his blood. Minna slowly sought the door of the cathedral, and turned back from time to time to look at the shadowy form of Norna, and the stately and military figure of Cleveland, as they stood together in the deepening gloom of the ancient cathedral. When she looked back a second time, they were in motion, and Cleveland followed the matron, as, with a slow and solemn step, she glided towards one of the side aisles. When Minna looked back a third time, their figures were no longer visible. She collected herself and walked on to the eastern door by which she had entered, and listened for an instant to the guard, who talked together on the outside. The Zetland girl stays a long time with this pirate fellow, said one. I wish they have not more to speak about than the ransom of her father. Ay, truly, answered another, the wenches will have more sympathy with a handsome young pirate than an old bed-ridden burgher. Their discourse was here interrupted by her of whom they were speaking, and, as if taken in the manner, they pulled off their hats, made their awkward obeisances, and looked not a little embarrassed and confused. Minna returned to the house where she lodged, much affected, yet on the whole pleased with the result of her expedition, which seemed to put her father out of danger, and assured her at once of the escape of Cleveland and of the safety of young Mordaunt. She hastened to communicate both pieces of intelligence to Brenda, who joined her in thankfulness to heaven, and was herself well nigh persuaded to believe in Norna's supernatural pretensions, so much was she pleased with the manner in which they had been employed. Some time was spent in exchanging their mutual congratulations and mingling tears of hope mixed with apprehension, when at a late hour in the evening they were interrupted by Claude Halcrow, who, full of a fidgeting sort of importance, not unmingled with fear, came to acquaint them that the prisoner, Cleveland, had disappeared from the cathedral, in which he had been permitted to walk, and that the provost, having been informed that Minna was accessory to his flight, was coming, in a mighty quandary, to make enquiry into the circumstances. When the worthy magistrate arrived, Minna did not conceal from him her own wish that Cleveland should make his escape, as the only means which she saw of redeeming her father from imminent danger, but that she had any actual accession to his flight she positively denied, and stated that she had parted from Cleveland in the cathedral more than 2 hours since, and then left him in company with a third person, whose name she did not conceive herself obliged to communicate. It is not needful, Miss Minitroyle, answered Provost Torfey, for although no person but this Captain Cleveland and yourself was seen to enter the kirk of St. Magnus this day, we know well enough that your cousin, old Ulla Troil, whom you Zetlanders call Norna of Fitful Head, has been cruising up and down upon sea and land and air, for what I know, in boats and on ponies, and it may be on broomsticks. And here has been her dumb drow, too, coming and going, and playing the spy on every one. And a good spy he is, for he can hear everything, and tells nothing again, unless to his mistress. And we know, besides, that she can enter the kirk when all the doors are fast, and has been seen there more than once, God save us from the evil one. And so, without farther questions asked, I conclude it was old Norna whom you left in the kirk with this slashing blade. And if so, they may catch them again that can. I cannot but say, however, pretty Mistress Minna, that you Zetland folks seem to forget both law and gospel when you use the help of witchcraft to fetch delinquents out of a legal prison, and the least that you, or your cousin, or your father can do is to use influence with this wild fellow to go away as soon as possible, without hurting the town or trade, and then there will be little harm in what has chanced. For heaven knows I did not seek the poor lad's life so I could get my hands free of him without blame, and far less did I wish that, through his imprisonment, any harm should come to worthy Magnus Troil of Bergwestra. I see where the shoe pinches you, Mr. Provost, said Claude Halcrow, and I am sure I can answer for my friend Mr. Troil, as well as for myself, that we will say and do all in our power with this man, Captain Cleveland, to make him leave the coast directly. And I, said Minna, am so convinced that what you recommend is best for all parties, that my sister and I will set off early tomorrow morning to the house of Stennis, if Mr. Halcrow will give us his escort, to receive my father when he comes ashore, that we may acquaint him with your wish, and to use every influence to induce this unhappy man to leave the country. Provost Torfey looked upon her with some surprise. It is not every young woman, he said, would wish to move 8 miles nearer to a band of pirates. We run no risk, said Claude Halcrow, interfering. The house of Stennis is strong, and my cousin, whom it belongs to, has men and arms within it. The young ladies are as safe there as in Kirkwall, and much good may arise from an early communication between Magnus Troil and his daughters, and happy am I to see that in your case, my good old friend, as glorious John says, after much debate, the man prevails above the magistrate. The provost smiled, nodded his head, and indicated, as far as he thought he could do so with decency, how happy he should be if the Fortune's favourite and her disorderly crew would leave Orkney without further interference or violence on either side. He could not authorize their being supplied from the shore, he said, but either for fear or favour they were certain to get provisions at Stromness. This pacific magistrate then took leave of Halcrow and the 2 ladies, who proposed the next morning to transfer their residence to the house of Stennis, situated upon the banks of the salt-water lake of the same name, and about 4 miles by water from the road of Stromness, where the rover's vessel was lying. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of The Pirate by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Fly, Fleance, fly, thou mayest escape. Macbeth. It was one branch of the various arts by which Norna endeavored to maintain her pretensions to supernatural powers, that she made herself familiarly and practically acquainted with all the secret passes and recesses, whether natural or artificial, which she could hear of, whether by tradition or otherwise, and was by such knowledge often enabled to perform feats which were otherwise unaccountable. Thus, when she escaped from the tabernacle at Bergwestra, it was by a sliding board which covered a secret passage in the wall, known to none but herself and Magnus, who she was well assured would not betray her. The profusion also with which she lavished a considerable income, otherwise of no use to her, enabled her to procure the earliest intelligence respecting whatever she desired to know, and at the same time to secure all other assistance necessary to carry her plans into effect. Cleveland, upon the present occasion, had reason to admire both her sagacity and her resources. Upon her applying a little forcible pressure, a door which was concealed under some rich wooden sculpture in the screen which divides the eastern aisle from the rest of the cathedral opened, and disclosed a dark, narrow, winding passage, into which she entered, telling Cleveland in a whisper to follow, and be sure he shut the door behind him. He obeyed, and followed her in darkness and silence, sometimes descending steps, of the number of which she always apprised him, sometimes ascending, and often turning at short angles. The air was more free than he could have expected, the passage being ventilated at different parts by unseen and ingeniously contrived spiracles, which communicated with the open air. At length their long course ended by Norna drawing aside a sliding panel, which, opening behind a wooden or box bed, as it is called in Scotland, admitted them into an ancient but very mean apartment, having a latticed window and a groined roof. The furniture was much dilapidated, and its only ornaments were, on the one side of the wall, a garland of faded ribbons, such as are used to decorate whale vessels, and on the other an escutcheon, bearing an earl's arms and coronet, surrounded with the usual emblems of mortality. The mattock and spade, which lay in one corner, together with the appearance of an old man, who, in a rusty black coat and slouched hat, sat reading by a table, announced that they were in the habitation of the church beadle, or sexton, and in the presence of that respectable functionary. When his attention was attracted by the noise of the sliding panel, he arose, and testifying much respect, but no surprise, took his shadowy hat from his thin grey locks, and stood uncovered in the presence of Norna, with an air of profound humility. "Be faithful," said Norna to the old man, "and beware you show not any living mortal the secret path to the sanctuary." The old man bowed in token of obedience and of thanks, for she put money in his hand as she spoke. With a faltering voice, he expressed his hope that she would remember his son, who was on the Greenland voyage, that he might return fortunate and safe, as he had done last year, when he brought back the garland, pointing to that upon the wall. "My cauldron shall boil, and my rhyme shall be said in his behalf," answered Norna. "Waits Pacolet without, with the horses?" The old sexton assented, and the Pythoness, commanding Cleveland to follow her, went through a back door of the apartment into a small garden, corresponding in its desolate appearance to the habitation they had just quitted. The low and broken wall easily permitted them to pass into another and larger garden, though not much better kept, and a gate, which was upon the latch, let them into a long and winding lane, through which, Norna having whispered to her companion that it was the only dangerous place on their road, they walked with a hasty pace. It was now nearly dark, and the inhabitants of the poor dwellings on either hand had betaken themselves to their houses. They saw only one woman, who was looking from her door, but blessed herself and retired into her house with precipitation when she saw the tall figure of Norna stalk past her with long strides. The lane conducted them into the country, where the dumb dwarf waited with 3 horses, ensconced behind the wall of a deserted shed. On one of these Norna instantly seated herself, Cleveland mounted another, and, followed by Pacolet on the third, they moved sharply on through the darkness, the active and spirited animals on which they rode being of a breed rather taller than those reared in Shetland. After more than an hour's smart riding, in which Norna acted as guide, they stopped before a hovel so utterly desolate in appearance that it resembled rather a cattle shed than a cottage. Here you must remain till dawn, when your signal can be seen from your vessel, said Norna, consigning the horses to the care of Pacolet, and leading the way into the wretched hovel, which she presently illuminated by lighting the small iron lamp which she usually carried along with her. It is a poor, she said, but a safe place of refuge, for were we pursued hither, the earth would yawn and admit us into its recesses ere you were taken. For know that this ground is sacred to the gods of old Valhalla. And now say, man of mischief and of blood, are you friend or foe to Norna, the sole priestess of these disowned deities? How is it possible for me to be your enemy? Said Cleveland. Common gratitude, said Norna, interrupting him, is a common word, and words are the common pay which fools accept at the hands of knaves, but Norna must be requited by actions, by sacrifices. Well, mother, name your request. That you never seek to see Minitroil again, and that you leave this coast in 24 hours, answered Norna. It is impossible, said the outlaw. I cannot be soon enough found in the sea stores which the sloop must have. You can. I will take care you are fully supplied, and Caithness and the Hebrides are not far distant. You can depart if you will. And why should I, said Cleveland, if I will not? Because your stay endangers others, said Norna, and will prove your own destruction. Hear me with attention. From the first moment I saw you lying senseless on the sand beneath the cliffs of Sumburg, I read that in your countenance which linked you with me, and those who were dear to me. But whether for good or evil was hidden from mine eyes. I aided in saving your life, in preserving your property. I aided in doing so the very youth whom you have crossed in his dearest affections, crossed by tale-bearing and slander. I slander Mertown, exclaimed Cleveland. By heaven, I scarce mentioned his name at Bergwestra, if it is that which you mean. The peddling fellow Bryce, meaning, I believe, to be my friend, because he found something could be made by me, did, I have since heard, carry tattle, or truth, I know not which, to the old man, which was confirmed by the report of the whole island. But for me, I scarce thought of him as a rival, else I had taken a more honourable way to rid myself of him. Was the point of your double-edged knife directed to the bosom of an unarmed man, intended to carve out that more honourable way?" said Norna sternly. Cleveland was conscience-struck, and remained silent for an instant ere he replied. "There, indeed, I was wrong, but he is, I thank Heaven, recovered, and welcome to an honourable satisfaction." "Cleveland," said the Pythoness, "no. The fiend who employs you as his implement is powerful, but with me he shall not strive. You are of that temperament which the dark influences desire as the tools of their agency, bold, haughty, and undaunted, unrestrained by principle, and having only in its room a wild sense of indomitable pride, which such men call honour. Such you are, and as such your course through life has been, onward and unrestrained, bloody and tempestuous. By me, however, it shall be controlled," she concluded, stretching out her staff, as if in the attitude of determined authority. "Ay, even although the demon who presides over it should now arise in his terrors." Cleveland laughed scornfully. "Good mother," he said, "reserve such language for the rude sailor that implores you to bestow him fair wind, or the poor fisherman that asks success to his nets and lines. I have been long inaccessible both to fear and to superstition. Call forth your demon, if you command one, and place him before me. The man that has spent years in company with incarnate devils can scarce dread the presence of a disembodied fiend." This was said with a careless and desperate bitterness of spirit, which proved too powerfully energetic even for the delusions of Norna's insanity, and it was with a hollow and tremulous voice that she asked Cleveland, "For what, then, do you hold me, if you deny the power I have bought so dearly?" "You have wisdom, mother," said Cleveland. "At least you have art, and art is power. I hold you for one who knows how to steer upon the currents of events, but I deny your power to change its course. Do not, therefore, waste words in quoting terrors for which I have no feeling, but tell me at once wherefore you would have me depart." "Because I will have you see Minna no more," answered Norna, "because Minna is the destined bride of him whom men call Mordaunt Murtown, because if you depart not within 24 hours, utter destruction awaits you. In these plain words there is no metaphysical delusion. Answer me as plainly." "In as plain words, then," answered Cleveland, "I will not leave these islands, not at least till I have seen Minna Troyle, and never shall your Mordaunt possess her while I live." "Hear him," said Norna, "hear a mortal man spurn at the means of prolonging his life. Hear a sinful, a most sinful being, refuse the time which fate yet affords for repentance, and for the salvation of an immortal soul. Behold him how he stands erect, bold, and confident in his youthful strength and courage. My eyes, unused to tears, even my eyes, which have so little cause to weep for him, are blinded with sorrow, to think what so fair a form will be ere the second sun set." "Mother," said Cleveland firmly, yet with some touch of sorrow in his voice, "I in part understand your threats. You know more than we do of the course of the Halcyon, perhaps have the means, for I acknowledge you have shown wonderful skill of combination in such affairs, of directing her cruise our way. Be it so. I will not depart from my purpose for that risk. If the frigate comes hither, we have still our shoal water to trust to, and I think they will scarce cut us out with boats, as if we were a Spanish xebec. I am therefore resolved I will hoist once more the flag under which I have cruised, avail ourselves of the 1,000 chances which have helped us in greater odds, and at the worst, fight the vessel to the very last, and when mortal man can do no more, it is but snapping a pistol in the powder-room, and as we have lived, so will we die. There was a dead pause as Cleveland ended, and it was broken by his resuming, in a softer tone, "You have heard my answer, mother. Let us debate it no further, but part in peace. I would willingly leave you a remembrance, that you may not forget a poor fellow to whom your services have been useful, and who parts with you in no unkindness, however unfriendly you are to his dearest interests. Nay, do not shun to accept such a trifle," he said, forcing upon Norna the little silver enchased box, which had been once the subject of strife betwixt Mertown and him. "It is not for the sake of the metal, which I know you value not, but simply as a memorial that you have met him of whom many a strange tale will hereafter be told in the seas which he has traversed." "I accept your gift," said Norna, "in token that, if I have in aught been accessory to your fate, it was as the involuntary and grieving agent of other powers. Well did you say we direct not the current of the events which hurry us forward, and render our utmost efforts unavailing, even as the whales of Tuftalo can wheel the stoutest vessel round and round, in despite of either sail or steerage. Passelet!" she exclaimed in a louder voice. "What ho! Passelet!" A large stone which lay at the side of the wall of the hovel fell as she spoke, and to Cleveland's surprise, if not somewhat to his fear, the misshapen form of the dwarf was seen, like some overgrown reptile extricating himself out of a subterranean passage, the entrance to which the stone had covered. Norna, as if impressed by what Cleveland had said on the subject of her supernatural pretensions, was so far from endeavouring to avail herself of this opportunity to enforce them, that she hastened to explain the phenomenon he had witnessed. Such passages, she said, to which the entrances are carefully concealed, are frequently found in these islands, the places of retreat of the ancient inhabitants, where they sought refuge from the rage of the Normans, the pirates of that day. It was that you might avail yourself of this, in case of need, that I brought you hither. Should you observe signs of pursuit, you may either lurk in the bowels of the earth until it has passed by, or escape, if you will, through the farthest entrance near the lake, by which Passelet entered but now. And now farewell. Think on what I have said, for as sure as you now move and breathe a living man, so surely is your doom fixed and sealed, unless within 24 hours you have doubled the Berg Head. "Farewell, mother," said Cleveland, as she departed, bending a look upon him, in which, as he could perceive by the lamp, sorrow was mingled with displeasure. The interview, which thus concluded, left a strong effect even upon the mind of Cleveland, accustomed as he was to imminent dangers and to hair-breadth escapes. He in vain attempted to shake off the impression left by the words of Norna, which he felt the more powerful because they were, in a great measure, divested of her wonted mystical tone, which he contemned. 1,000 times he regretted that he had from time to time delayed the resolution which he had long adopted to quit his dreadful and dangerous trade, and as often he firmly determined that could he but see Minna Troyle once more, were it but for a last farewell, he would leave the sloop as soon as his comrades were extricated from their perilous situation, endeavour to obtain the benefit of the king's pardon, and distinguish himself, if possible, in some more honourable course of warfare. This resolution, to which he again and again pledged himself, had at length a sedative effect on his mental perturbation, and, wrapped in his cloak, he enjoyed, for a time, that imperfect repose which exhausted nature demands as her tribute, even from those who are situated on the verge of the most imminent danger. But how far soever the guilty may satisfy his own mind, and stupefy the feelings of remorse by such a conditional repentance, he may well question whether it is not, in the sight of heaven, rather a presumptuous aggravation than an expiation of his sins. When Cleveland awoke, the grey dawn was already mingling with the twilight of an Orcadian night. He found himself on the verge of a beautiful sheet of water, which, close by the place where he had rested, was nearly divided by two tongues of land that approach each other from the opposing sides of the lake, and are in some degree united by the bridge of Broiskar, a long causeway containing openings to permit the flow and reflux of the tide. Behind him, and fronting to the bridge, stood that remarkable semicircle of huge upright stones, which has no rival in Britain, excepting the inimitable monument at Stonehenge. These immense blocks of stone, all of them above 12 feet, and several being even 14 or 15 feet in height, stood around the pirate in the grey light of the dawning, like the phantom forms of antediluvian giants, who, shrouded in the habiliments of the dead, came to revisit, by this pale light, the earth which they had plagued by their oppression and polluted by their sins, till they brought down upon it the vengeance of long-suffering heaven. Cleveland was less interested by this singular monument of antiquity than by the distant view of Stromness, which he could as yet scarce discover. He lost no time in striking a light by the assistance of one of his pistols, and some wet fern supplied him with fuel sufficient to make the appointed signal. It had been earnestly watched for on board the sloop, for Gough's incapacity became daily more apparent, and even his most steady adherents agreed it would be best to submit to Cleveland's command till they got back to the West Indies. Bunch, who came with the boat to bring off his favourite commander, danced, cursed, shouted, and spouted for joy when he saw him once more at freedom. They had already, he said, made some progress in victualling the sloop, and they might have made more but for that drunken old swab Gough, who minded nothing but splicing the main brace. The boat's crew were inspired with the same enthusiasm, and rowed so hard that, although the tide was against them, and the air or wind failed, they soon placed Cleveland once more on the quarter-deck of the vessel which it was his misfortune to command. The first exercise of the captain's power was to make known to Magnus Troyle that he was at full freedom to depart, that he was willing to make him any compensation in his power for the interruption of his voyage to Kirkwall, and that Captain Cleveland was desirous, if agreeable to Mr. Troyle, to pay his respects to him on board his brig, thank him for former favours, and apologize for the circumstances attending his detention. To Bunch, who, as the most civilized of the crew, Cleveland had entrusted this message, the old plain-dealing U-Dollar made the following answer: "Tell your captain that I should be glad to think he had never stopped any one upon the high sea save such as have suffered as little as I have. Say, too, that if we are to continue friends, we shall be most so at a distance, for I like the sound of his cannon balls as little by sea as he would like the whistle of a bullet by land from my rifle gun. Say, in a word, that I am sorry I was mistaken in him, and that he would have done better to have reserved for the Spaniard the usage he is bestowing on his countrymen." "And so that is your message, old snap-choleric," said Bunch. "Now, stap my fiddles if I have not a mind to do your errand for you over the left shoulder, and teach you more respect for gentlemen of fortune. But I won't, and chiefly for the sake of your two pretty wenches, not to mention my old friend Claude Holcrow, the very visage of whom brought back all the old days of scene-shifting and candle-snuffing. So good morrow to you, Gaffer Seal's cap, and all is said that need pass between us." No sooner did the boat put off with the pirates, who left the brig, and now returned to their own vessel, than Magnus, in order to avoid reposing unnecessary confidence in the honour of these gentlemen of fortune, as they called themselves, got his brig under way, and the wind coming favourably round, and increasing as the sun rose, he crowded all sail for Scalpa Flow, intending there to disembark and go by land to Kirkwall, where he expected to meet his daughters and his friend Claude Holcrow. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of The Pirate by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Now, Emma, now the last reflection make, what thou wouldest follow, what thou must forsake. By our ill-omened stars and adverse heaven, no middle object to thy choice is given. Henry and Emma. The sun was high in heaven. The boats were busily fetching off from the shore the promised supply of provisions and water, which, as many fishing skiffs were employed in the service, were got on board with unexpected speed, and stowed away by the crew of the sloop with equal dispatch. All worked with good will, for all, save Cleveland himself, were weary of a coast where every moment increased their danger, and where, which they esteemed a worse misfortune, there was no booty to be won. Bunch and Derrick took the immediate direction of this duty, while Cleveland, walking the deck alone and in silence, only interfered from time to time to give some order which circumstances required, and then relapsed into his own sad reflections. There are two sorts of men whom situations of guilt, terror, and commotion bring forward as prominent agents. The first are spirits so naturally moulded and fitted for deeds of horror that they stalk forth from their lurking places like actual demons to work in their native element, as the hideous apparition of the bearded man came forth at Versailles on the memorable 5th October, 1789, the delighted executioner of the victims delivered up to him by a bloodthirsty rabble. But Cleveland belonged to the second class of these unfortunate beings, who are involved in evil rather by the concurrence of external circumstances than by natural inclination, being, indeed, one in whom his first engaging in this lawless mode of life, as the follower of his father, nay, perhaps even his pursuing it as his father's avenger, carried with it something of mitigation and apology, one also who often considered his guilty situation with horror, and had made repeated, though ineffectual efforts to escape from it. Such thoughts of remorse were now rolling in his mind, and he may be forgiven if recollections of Minna mingled with and aided them. He looked around, too, on his mates, and profligate and hardened as he knew them to be, he could not think of their paying the penalty of his obstinacy. "We shall be ready to sail with the ebb tide," he said to himself. "Why should I endanger these men by detaining them till the hour of danger, predicted by that singular woman, shall arrive? Her intelligence, howsoever acquired, has been always strangely accurate, and her warning was as solemn as if a mother were to apprise an erring son of his crimes, and of his approaching punishment. Besides, what chance is there that I can again see Minna? She is at Kirkwall, doubtless, and to hold my course thither would be to steer right upon the rocks. No, I will not endanger these poor fellows. I will sail with the ebb tide. On the desolate Hebrides, or on the northwest coast of Ireland, I will leave the vessel, and return hither in some disguise. Yet why should I return, since it will perhaps be only to see Minna, the bride of Mordaunt? No, let the vessel sail with this ebb tide without me. I will abide and take my fate." His meditations were here interrupted by Jack Bunch, who, hailing him noble captain, said they were ready to sail when he pleased. "When you please, Bunch, for I shall leave the command with you, and go ashore at Stromness," said Cleveland. "You shall do no such matter, by heaven," answered Bunch. "The command with me, truly, and how the devil am I to get the crew to obey me? Why, even Dick Fletcher rides rusty on me now and then. You know well enough that, without you, we shall be all at each other's throats in half an hour, and if you desert us, what a rope's end does it signify whether we are destroyed by the king's cruisers or by each other? Come, come, noble captain, there are black-eyed girls enough in the world, but where will you find so tight a sea-boat as the little favourite here, manned as she is with a set of tearing lads, fit to disturb the peace of all the world, and rule it when 'tis wildest?" "You are a precious fool, Jack Bunch," said Cleveland, half angry, and in despite of himself half diverted by the false tones and exaggerated gesture of the stage-struck pirate. "It may be so, noble captain," answered Bunch, "and it may be that I have my comrades in my folly. Here are you, now, going to play all for love, and the world well lost, and yet you cannot bear a harmless bounce in blank verse. Well, I can talk prose for the matter, for I have news enough to tell, and strange news too, ay, and stirring news to boot." "Well, prithee deliver them, to speak thine own cant, like a man of this world." "The Stromness fishers will accept nothing for their provisions and trouble," said Bunch. "There is a wonder for you." "And for what reason, I pray?" said Cleveland. "It is the first time I have ever heard of cash being refused at a seaport. True, they commonly lay the charges on as thick as if they were caulking. But here is the matter. The owner of the brig yonder, the father of your fair Emoinde, stands paymaster, by way of thanks for the civility with which we treated his daughters, and that we may not meet our due, as he calls it, on these shores." "It is like the frank-hearted old U-Dollar," said Cleveland. "But is he at Stromness? I thought he was to have crossed the island for Kirkwall." "He did so purpose," said Bunch, "but more folks than King Duncan changed the course of their voyage. He was no sooner ashore than he was met with by a meddling old witch of these parts, who has her finger in every man's pie, and by her counsel he changed his purpose of going to Kirkwall, and lies at anchor for the present in yonder white house, that you may see with your glass up the lake yonder. I am told the old woman clubbed also to pay for the sloop's stores. Why she should shell out the boards I cannot conceive an idea, except that she is said to be a witch, and may befriend us as so many devils." "But who told you all this?" said Cleveland, without using his spy-glass or seeming so much interested in the news as his comrade had expected. "Why," replied Bunch, "I made a trip ashore this morning to the village, and had a can with an old acquaintance who had been sent by Master Troil to look after matters, and I fished it all out of him, and more too, than I am desirous of telling you, noble captain." "And who is your intelligencer?" said Cleveland. "Has he got no name?" "Why, he is an old fiddling foppish acquaintance of mine, called Halcrow, if you must know," said Bunch. "Halcrow!" echoed Cleveland, his eyes sparkling with surprise. "Claude Halcrow! Why, he went ashore at Inverness with Minna and her sister. Where are they?" "Why, that is just what I did not want to tell you," replied the confidant, "yet hang me if I can help it, for I cannot balk a fine situation. That start had a fine effect. Oh, ay, and the spy-glass is turned on the house of Stennis now. Well, yonder they are, it must be confessed, indifferently well guarded too. Some of the old witch's people are come over from that mountain of an island, Hoy, as they call it, and the old gentleman has got some fellows under arms himself. But what of all that, noble captain? Give you but the word, and we snap up the wenches to-night, clap them under hatches, man the capstern by daybreak, up topsails, and sail with the morning tide." "You sicken me with your villainy," said Cleveland, turning away from him. "Umph! Villainy, and sicken you," said Bunch. "Now, pray, what have I said but what has been done 1,000 times by gentlemen of fortune like ourselves?" "Mention it not again," said Cleveland, then took a turn along the deck in deep meditation, and coming back to Bunch, took him by the hand and said, "Jack, I will see her once more." "With all my heart," said Bunch sullenly. "Once more will I see her, and it may be to abjure at her feet this cursed trade, and expiate my offences." "At the gallows," said Bunch, completing the sentence, "with all my heart. Confess and be hanged is a most reverend proverb." "Nay, but dear Jack," said Cleveland. "Dear Jack," answered Bunch, in the same sullen tone, "a dear sight you have been to dear Jack. But hold your own course. I have done with caring for you for ever. I should but sicken you with my villainous counsels." "Now, must I soothe this silly fellow as if he were a spoiled child?" said Cleveland, speaking at Bunch, but not to him. "And yet he has sense enough, and bravery enough too, and one would think kindness enough, to know that men don't pick their words during a gale of wind." "Why, that's true, Clement," said Bunch, "and there is my hand upon it. And now I think upon it, you shall have your last interview, for it's out of my line to prevent a parting scene, and what signifies a tide We can sail by tomorrow's ebb as well as by this." Cleveland sighed, for Norna's prediction rushed on his mind, but the opportunity of a last meeting with Minna was too tempting to be resigned either for presentiment or prediction. "I will go presently ashore to the place where they all are," said Bunch, "and the payment of these stores shall serve me for a pretext, and I will carry any letters or message from you to Minna with the dexterity of a valet de chambre." "But they have armed men. You may be in danger," said Cleveland. "Not a whit, not a whit," replied Bunch. "I protected the wenches when they were in my power. I warrant their father will neither wrong me nor see me wronged." "You say true," said Cleveland. "It is not in his nature. I will instantly write a note to Minna," and he ran down to the cabin for that purpose, where he wasted much paper, ere with a trembling hand and throbbing heart he achieved such a letter as he hoped might prevail on Minna to permit him a farewell meeting on the succeeding morning. His adherent Bunch, in the meanwhile, sought out Fletcher, of whose support to second any motion whatever he accounted himself perfectly sure, and, followed by his trusty satellite, he intruded himself on the awful presence of Hawkins, the boatswain, and Derrick, the quartermaster, who were regaling themselves with a can of rumbo after the fatiguing duty of the day. "Here comes he can tell us," said Derrick. "So, Master Lieutenant, for so we must call you now, I think let us have a peep into your counsels. When will the anchor be a trip?" "When it pleases Heaven, Master Quartermaster," answered Bunch, "for I know no more than the stern-post." "Why, damn my buttons," said Derrick, "do we not weigh this tide?" "Or tomorrow's tide at farthest," said the boatswain. "Why, what have we been slaving the whole company for, to get all these stores aboard?" "Gentlemen," said Bunch, "you are to know that Cupid has laid our captain on board, carried the vessel, and nailed down his wits under hatches." "What sort of play stuff is all this?" said the boatswain gruffly. "If you have anything to tell us, say it in a word, like a man." "Howsomedever," said Fletcher, "I always think Jack Bunch speaks like a man, and acts like a man too, and so, do you see—" "Hold your peace, dear Dick, best of bullybacks. Be silent," said Bunch. "Gentlemen, in one word, the captain is in love." "Why, now, only think of that!" said the boatswain. "Not but that I have been in love as often as any man when the ship was laid up." "Well, but," continued Bunch, "Captain Cleveland is in love. Yes, Prince Valsius is in love, and though that's the cue for laughing on the stage, it is no laughing matter here. He expects to meet the girl to-morrow for the last time, and that, we all know, leads to another meeting and another, and so on, till the halcyon is down on us, and then we may look for more kicks than halfpence." "By," said the boatswain, with a sounding oath, "we'll have a mutiny, and not allow him to go ashore, Derrick?" "And the best way too," said Derrick. "What do you think of it, Jack Bunch?" said Fletcher, in whose ears this counsel sounded very sagely, but who still bent a wistful look upon his companion. "Why, look ye, gentlemen," said Bunch, "I will mutiny none, and stap my victuals if any of you shall." "Why, then I won't, for one," said Fletcher. "But what are we to do, since howsomedever—" "Stopper your jaw, Dick, will you?" said Bunch. "Now, boatswain, I am partly of your mind, that the captain must be brought to reason by a little wholesome force, but you all know he has the spirit of a lion, and will do nothing unless he is allowed to hold on his own course. Well, I'll go ashore and make this appointment. The girl comes to the rendezvous in the morning, and the captain goes ashore. We take a good boat's crew with us to row against tide and current, and we will be ready at the signal to jump ashore and bring off the captain and the girl, whether they will or no. The pet child will not quarrel with us, since we bring off his whirligig along with him, and if he is still fractious, why, we will weigh anchor without his orders, and let him come to his senses at leisure, and know his friends another time. Why, this has a face with it, Master Derrick, said Hawkins. Jack Bunch is always right, said Fletcher. Howsomedever, the captain will shoot some of us, that is certain. Hold your jaw, Dick, said Bunch. Pray, who the devil cares, do you think, whether you are shot or hanged? Why, it don't much argufy for the matter of that, replied Dick. Howsomedever, be quiet, I tell you, said his inexorable patron, and hear me out. We will take him at unawares, so that he shall neither have time to use cutlass nor pops, and I myself, for the dear love I bear him, will be the first to lay him on his back. There is a nice tight-going bit of a pinnace that is a consort of this chase of the captain's. If I have an opportunity, I'll snap her up on my own account. Yes, yes, said Derrick. Let you alone for keeping on the lookout for your own comforts. Faith, nay, said Bunch, I only snatch at them when they come fairly in my way, or are purchased by dint of my own wit, and none of you could have fallen on such a plan as this. We shall have the captain with us, head, hand, and heart, and all, besides making a scene fit to finish a comedy. So I will go ashore to make the appointment, and do you possess some of the gentlemen who are still sober and fit to be trusted, with the knowledge of our intentions. Bunch, with his friend Fletcher, departed accordingly, and the two veteran pirates remained looking at each other in silence, until the boatswain spoke at last. Blow me, Derrick, if I like these two daffodandily young fellows. They are not the true breed. Why, there are no more like the rovers I have known than this sloop is to a first rate. Why, there was old Sharp that read prayers to his ship's company every Sunday. What would he have said to have heard it proposed to bring 2 wenches on board? And what would tough old Blackbeard have said, answered his companion, if they had expected to keep them to themselves? They deserved to be made to walk the plank for their impudence, or to be tied back to back and set a-diving, and I care not how soon. Ay, but who is to command the ship then? said Hawkins. Why, what ails you at old Gough? answered Derrick. Why, he has sucked the monkey so long and so often, said the boatswain, that the best of him is buffed. He is little better than an old woman when he is sober, and he is roaring mad when he is drunk. We have had enough of Gough. Why, then, what do you say to yourself or to me, boatswain? demanded the quartermaster. I am content to toss up for it. Rot it, no, answered the boatswain, after a moment's consideration. If we were within reach of the trade winds, we might either of us make a shift, but it will take all Cleveland's navigation to get us there, and so, I think, there is nothing like Bunch's project for the present. Hark, he calls for the boat. I must go on deck and have her lowered for his honour. Damn his eyes." The boat was lowered accordingly, made its voyage up the lake with safety, and landed Bunch within a few hundred yards of the old mansion house of Stennis. Upon arriving in front of the house, he found that hasty measures had been taken to put it in a state of defence, the lower windows being barricaded, with places left for use of musketry, and a ship gun being placed so as to command the entrance, which was besides guarded by 2 sentinels. Bunch demanded admission at the gate, which was briefly and unceremoniously refused, with an exhortation to him at the same time to be gone about his business before worse came of it. As he continued, however, importunately to insist on seeing some one of the family, and stated his business to be of the most urgent nature, Claude Halcrow at length appeared, and with more peevishness than belonged to his usual manner, that admirer of glorious John expostulated with his old acquaintance upon his pertinacious folly. "You are," he said, "like foolish moths fluttering about a candle, which is sure at last to consume you." "And you," said Bunch, "are a set of stingless drones, whom we can smoke out of your defences at our pleasure, with 6 of hand grenades." "Smoke a fool's head," said Halcrow. "Take my advice, and mind your own matters, or there will be those upon you will smoke you to purpose. Either be gone, or tell me in 2 words what you want, for you are like to receive no welcome here save from a blunderbuss. We are men enough of ourselves, and here is young Mordaunt Murtown come from Hoy, whom your captain so nearly murdered." "Tosh, man," said Bunch, "he did but let out a little malapert blood." "We want no such phlebotomy here," said Claude Halcrow, "and besides, your patient turns out to be nearer allied to us than either you or we thought of, so you may think how little welcome the captain or any of his crew are like to be here." "Well, but what if I bring money for the stores sent on board?" "Keep it till it is asked of you," said Halcrow. "There are 2 bad paymasters, he that pays too soon, and he that does not pay at all." "Well, then, let me at least give our thanks to the donor," said Bunch. "Keep them too till they are asked for," answered the poet. "So this is all the welcome I have of you for old acquaintance' sake," said Bunch. "Why, what can I do for you, Master Altamont?" said Halcrow, somewhat moved. "If young Mordaunt had had his own will, he would have welcomed you with the red burgundy, number 1000. For God's sake, be gone, else the stage direction will be, enter guard, and seize Altamont." "I will not give you the trouble," said Bunch, "but will make my exit instantly. Stay a moment, I had almost forgot that I have a slip of paper for the tallest of your girls there. Minna, Minna is her name. It is a farewell from Captain Cleveland. You cannot refuse to give it her." "Ah, poor fellow," said Halcrow, I comprehend. Farewell, fair Armida. Mid pikes and mid bullets, mid tempests and fire, the danger is less than in hopeless desire. Tell me but this, is there poetry in it?" "Chock full to the seal with song, sonnet, and elegy," answered Bunch, "but let her have it cautiously and secretly." "Tosh, man, teach me to deliver a billet doux? Me, who have been in the Wits' coffee house, and have seen all the toasts of the Kit Cat Club? Minna shall have it, then, for old acquaintance' sake, Mr. Altamont, and for your captain's sake too, who has less of the core of devil about him than his trade requires, there can be no harm in a farewell letter." "Farewell, then, old boy, for ever and a day," said Bunch, and seizing the poet's hand, gave it so hearty a grip that he left him roaring and shaking his fist like a dog when a hot cinder has fallen on his foot. Leaving the rover to return on board the vessel, we remain with the family of Magnus Troil, assembled at their kinsman's mansion of Stennis, where they maintained a constant and careful watch against surprise. Mordaunt Murtown had been received with much kindness by Magnus Troil when he came to his assistance, with a small party of Norna's dependents, placed by her under his command. The Udollar was easily satisfied that the reports instilled into his ears by the Jagger, zealous to augment his favor towards his more profitable customer Cleveland, by diminishing that of Murtown, were without foundation. They had, indeed, been confirmed by the good lady Glororum and by common fame, both of whom were pleased to represent Mordaunt Murtown as an arrogant pretender to the favor of the sisters of Bergwestra, who only hesitated, sultan-like, on whom he should bestow the handkerchief. But common fame, Magnus considered, was a common liar, and he was sometimes disposed, where scandal was concerned, to regard the good lady Glororum as rather an uncommon specimen of the same genus. He therefore received Mordaunt once more into full favor, listened with much surprise to the claim which Norna laid to the young man's duty, and with no less interest to her intention of surrendering to him the considerable property which she had inherited from her father. Nay, it is even probable that, though he gave no immediate answer to her hints concerning an union betwixt his eldest daughter and her heir, he might think such an alliance recommended, as well by the young man's personal merits as by the chance it gave of reuniting the very large estate which had been divided betwixt his own father and that of Norna. At all events, the Udollar received his young friend with much kindness, and he and the proprietor of the mansion joined in entrusting to him, as the youngest and most active of the party, the charge of commanding the night watch, and relieving the sentinels around the house of Stennis. End of chapter 19.